You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey-o! What is happening, everybody? We are here. Okay. I gotta drop. Sorry. All right. Getting that neon in there. What's happening, guys? Okay. All right. Sorry. Just sending links out. It's going to be a panel show tonight. So, no guest because just didn't get one. It's all right. I have had guests on for the past couple of times, so it's been good. It's been good with the guests, but yeah, it's going to be a full panel show tonight. Let me add to my drink here. Getting the vodka flowing. Got my little spritzy. So, cheers, guys, to another Friday. Another Friday, and it's a Memorial Day weekend, 3-day weekend. I'm happy. I'm excited. 3 days off. And I don't have too many big plans. Got some things happening, but should be good. So cheers, guys. Refreshing. All right. Let's see, we got Patrick right here. Hi, Dave. Rewatch Shazam Fury of the Gods. Loved it. That's good. I'm gonna rewatch it again. I think it might be on Max, right? Is it on Max? It is on Max, right? So I'll probably check it out again, just kind of watch it again. Although I wish they would release like a director's cut, because David F. Sandberg posting some of those scenes that were cut out really would help. Because you guys, I still stand with what I said about it. I said it had a rocky, the first two acts were a little rocky, and then a strong final act, strong third act. But I'm like, I need more when it comes to that, Billy, at least. What's going on? Tarun, how you doing? We got Mr. Nobody right here. Happy Friday. Accuracy, what's up? Friday, bitches. That is correct. What's going on, Abel? Flash and IMAX was so awesome. Shut up. Jealous. I'm jealous of everybody who got to see it. I know. Don't worry. I'm going to see it. Probably see it more than once. I already got my tickets. I'm seeing it on a big old screen too. So, not till like 3 weeks from now. But you never know. Something, I might get lucky. I still have that pass for next week, but I just don't want to risk it. What's going on, Mr. Phil? Good to see you, buddy. Darkness Under the Wind. Hey, Dave, can't stay, but just wanted to say hello. Well, hello, Darkness. Good to see you. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. All right, we got Yakko right here, the Volcanic Muto. Nice name. I dig it. What's going on? Good to see you. We got Stephanie T in the house. Cheers. Always good to see you. Josh, always good to see you too. Oh yeah, as you can see, I'm wearing the new shirt. It came yesterday. It was in my mailbox yesterday. So I thought, perfect, I'll wear it on the Vodka stream tonight. But yes, got the new Jim Lee shirt for the Full Circle event. Very excited. Of course, it's got the back right there. Good shirt, good fabric. I got the high quality one because I don't like itchy shirts. And usually I like to wash my t-shirts before I put them on, because they can get a little itchy like at the beginning. But yeah, this fabric is great. Inks of the People does a great job when it comes to premium t-shirts. So yeah, I thought I'd wear it tonight, and it's absolutely great. It's great. It's absolutely fantastic. I wish I would have had it for the Full Circle event. Can you believe that the Full Circle event was pretty much a month ago? I just looked. I saw on Twitter somebody liked my photo with Zach when we were doing the commentary for Man of Steel. And it was on the 28th, and here it is, the 26th. And I'm like, man, that was like a month ago. Crazy. Time is just flying. This freaking month flew by. Happy Memorial Day. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you, brother. We got Brandon right here. What's going on? Good day for Corona. There you go. Cheers, brother. Got to meet Brandon. As you can see, there I am in his I'm in his avatar right there because he was also not lucky like me and not seeing the Flash on Monday, but it was cool to talk to him. conversation kept flowing, so that was good. It was good to talk to him, talk to Jose, talk to Russ, meeting people, of course, that you met online. It's always interesting, but yeah, we still had a good time. And also Ryan too, met Ryan, which I think he's going to be joining the panel later on. Travis, what's happening? I'm loving the early start times. Yeah, I mean, it seems like this was just a good change. I mean, it's still weird. Still weird for me because the sun is still out when this thing's starting. But like I said, I do like the fact that now the Vodka stream will end before midnight, my time. And I'm not just like crawling. I'm not just staggering to bed like and then fall asleep. I can actually okay, handle some things, sober up a little bit, make sure I don't have a nasty hangover tomorrow, and drink a bunch of water and just chill. It's kind of nice. It really is. What's going on, Lane? What is the deal with those THR flash opening numbers? Oh, the hater is here. The hater is here. Lane drinking that haterade. I never trust early box office numbers. Yes, I saw them. I get it. But I don't know. I don't like to talk about projections until the week of. That's usually what I do, especially on Film Junkee Live. I always like to talk about the projections the week of because that's when you get the most accuracy. I think The Flash is still going to be a pretty big hit just by the hype alone. And we'll have some people that are going to be joining the panel that have seen it. No spoilers, of course. But I don't trust those numbers. But you guys who are just, drinking that haterade, you guys love it. And you guys should be careful with that because if the movie ends up making a ton of money, receipts. I'm just saying, receipts, just receipts. I love you too, accuracy. Love you too. Riley, what's up? All right, we got Mr. Vega right here. Nicolay, what's going on? We got William right here. We got Mind of Inception. Good to see you. Oh, we got Miss Nighthawk here. Hello, gorgeous. Good to see you, Steph. Miss Nighthawk, cheers. Yep, that thing is singed on. I didn't peel that stupid thing off. She was with me, too, when I bought this glass. My Batman from the Batman glass. I forgot to take the price tag off, and now it's just been washed too many times, and now it's just fused to the bottom. Anyways, what else we got here? All right, we got Mr. Brian Calley right here. Don't get 3 days off, but double time. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of people will take that double time. Okay, what do you guys? Okay, you guys are talking about certain. Okay, see. Hello there. Okay, so we're good. Okay, I think you guys were talking about a certain individual, and yes, he should be okay, but we don't need to go into depth with that. If I'm seeing that correctly, I think some of the chat was, that's interesting. I should really pull it up right here. Whoop, there we go. Hold on. Sorry. I'm still trying to get used to my screens here. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, sorry about that. Still waiting for the shirt. Yeah, wait patiently. It's a great shirt. Okay, yeah. Okay, you guys are talking about a certain person right here. Okay, yeah. Don't. Yeah. If anybody's kind of wondering, yeah, we had Enosh is good. Okay, and one thing that I do miss is talking to Enosh, and I miss watching Enosh. And Enosh, come back to us. Okay, that's really all I'm gonna say about that. Is we miss you, pal. We miss you. I miss you on here. Miss you doing your stream. We miss you. And I hope things are going to only get better. Yeah, it's been a month since Full Circle. Crazy. What's going on, Miss Susie? Good to see you. Okay, we got Jason right here. Once a week, yeah. Nice. Okay, who else we got here? We got ACS in the house. Good to see you, brother. We got Baba Scott. Are you going to watch my fan? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's tomorrow? Well, send it to me. I'll check it out. I know sometimes, and sometimes, if I miss it, just remind me. I'm busy. Sure that right? Yeah, I know. I heard about that. I'll probably talk about it more. Well, maybe we'll talk about it tonight. But yeah, I'll probably talk about it more on Film Drink It Live too. It's just like, yeah, that is really weird. Very strange. Very strange that the writer's strike, the legalities of this whole thing, it goes down to the point where not even actors can improv. That is crazy. It's crazy to think about. It's really crazy to think about. So, oof. We haven't even started our ticket promo yet. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like you can't trust those early ones. Yeah. And then we got Box Office Pro still has a flash at 150. See, that's the thing. But like I said, just like Rotten Tomatoes, everybody will utilize, if you are not about the movie and the projections come out like a month ahead and they are lower than what they should be, you're just going to use it. That's just what we do. Just like when it comes to the Rotten Tomatoes score. If you are not about the movie and you want to see shit fail, you're going to utilize that Rotten Tomato score, even though you claim that you don't care about Rotten Tomatoes. Just like, you don't care about box office projections. I mean, it's just I get tired of the bias stuff. I really it's just funny. That's why, like, I was giving Lane shit, because I know he's not all he wants to see WB burn. But yeah, it's just like you can't. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. But see that then you just like, and then all of a sudden you just turn, you're like, what? I didn't say anything. Moving on. Just don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be that guy, Lane. I like you. Don't be reaching. Don't be reaching with your good guitar playing hand. I've seen a lot to offer. Yeah. Well, and William's seen it too, and he actually told me how much he enjoyed it, so that's good. What's going on, Tony Movie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan? Good to see you. Okay. Has anyone heard from Ray? Are you talking about Ray Porter or Fisher? I'm going to clarify which Ray you're talking about. Probably Fisher. I don't know. Hey, we got Ariel right here. What's going on? What's up? A friend of mine saw The Flash. He said, don't believe the hype. I blocked him. It's like, don't. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You're going to get the people that don't like it. It's for sure. And thank you, Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Thank you for the $10 super chat right there. Thoughts on David O. Russell still making movies? I know. We always hear that he's like a big time douche, but he still keeps on making movies with an ensemble cast. And now all of a sudden they're talking about him doing a John Madden movie with Will Ferrell, possibly starring as John Madden. Now, I'm all about off the cuff castings, but that very off the cuff. But you know what? If they could pull it off, that'd be pretty sweet. You wouldn't be surprised. What's going on, Landon? Greetings. He's working his AMC theater right there. Cool. Yeah. Have to make dinner. Gotta make dinner. All right. I think we got pretty much everybody right here. All right. Let's start bringing some of these peeps in here and have some good conversations tonight. We're going to start off with somebody who hasn't been here for a while. We got Mr. Samuel right here. What is happening, sir?
What's going on, people? What's going on, Dave? How you been, man?
I've been pretty good. How you doing?
I'm pretty good, dude. It's the start of a 3-day weekend, so I'm excited.
There you go. I mean, that's what we can all, that's what's so great about it. And not only is Samuel here, we got Seek here. What's going on, Mr. Venom?
What's up, everyone?
I like the shirt, Gwenum. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Really.
Yeah, hey, look at that mine.
Oh, that's coming out next week. Can't wait for that one.
So
dude, I've seen like the early praise for that, and I'm just like, and they're saying it's even better than the first. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, because the first one's just so. Sam, did you see it already?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was supposed to see it.
Access. Yeah.
I was supposed to see it next week.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna be able to see it. And
that sucks.
I've heard some people say this is probably one of the best Spider-Man stories they've ever seen, and in the animation they just are railing about it. I'm so jealous. I can't even lie.
Oh man, I know. Can't wait. And then of course, light the fire. We got Mr. ACS.
Right what up? Hey, what's going on? What's good?
Great shirt, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Rocking the Wonder Woman today. We love it.
What's good, fellas? Samuel, what's good, man?
What's good, man? It's good to see you, dude.
No, I hit up Sam. I was like, "Hey, man, I'm doing it early because he's East Coast, and usually he's he puts the kids to bed and he's out himself." So I was like, "Hey, man, I'm doing it early. You want to come on?" So he was like, "Yeah, do that."
Yeah, the first week you did this, I remember I was on here and I was like, "Yo, I appreciate that because it's
it helps."
Yeah, it does.
No, yeah, it was just one of those things where I was like, you know what, it's time to make the move because, like, even for me, like I said, sometimes these damn things will go on 5 hours, 6 hours, and I'm always up weekdays at 5:30 in the morning, so I'm like, shit.
Same. It's for me, same my time, but yeah, it's same thing.
Yeah, so I think it's working out, but I'm just still trying to get used to the fact that the sun is still up over here. I'm starting this thing, but it's cool. But yeah, thank you for joining, gentlemen.
What's good, chat? What's good, chat?
Peace. The chat's rocking, man.
Yeah, what's up, chat?
Yeah. ACS, did you get one of these shirts?
Yeah. Yo, well, I got the one that Joey got for us at there. But it's got
He's got it too. Sam's got it.
Nice, yeah, it's got the it's got my man's signature on it, so I'm not wearing it. So, but I did order the one that from Ink, and mine still hadn't shipped yet. But I see a lot of people has already gotten there, so I do have one, but it's got Zach's signature. I was like,
yeah, you can't wear that.
No. Yeah.
Fill that up somewhere. Put it in a glass container.
I'm already prepared for it. Yeah.
Did you get some posters though signed by?
Yeah. Well,
okay, so you got the posters. So why'd you get the shirt signed? You should have got a shirt just by itself. Nah, it's all good. You can get it later, maybe, or something. I don't know.
No. He sent me a shirt from there that's signed too. That's why I do have the shirt. It's just it's got his signature right over the top. Yeah.
I was just saying, like, man, you should have just got a shirt by itself. So then.
Yeah. No, well, I had already ordered one from Inked as soon as they.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as they went live with the shirt. So yeah. I got one of those on the way.
Okay, so you got to come.
William Shield.
What's William saying?
What's William saying? He got the sleeves.
Oh yeah. I mean, why not?
Got to show off the guns, man.
You gotta wear that shit like Vin Diesel, man. Like,
Gotta do family.
That. Yeah. I remember when me and my wife, if we ever renew our vows, I'll wear a white tank top. I'll wear a white.
Nice. With a bow tie, put a bow tie up here or something. Something white shirt, bow tie, no sleeves.
Yo, it's funny because we saw the Fast X, and there's a couple of scenes in there. She looked at me and she said, "That's you." She's literally, and I was like, I get it from all, dude. It's weird because I'll be working and literally, common people who come in, because I work in like retail and shit, and they'll be like, "Yo, what up, Vin Diesel?" Or they'll be like, "Yo, Batista," and I'll be like,
basically a big bald dude. You're just that's
that's exactly
They just call you that because
it's all
you've gotten The Rock many times as well too.
I was about to say The Rock probably.
Yeah, I get a lot. Yeah, I appreciate it though. I appreciate it. I do. I wish I was I was sitting on the level of them cats.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
But did Sam, you saw Fast X, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, what'd you think?
It was very entertaining, but the key component of that was Jason Momoa, man. Like he
was dope.
He owned it. I mean, I don't know, what kind of say it. Like he was the Joker of that universe in different ways. Yes. Like he was so crazy that he made the craziness of the world flip upside down. I was like, okay, this man hasn't even physically hurt people yet, and he's just playing with dead bodies. Like I loved it. I loved him in it, and it was really entertaining. It was a lot better than the ninth one to me.
Yeah, it was.
I would agree. Did you see it, Zeke?
No.
Yeah, so you're not a fan. You're not a fan, right? You're not a fan.
When their cars start transforming into robots, I will get back into that franchise.
I would not be surprised if
It might
that
happen.
might happen.
It
Yeah.
might
Yeah.
happen.
Universal does both. They might as well. I mean, if they can't get a G.I. Joe Transformer crossover, just do a Fast, Furious, and Transformer crossover.
Well, somebody made a fake post-credit scene. I talked about it on Film Junkie Live.
I saw it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
or Tuesday or yeah, and I was just like, this. I would not be surprised if
Yeah.
they just decide, fuck it, this franchise. I mean, for the most part, the Fast and Furious franchise just crossed like $7 billion.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Which is
Massively
that's why they
successful.
keep on making them. That's why
Yep.
they keep on making them. I did find it funny though that somebody posted I don't know if it was from this premiere or from the last one, but Michelle Rodriguez, when they asked her about the MCU, and they're like, how many more movies can they make? And I'm like, really? You're saying this? Like, how many more movies can they make in that universe? It was just kind of funny when I saw that. People were making jokes about it, but I just would not be surprised if, who knows what's gonna, when it comes to the new Transformers movie, if it
Mhm.
is gonna do well. Is it
Paramount? Thank you, Aaron. He said Paramount. Yeah, I know it's Paramount, but I think of Universal has the rides for both movies, so that's why I think I said that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
gotcha.
That's true.
My
True.
bad. I'm thinking this new Transformers because I already got my tickets to Spider-Verse and Transformers, and I'm thinking this Transformers. I think they're going to Star Trek 2009 this one, where where the Bay movie still happened because the 5th Bay movie ended with Unicron being introduced and in the post-credit scene, and I'm going to guess that world when Unicron appeared destroyed that world. So this is like, you know what? We have the Optimus Primal and the Beast Transformers from the future. They're time traveling back to the Bumblebee franchise and reset things by being there to like prepare everyone for Unicron's arrival. So that's what that's my thought process now. I don't know if that's the case because I know some people have seen it, so it could not be true, but that's my theory.
No, it's a good theory. It's not bad. I mean, I'm just trying to I don't know where it's going to fit. I mean, obviously I was thinking it was just fitting in the Bumblebee world, which I enjoyed that movie, but I mean, everybody was so enthusiastic on it, and I was just like, okay. I was like, fine.
Well, the Cybertron stuff in the Bumblebee movie was fire.
I think that's what everybody was so enticed by.
Like they had put out a trailer for it, before it came out, and you got to see just a little bit of it. I was like, wait a minute, it looks like Soundwave, like the literal the way he looks. But no, I enjoy Bumblebee pretty much. So
it was the palate cleanser that franchise needed. Like it played it safe. It didn't do anything too risky.
Mm-hmm.
It had a good actress in it, and they kind of just made like a fun ET family movie. And it's like good. That's what they needed after the nightmare that the previous movies became.
But see, then we run into a problem because John Cena was in that movie, so I don't know if we can have a crossover. Well, no, we could still, I guess. Spoiler alert. Well, but is he really? But is John Cena really gone but not forgotten? No, I mean it's been a week.
He held on to the chain.
Well, here's the thing.
You know what? I dug
that.
John Cena in Fast X also. My favorites were Jason Momoa, John Cena, and then that's pretty much it. But yeah, I was just like, but I really I was like, all right, they brought back Goofy. They were like, let's have Goofy John Cena because obviously he was the villain in the last one. Before, we all knew that there was going to be like, we're brothers, we're good, and then it was all going to be good. But he was still the villain. He was a cold-hearted villain, and then and when it came to this one, it was just back to Goofy John Cena, and of course he had to take care of the kid. So it worked out, and I was like, you know what? I like Goofy John Cena, and then for him to do the sacrifice, I was like, yeah, good for him.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. It was. I think I was because of the last two ones that they put out, which were decent, but this one I was really when it ended, I was into that shit. You know what I mean? I was like, yo, and I thought the cliffhanger was pretty good. It's pretty well done considering what you know, they normally don't do cliffhangers on that level. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a literal, like the shit started falling down from the dam. Spoilers, my bad. Spoilers.
No,
like
and then it just cut off. And I was like, wait a minute, you know, I need this.
I'll see it when it comes out on video, so it's cool.
I mean, it does have a cliffhanger. And by the way, I just realized, or somebody just told me, when somebody was asking where's Ray, and I was thinking, what, Ray Porter, Ray Fisher? Who are you talking about? You're talking about Ray Flightcast. Sorry. Mr. Flightcast. Yes, he has not been on in a while. He hasn't even been on Twitter. As far as I could tell, very much concentrating on his new job. He got promoted with what he was doing, and he just decided to just disconnect, which is good.
Nice.
And you have to do that. He's concentrating on work. As soon as he pops back on, he's gonna have always an invitation to come back on here. So there's as far as I could tell, that's what's been happening when it comes to Ray Flightcast. There's so many Rays. That's why I was like, my immediately thought went to like Ray Porter and Ray Fisher. I don't know why. But that's the last I heard. When the last I talked to him, he got a promotion at his job, and he works in like broadcasting. So obviously it's going to take a lot of his time, and not to mention he's engaged. I'm sure he's, doing all that stuff too. So hopefully he'll be back, and hopefully everything's going well right now. But that's why Ray has not been on the Vodka stream. Good for him to disconnect from this crazy world of the internet.
And like I said, you got to do it sometimes. Like, especially when real life hits you with a real shift. Like as you know, like I took some time off for a while.
Yeah, you did.
I was like, I need to just disconnect for a while. I recommend it for everyone who makes continuous YouTube content.
Oh yeah, you're telling me, dude. I mean, like, but I know. I take mine in short bursts, because obviously it's hard for me because I'm trying to keep consistent. But Saturdays I'm usually always just like, you'll barely like when I wake up on Saturday, I do things, and then I just completely just leave, turn everything off. I go to the girlfriend's house, and then we just hang out, and I just keep my phone, just not even really looking at things. Maybe I'll gander at stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, nah. When I'm like over there or hanging out or something like that, I just try to. That's when I disconnect. But I wish I could disconnect just a little bit more. But it could be rough, especially when I'm trying to be consistent. How are you doing with that when it comes to that, Sam?
Oh, dude, man, I got 2 kids, man. 2 kids. My job starts right at 7:00, so I got to be up at 5:30. Job doesn't end till like 5 sometimes. Got to get the kids down by 7:30. Got to figure out food, and I'm married, so I got to make sure wifey is okay. And then on top of that is the media outlet stuff. So I think it's essential. Like you have to figure out, how do you unplug. Honestly, like, I'm taking a whole week off next week. So Memorial Day weekend, I'm like legit, like, we're going to go to the beach. Last year, I mean, with the pandemic and everything, it's just so hard to try to do travel with family and stuff. And so I was like talking to my wife, I was like, we need to unplug. Like, she needs it to decompress. I need it. And I mean, it's gonna be good to hang out with the kids, but it's when you're doing continuous content on a regular basis, it can be so much. Like, you could start to drown in content. You do so much content, you forget to schedule stuff, you get to post stuff, and you lose enthusiasm like that. So you got to figure out where your little pockets of civility is. For me, it's Thursday. I don't do any reviews. Thursday night, me and my friends, we just go and look at random stuff, whether it's anime, TV shows, whatever. Not reviewed, just looking at stuff. Because I think it's really important. Because sometimes you watch stuff to review it versus watch it to just enjoy it. And I don't know if you want to have a take on that, Dave, but more and more stuff you get, it kind of feels like a job versus like, oh, I'm doing it to really enjoy it. And those two start to separate. And this, I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's, I mean, you look at even yesterday, like I would have preferred to probably go see another movie besides Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid's not for me. I knew it wasn't going to be for me. I was not excited for the movie, but I was just kind of going like, Yeah, but what like when I do my first reaction, what if I do my I'm not gonna do a reaction on, you know, like Burt Kreischer. I like him as a comedian. He has his movie that came out. I could have went and saw the Machine movie that he did, or watch a movie that I missed. You know, I still haven't seen Evil Dead Rise. I could have like caught that or watched it on VOD or something like that. But I was like, well, Little Mermaid's a big movie. We're in summer blockbuster season. I should go see it. Just the same thing with the week before. I'm like, I wasn't excited for Fast X, but I'm like, I'm gonna go see it because I know, like, hey, it does feel more like work, even though like I enjoy movies and I enjoy going to the movies. Sometimes I'm just, but especially yesterday, I was just kind of like, man, do I see it at 4:10 or 6 o'clock? And it got to the point where I was like, it was like probably 3:45. I went, no, just get it over with. Just get it over with, you know. And I went and watched it, and you know, for the most part, it was better than I thought it was going to be. It was better, but I still.
How about the Little Mermaid?
Yeah, Little Mermaid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
seeing
because
it tomorrow. Seeing it tomorrow.
Yeah, because we were just talking about like how sometimes, you know, doing what we do can feel like work, and you know, I was like not looking forward to Little Mermaid at all. I'm not a Disney guy. I didn't watch the movies you know, my mom had them all, but I really didn't watch them. You know, I was just not about the Disney animated movies. But and so when it comes to live action, I haven't even seen all of them. I haven't seen Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast. I've seen all the other ones. And for the most part, I've enjoyed most of them. I didn't really enjoy Lion King like a lot of people did. I thought it was like, what is this? It's just a bunch of emotionless fucking animals. You know, I just didn't, you know, but I really enjoyed Jungle Book and I enjoyed Dumbo. I thought Dumbo is an underrated gem. And I don't like to use underrated a lot, but I thought Dumbo was excellent, but it bombed. So weird. I felt like a Tim Burton movie to me. All these other movies just feel like it's all just the kind of same. There's like, hey, remember this? Now it's got 3D and flesh around it. You know, it's like, that's why, you know. But you know, when it came to Little Mermaid, I was like, all right, we'll see what it's like. And you know, I thought Holly Bailey. I can never say her name right because it sounds too much like Holly Berry. I'm like. So I want to say Haley Bailey instead of that, but she was, you know, she's got some pipes on her. She was great. She can sing. She could freaking sing. You know, some of the other acting. Melissa McCarthy, you go, you do your thing. I don't know what it was, but you did it. I don't know what it was, but hey. But you know, for the most part, I'm like, all right, families enjoy it, whatever the hell. But it was just, yeah, it did feel like work for me. Like, oh shit, I gotta go, I gotta do this. You know, do my first reaction, but I did have a question though that I put in my first reaction that I want to lay on you guys right now. Do MerPeople have to blink underwater?
Say it again.
Should MerPeople have to blink underwater? Okay. Yeah. So if you're underwater, I mean, the whole idea, the whole thing about blinking is you have to keep your eyes
moisten your eyes. Yeah.
But if you're underwater, do you have to blink? No, right?
Do then they close their eyes when they sleep?
Right, that's another good question. Like, do the fish actually have their eyes closed when they're sleeping?
Nope, they don't. They don't have eyelids.
Just kind of just like
they kind of just slow down and just kind of just float. See, that's the thing. See, this is where my brain goes, guys. This is where my brain goes because I'm not that excited for the movie, so I start thinking of shit like this, and I'm just gonna go in like I'm watching this, and all of a sudden I'm like I'm seeing her blink, I'm seeing some of the other MerPeople blink, and I'm like. I mean, I get because they're blinking because they're, you know, they're playing a role and we naturally blink. But I'm like, man, I was like, do actually MerPeople have to? They wouldn't be blinking underwater because their eyes would be constantly moisturized.
Are you saying hey Blinken or a Blinken?
Right?
Sorry, you made me think of that line. I love that movie so much.
What's that from?
That's from Men in Tights.
That's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. I knew I recognized that. Gesundheit. No, that's my name.
Yeah.
God, I love that. I love that movie. But no, but yeah, I was just, and so the whole time, anytime that they're underwater, I'm just like looking up, they blink, up, they blink. And then I'm like, I want to go watch Aquaman. Do they blink? I mean, I'm just wondering because, you know, sometimes directors will get very detailed when it comes to shit like that. most of the time they don't, because it's only assholes like me that just point it out, and it's not a big deal because it's not going to like ruin the movie for you. But I mean, I pay attention to stupid shit like that. Like one of the reasons why what bugs me about Dark Knight Rises is I don't see cold breath, because I know they shot most of those scenes summer in Chicago, so I'm like, it's not cold. So I just go, my brain just goes, I want to see cold breath.
When it comes for me, when it comes to Dark Knight Rises, that doesn't bother as much as there's no blood. The dudes are getting murked in the streets, and I'm like, no blood splatter anywhere.
You got to keep that PG-13 rating, man.
Yeah.
You can't break the code.
In Gotham, do people bleed?
Do you bleed in the cold? No, but it was just like, I just for some reason, I was obsessed with like the whole time. Anytime they're underwater, I'm like paying attention. Javier Bardem did a good job, though. I will say this: when it comes to not blinking, Javier Bardem blinked the least amount of.
I counted the least blinks.
Yes. So that just shows you.
I can see Dave sitting there watching the movie, just going like, "Does sound travel like that underwater when she's singing?" Like,
so now that's a real question, right?
Yeah.
Like them having conversations underwater. I think. That would have been interesting.
Well, I mean, literally, what the bird has a conversation underwater, and that was a little weird too. I mean, but I'm like, but the bird is talking, and it sounds like Aquafina. So I guess I can't complain that much. But anyways, I'm not trying to ruin the movie for you, Anthony. I know you're seeing it tomorrow.
I'm looking forward.
But now you're gonna be looking at the blinking.
That's like there was this fan that asked Grant Morrison once a question about time travel. They're like, he was talking about Final Crisis, and he's like, "Hey, how do people show up 2 seconds too late in a time machine?" Because there was like Superman and like the Time Masters came back in time, and they missed Batman by like 2 seconds when he was bouncing through time. And Grant Morrison just goes, "Oh, that's easy because it's fiction."
See? I mean, that's basically what you could do. Just say, it's fiction. We have mermaids that are talking, and it's all ridiculous. And I'm just like, but my brain just goes to those little details. But now I want to watch Aquaman and be like, did James Wan tell them not to blink when they were doing underwater scenes? I just want to know. But we'll see. But anyways, we got somebody else joining right now. There he is.
What up?
You made it.
Dude?
Well, I was always going to make it, but Heather and I were watching the series finale of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and after 5 seasons, I'm sorry, I had to devote my time to watching the final episode of one of my favorite shows. Like,
hey, man, do what you do, Scott. What's good? You doing good? All right.
I'm doing okay. I'm seeing you guys talking about Little Mermaid. I'm like, I was there in 1989 to watch the original. Like, I saw that puppy in theaters back in the day.
Isn't it crazy to think about though? Like, 1989. That year we had Batman come out. We had
Last Crusade
come out, and then what's the other one? Ghostbusters 2 came out also in 1990. And we're getting
in 1989 would have also have been Back to the Future Part 2.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, because in 2023 we're getting Michael Keaton back as Batman.
Yes.
We're getting another Ghostbusters. We're getting another Indy, and then we got a live action Little fucking Mermaid. It's just crazy. Like, what the hell?
Oh man, I had a tweet pulled up with a marquee that somebody took a picture of.
It was Epic Film Guys.
Dude, they had all the movies on it. I was like, these are my people.
But it was just funny because the only movie that's not getting a sequel or redone or anything was Field of Dreams. Poor Field of Dreams at the bottom, which is a fantastic movie.
Yeah,
fantastic movie.
And they should not remake that.
No.
But it's just funny because the other 3 movies they're all getting like technically sequels this year. But then then all of a sudden it was like, wait, Little Mermaid also came out in 1989, and we're getting the live action version. Just crazy. Crazy to think about. But thank you for joining, Scott. Do you think merpeople blink underwater?
I've never really put any thought into it, Dave.
Yeah,
I know.
Be
honest.
Sure you haven't.
I really
it's just my brain.
haven't.
My brain.
Can't lie to us.
No.
My brain when I was watching the movie yesterday, because
I have a question for you guys about your animated podcast that you do.
Yeah.
And stuff. Because now you started Superman.
Yes.
And which I'm so happy you guys are doing also, because that was an amazing series. But I'm curious why you skipped the Batman game Rise of Sin Tzu.
Okay.
Because I asked that in one of the comment section and I didn't get an answer, so I'm like,
okay. So there's two things.
Okay.
There's two things going on here.
Okay.
Number one, it takes place during season 3. We haven't gotten to season 3 yet.
Of Batman?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You stopped after season 2 to jump to Superman.
Yeah,
right. Because
we're
going chronological order of the universe.
Gotcha. Right. That makes sense.
And the other thing now, and you may have to correct me, I am familiar with that game, but the reason we did the Sega CD game was because there were those actual animated cutscenes.
Yes, right.
And so it wasn't that we were doing the game, it was that we were looking
an
at
extension of the show.
Right, because it has been sort of a apocryphal name that the cutscenes are representative of a lost episode of the series.
Right. Okay.
So that's the reason we even did that, was because I thought it would be it was my idea.
Yeah, it was a good idea. I love the episode, by the way.
I thought it was a cute way for us to sort of sign off on that original run of Batman the Animated Series, because I had talked to Dave about, we really can't jump to season 3 until we watch Superman the Animated Series. That's
true. Yeah.
And that kind of was because Dave had talked about wanting to do Batman Beyond, and I was totally down for that. But I was the one going, but if we do that, Dave, we're gonna have to basically commit to the entire DCAU.
Zeta Project. You got to do them all.
You got to do them all, and you better believe I've got a watching order for them all. It's a note on my phone. Like it's like I'm like ready to go for this. Dave did not know what he was getting into, or maybe he did.
I did. Well, I asked you.
800 more of these? What am I, Seek on the Venom vlog?
but when you ask me to do a podcast / weekly stream about the animated universe, oh no, we go full retard. And it's just the way it happens. Because I've been that way since I was 10, and there ain't no stopping now.
Well, I look forward when you do the Batwoman movie too after season 4, because that was really fun.
I like
that movie.
I like that movie. I like Mission.
It's silly,
Batwoman.
but I like it. Yeah.
I don't think I saw it, so I'll see it with fresh eyes.
I
don't think I watched that.
All about that anime.
Honestly, see, that's the fun part with Dave, is that they're the ones that he's like, I haven't seen this, or it's been so long since I've seen this, and I'm like, I have seen everything.
I mean, like,
oh, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the fact that it's just like, it started off with just Batman, but we just kind of went through those first 2 seasons, and then it was just like, well, there's so much more animation stuff we could talk about. And I wanted to start talking about Superman because I haven't watched this cartoon series in over 20 years. Like, it's just one of those that were like, I watched it when I was younger. I didn't watch it as frequently as Batman, of course, but I remember watching it and really enjoying it. And then, of course, there's all this other animation stuff. I'm like, all right, well, let's just do that, and we'll rebrand it DC Fanimated, and let's just keep going. Because those 2 years went by pretty
like that. Like there was a moment I think we were hitting. It was around Deep Freeze or right before Deep Freeze. I was literally looking at the dates, going, Dave, it's literally been like 2 years to the day.
Yeah, just couldn't believe it. And then we brought it up. We're like, holy shit! It has been 2 years since we started the scene, because it was during the pandemic, and I just thought. And I remember just sitting here, and I will say that I slightly, I got inspired. I didn't rip off I got inspired by Steven and Andrew Dice by doing the BVS by the minute. I was like, that's cool. It's a cool idea that they're breaking something down like that. And then all of a sudden, I think I was watching some kind of animated. Maybe I was watching Batman the Animated Series like that Saturday, and I went, it'd be cool to talk about these episodes, like episode by episode. And then I immediately messaged Scott, because I'm like, it's got to be Scott. And he responded to just, fuck yeah.
I was literally in the shower. I was in the shower when he texted me.
I know
And
you sent me that weird picture, but hey,
you know,
What?
and I'm just
no.
he had
Penises
his
aren't
towel-
weird.
He had his Batman towel on. He was, he was, drying
Fruit
off.
baskets are a little weird though.
No, but yeah, I texted or I messaged him, and I was just like, "Would you want to do this?" And he just straight up was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah,
And it was like,
it's a
"All
hard
right,
thing to
there
say
we
no
go."
to.
Yeah, and
Um,
it just seemed fun.
I'm just such a nerd for that shit. I just really am, because I really seek. Something you need to understand about me is that while I've loved comic books for a while, it was these animated series that made me.
Me too.
Well, because you got to remember, in 1992, I got Batman and X-Men in the same year, and then in 2
on the
years,
same channel.
and on the same channel, and then once again on the same channel, 2 years later, you throw Spider-Man into the mix.
Yeah.
And so when you look at my comic book collection, what do I have? It's like Batman, Spider-Man, and X-Men. Like those series are I don't think it's one of those things that I don't think you can understand unless you were there to understand what a big deal those animated series were to a 10 to 12-year-old, and just making and introducing me to characters and concepts that literally I learned about them from the animated series before I learned about them through, like, it was watching them on the show that got me to go seek out the comics. And that's why I always get my feathers in a ruffle when people want to try to say that, reading comics and like, oh, you didn't read this or that first. And they try to throw it up like some sort of gatekeeping thing. And it's like, oh no. We all have our entry point.
Of course.
And if it hadn't been for those cartoons in the early 90s, I wouldn't. I mean, trust me, Dave has seen, Anthony, you guys have seen my comic book collection.
We've all seen it.
I have seen. Yes.
I've not seen it. I would love to see it.
All he has to do is turn his camera around, and you can see like where he's at.
I'll say this: we did a
it was 300. We did.
Yeah, it was a 300. We did like a sort of on Dawson's channel, sort of a breakdown of the book 300, and
awesome.
And we mentioned the movie and stuff, and we it was pretty much like a great conversation just about all of that that particular topic. But afterwards, so we were just hanging out backstage, and Scott was like, "Let me show you something," and he literally took his camera into his entire basement, and I was like, I had one thing, and I'll still the one thing that I had that Scott, the only thing that I have that Scott was like, "Oh, I'd like to have that." I have a football autograph by Herschel Walker. That's the only time Scott was like, "Ooh." He's like, "Ooh."
Thing,
but other than that, we got an extensive look at his collection, and it is absolutely fire.
But once again, everyone has their entry point. And for me, if it was, I mean, yes, I watched the 66 Batman show. Yes, I saw Batman 89 in theaters when I was 7. But while that was there, it really wasn't until this like amazing string of animation that really went deep into, I mean, characters and concepts. Like, these things introduced you to characters that only like hardcore comic book nerds would have known who or what these characters were. And once again, but then me being a book reader was like, oh, cool. Now, where did that come from? And I want to go and like find the trade or find the issue. And thus the collection was born. And so that's why I just love talking about cartoons, was because it was really cartoons that made me, the collector and the reader that I am. And that's why anyone who wants to somehow say that animation is lesser than
Nope.
can
Nope.
kiss
Nope.
my hairy ass, as far as I'm concerned.
I would say.
First of
say
all,
that
send me a
lot of
picture of that ass while you're in the shower.
Exactly. I'll forward it to you. No, but like, no, I mean, like, that was the same for me too. It was like, I had Batman comic books, but it was in no particular, it was just random Batman comic books that I had. And I watched 66, I watched 89. And, but yeah, when it came to Batman Returns, that's also when I became, Batman Returns, Batman animated series. That was also when I became like a diehard fan. Like, oh, okay, this is why I love this character. Holy shit, they're like nailing it here. I want more. And that's the thing. I'm the same way. Like what Scott was, when it came to
and then I love being able to like transfer it because what's coming out next Friday? Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
And my kids are, I mean, I only got to take
Yeah.
I
Miles.
only got I know. Oh, and Sam, you're gonna love this because Declan, who's my now 7-year-old, as far as he was concerned, like he didn't get to go see Into the Spider-Verse in the theaters. He was too young.
Mhm.
Liam was like in kindergarten, and I took him to go see it. Like I picked him up from after school care on Thursday night for the preview, and it was like, we're gonna go see Spider-Man to the Spider-Verse. And then when we watched it at home, as far as Declan was concerned, Miles was Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
Like he
sure.
learned about Peter. Like he didn't really catch on to Peter until later. He dressed up like Miles Spider-Man for Halloween, and then did Peter Spider-Man like the next year.
Yeah.
So the fact that I'm
That's so
taking
fascinating.
everybody to go see Across the Spider-Verse next Friday, it's like it's become like one of those family movies that's like, oh no, I bought tickets for me, my wife, my two oldest.
the whole event.
It's a whole event.
I was just saying like poor Samuel because he's gonna be going on like vacation. He was supposed to see it next week.
Yeah,
but he
right.
Can't see it. He can't see it, and it's just like
Oh no,
That's okay.
no.
He's gonna have a great week with his family though, and that's important too. Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. I called up a couple PR people. I was like, is there any screenings going on in North Carolina near my beach that I'm gonna be at? Because I kind of want to cover it. I got people that are gonna be covering it in DC, but I kind of want to see it for myself. And they were like, I'm so sorry. You can go to Atlanta. I was like, how many hours is that?
Oh no, that's no, that's a drive. That's a drive. I've done that drive. That's a drive.
But I mean, I'm in the same boat, man. When it comes to the animated stuff, like, I mean, I think the thing for me is 1989 Batman. Man, it unraveled my excitement for what superhero movies could be, but also like just film in general. And so after that, the transition was the cartoon series, and like when that came up, and then you had Spider-Man, and like you said, X-Men, like it transformed my whole idea of what superhero themes are, what they can be, what stories can be. And dude, like some of those stories are iconic. Whenever y'all get to like the 3rd season, I think it is, Over the Edge, let me know when y'all are doing that, because that one broke me as a kid, but going and repurposing it and watching it as an adult, it's just so different. It refines what your ideals are. Like it's so interesting, like some of the things that they did with animation. I think even not just American animation, also anime. Like I'm a huge anime nerd, and like even that was booming during that same exact time. So yeah, I think there's some truth to everything y'all are saying as far as animation. Animation
the 90s were it's amazing how the 90s get so much crap, like the comics and everything, but like I look back at the 90s and we're like, it was a wellspring of material.
Saturday morning cartoons, man. I mean, I miss that. I remember when the new like season of Saturday morning cartoons was like probably like at the tail end of summer or whatever. I remember writing down, looking in the TV guide. That's right, guys. That's how I'm dating myself right now. The TV guide, and not on your screen. It was an actual book with pages. Yeah, I remember just looking from like 7:30 till about 11 o'clock. I had schedule. I wrote down, I'm watching this. I'm watching Tales from the Crypt Keeper. I'm watching this. I'm watching, whatever the hell. There's like all these cartoons that were like, in
there
order.
Was the Back to the Future Saturday
Back
morning
to the
cartoon.
Future series. Yes. I had those Happy Meal toys too.
I did too. I had the DeLorean. I had the hoverboard.
Yep.
You know, I didn't care about the train that much.
Yeah. I had that though. I had them
but
all.
I still remember. I didn't have the TV guide, but I had like the TV section of the local newspaper that had like the local TV channels, and I remember because that's how I watched World's Finest parts 1 through 3. It aired at 6 in the morning. But
you had to be up early, man.
But I had to be up. I set my alarm, and it was one of those things where they aired it like the uninterrupted, like all 3 episodes in a row without the part breaks. It was like popping in like the movie as you watched it, and but once again, that was appointment viewing. Like it was I had to wake my ass up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday if I was going to watch that 3-parter.
So weird, I mean, just to even think about that now, like on a Saturday as a kid, waking up before your parents, everybody, you're up and you're just watching because you're so excited for cartoons. I'm like, I feel sorry that the children of today don't have that. They could just be like, what are we gonna watch?
Anytime they want.
They could just stream it, and it's
entitled little shits.
Yeah, I know, right? So spoiled.
Yeah, they're spoiled, but yet when they get older, it's really nice when they can operate the Apple TV all by themselves, and mommy and daddy can sleep in.
Then you got that too.
Go watch whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really cool. You know what Declan's watching right now? He's found on Max. Old school Ben 10.
Ben 10.
Wow.
I never watched that when I was.
I never watched it either, but there was like old Ben 10 and new Ben 10, and I basically told Declan, "No, you're watching like old Ben 10. Like that's what you're watching." And and he's already made it through like the Terra arc.
Listen to this gatekeeping here.
No, I will gatekeep my children. I will do that. But but then Declan also, because we've been loving Teen Titans Go for so long, he's been going back and watching the old OG Teen Titans, and he just made it through the Terra arc season, and I was just like, so he's in the Brother Blood Hive season now. And I'm just like, yes.
Nice.
I never watched that when I was a kid. Yeah, I was just like I said, it was like so many different, and I remember there was like the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego.
Yeah, I love Carmen Sandiego.
Nobody's gonna mention gargoyles.
Gargoyles.
Gargoyles. You guys have made me want to do a show like you're doing with the Fanimated for gargoyles. The thing is, I don't want to do it by myself. So it's like I have a friend who I used to podcast with, but it's hard to get on schedule with him. But I would love to do that show.
Because anything Greg Wiseman touched was gold.
He's amazing.
I loved it when the 3 Artifacts made a cameo in the 4th season of Young Justice, and I was there going, reference. No, I loved it how like there was all 3 of them, all 3 of the magical artifacts that combined from that show were all in Etric. It was Jason Blood, and he was like, "Stop it! Don't touch that."
Yeah,
touch that. I was like nerding out so hard.
You did the whole Rick.
I was doing this like all the way around.
And by the way, rest in peace to Rick Dalton.
Rick Dalton.
Yeah, according to Tarantino, he has passed away. So, So according to him, so he lived a good life, though. But I guess Cliff Booth is still alive at 90. Yeah. I saw somebody actually post like Brad Pitt in the Benjamin Button when he was old. He's like, "This is what Cliff Booth looks like now." I was like, that was pretty funny. But rest in peace, Rick Dalton from Once Upon a Time. He's apparently passed away. But I did want to say that there's only one person here who's seen The Flash.
Oh, man.
One lucky individual. There could have been 2. But sadly.
So, Samuel, you saw it?
He did.
Okay. I want nothing. I say nothing. That's all.
Say nothing. Just nod your head. No.
I just nod my head at everything.
No. But I know Sam. Obviously, we don't want any specific details. I mean, obviously, as you sent me,
impressions are cool.
Yeah. You sent me your reaction, and I was like, okay. Obviously, you enjoyed it.
Look, I'm
Put you on the
I'm
spot,
not even
man.
gonna lie to you guys.
Okay, Samuel, hold on, Samuel. I gotta ask one question before we get started. I need context here. How old are you?
What? How old am I?
Yes, how old are you?
I was born in 87.
87. Okay. Frame of reference set.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. Cool.
All right. So I left the movie and I was like underneath the microscope saying, don't tell anyone anything. And I was like, I wasn't planning on it. Like, no, don't shoot a review, don't do a reaction, don't do anything. And so I've been holding in how I actually feel. So nobody has actually seen exactly how I feel. But if you're looking at my face right now, the smile on my face is exactly what the movie did for me. I am a big 1989 Batman fan. I love The Flash. And I'll say this movie to me is like it's almost the perfect celebration of DC film, period. Like, and that's the biggest, best thing I can say. And I'm not just talking about now, but period. If you are a DC fan, if you are only a DC comic fan, this gave you all of those things. The movie itself is very entertaining. Some people it's going to be subjective on people's perspective on how the storyline goes.
It always is.
But from beginning to end, very entertaining. I didn't even see a fully finished movie. That's one thing that nobody has said.
Right. Nobody's seen that.
The
yet.
movie that I've seen is not completed, meaning VFX not done. Scenes weren't there. I didn't even get to see credits. So at the end of the movie, it just ended. So I never even got to see credits. So there's no end credit scenes.
Was the music finished?
The music was finished.
Was it? It wasn't like source music added in? Okay, cool.
So Wallfish is good. Wallfish did good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at his face.
Stop getting him in trouble.
I'm not getting you in trouble.
He is holding
He
back.
has said nothing.
I
He has said
am
nothing.
acting for you guys.
Hey, Sam, we appreciate that though, for real.
Yeah.
I think we all can collectively appreciate that. What you just gave us, because there's only so much you can fucking say. So yeah, we
Look at him. He wants to just be like, oh.
Yeah, I know. Yes, yeah, of course.
All right,
does.
trust me.
Of course he does.
Sam, I appreciate the position he's in because, like I've told Dave before, this is how I felt the night I got to see Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then I had to go and record the Conan the Barbarian review with Jordan, Ray, and Tim, and they were all looking at me like, "You fucker."
Yeah.
So I get it, and I appreciate where Sam's coming from right now.
Yeah, I'll say this: I bought my ticket for the 12th, and I'm supposed to see it again, the full version, on the 6th, and I am not gonna miss that. I'm not gonna miss it. So from what I saw of an unfinished film, what I've said to you guys thus far is really me downsizing a lot of it. So I know most of you guys here are DC fans. I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Like, it's not just a celebration of one thing, it's a celebration of everything.
Okay.
That's cool. I'm looking forward to that because I've just been giddy about, like, especially after watching that first trailer. Now, I've not seen this last trailer. Don't
look at any more trailers.
No, that's the thing. This last trailer, no matter the one that got released the same day the tickets went on sale, you better believe it kept on popping up on my timeline. I just went scroll. There's
clips scrolling and everything too that are just showing up,
and I'm like, I don't need it. I've seen 2 trailers. It's like I don't have to be sold on this movie. Like, I'm already like I'm there. I'm there. And yes, Dave, I did buy that hot toy, just not for you. Sorry.
Ah, damn it. How much was it?
Wait, which one?
They have a hot toy No, they actually have several, but the one I got was they have a hot toy of Keaton's Batman from the Flash in his what they're calling the modern suit.
Okay.
And
yeah. Okay.
and the cowl even comes off, and the sculpt of like old man Michael Keaton. Yeah.
No, I saw it. He does look good. It does look good. It does.
Yeah, no, they do, however, have a new version of the 89 hot toy that you can pre-order, and they got like a Batmobile that you can get, and the deluxe edition comes with like the gargoyle, like from the you know from the end. I actually, and I think one of my followers even was like, "I'm surprised you didn't get the 89 one." I said, "Actually, like the toys and the accessories that came with it, I was more down for the modern suit, like this one."
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
Look at that thing.
That face
that
sculpt
is
is killer.
beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
Because
How
that
much is
McFarlane toy
that?
dropped the ball on the face sculpt.
What's
There's
the
a-
price on this?
Okay, the price on this full price is $305.
Okay.
But
Wow.
if you do what I do, which is you always do the payment plans,
I love that.
you only pay a $30 down payment, and then they break it up into 5 monthly payments of $50-something that you don't even start paying until next May.
Right. When they ship it, right?
Well, no, they break up the payment so that the last month you pay is the month
It ships to you.
it ships to you.
Ah, that's smart. Oh, I love that.
So like I put the down payment down yesterday, and then I don't have to pay another thing until May of next year.
The problem is you bought 12 of them. So.
No. But
one for each of us.
Yeah.
but
Right.
if you buy it now and you get one of the first editions, there's an exclusive accessory of this stand that the cowl can rest on.
That's dope.
Because the cowl can come off, and you've got 3 different like mouth molds that you can put on.
And
him.
the eyes also.
And the
are moving,
eyes
too.
move.
What?
What?
This thing is detailed as all freaking.
Oh
hell,
my
man.
gosh.
And you get
I
a
know.
grappling gun, you get a batarang, you get an 89 batarang with a rope on it, you get ninja stars, you get a bomb and a detonator.
Yeah, because we all know that Keaton's Batman loves to blow people up.
Yes, he does.
We all
And
know
set them
that.
on fire.
Those were non-lethal bombs.
Yes, exactly. And we got somebody else running right now. We got Mr. Phil joining right now. What's going on?
What up?
Hey.
What up?
An Al Ghul in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, funny. I don't remember which one of you guys mentioned gargoyles, but there's a fun DC connection to gargoyles.
Hey,
you guys know who
Phil, your
ran
mic
gargoyles?
isn't on.
Your mic's not
Your
working.
mic-
if you
Mic's
were-
not
Yeah,
working.
Right now.
No.
No.
Yeah, you're
Still
picking
muffled.
your computer. I think it's your computer mic that's
No,
picking you
that
up.
might be, yeah.
Yeah, check your
Sound like
input.
you're underwater a little bit, but yeah, check it out. But no, but that's cool. I know when I saw that, I was like, oh man, I want it, but I'm like, I don't know.
Real quick, when you mentioned the animated stuff earlier and how the impact it has, we talk about that all the time on the Venom vlog about how a lot of people know the origin of Venom through your. Oh, we hear you. Perfect.
Thank you.
They hear the origin. They think the origin of Venom is John Jameson bringing the Prometheus rock, and I'm like, oh well, there was an event called Secret Wars, and some people know it and some people don't, but it just shows the impact of how well they retold that story without doing Secret Wars for Venom's origin, and which the movie ultimately based off of. They're like, all right, we're gonna have an astronaut bring it on a
Well,
shuttle.
when we dove into Superman, I mean, Brainiac's origin is changed, but we accept it because it's great. It's great how they did it in Superman the animated series. The fact that he was a part of Krypton and he was like their AI to like just have the answers for everything, which is kind of creepy when we're in this age of AI.
Watching the last Son of Krypton Part 1, Dave and I were kind of going,
this hits close.
Yeah,
A little too close to home. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, but then it was just like, but it's just like, it's one of those things where it's just like, for animations, like a lot of people, who got introduced to these characters maybe didn't take the time to actually like, all right, let me see what happened over here in all this, literature that we have. But at the same time, we always loved the fact that they could reach, and I like that when it happens to movies. Does it always does it always work? No, but when they do make changes where you go, hey, you know what? That's pretty cool. You like the way that you did that, right?
Like Harley Quinn, for instance. Like,
Like from animated,
it's craziness.
Yeah, it's crazy how Batman the Animated Series. I mean, they changed Clayface, and Clayface was so just in the news. Yeah, they changed them. They were like, "Hey, we're gonna change it up a little bit, and this is what it is now." And now that's what they use Clayface now. And but there was even like a rumor too that apparently Matt Flanagan, right? Matt Flanagan,
no.
Mike Flanagan.
Mike Flanagan.
Yeah. Apparently that it is a go. There's a rumor that it might be a go that he might be doing that Clayface movie that takes place in the Batman universe. I don't know, or it might be part of part two. I don't know. I've seen too many different fucking rumors.
I don't care. I'll wait till Mike Flanagan confirms it because I follow at Flanagan Film, and Mike Flanagan is just one of those guys that's like,
hey.
Mike Flanagan is Stephen King's favorite director.
No, there's a reason for that. Because
100% there's a reason for that. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's like the only other person who did Stephen King justice as much as Mike Flanagan was Frank Darabont when he did like Shawshank and The
100%.
Mist and Green Mile.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then you get Mike Flanagan doing like Gerald's Game on Netflix and then doing Dr. Sleep.
Gerald's Game is so damn good.
That was a good movie.
Oh, so good. Oh,
it's just as creepy as the book because trust me, I'm watching the movie going, I know what's about to happen, and I still am freaked the fuck out watching this.
Gugino, oh my gosh.
Carla Gugino. I mean, anything she's in. I know. I don't know why I haven't watched it yet. I gotta watch that movie, but
so good, dude.
It's pretty intense, bro. Prepare yourself.
And then Dr. Sleep. Oh my God.
Dr.
Sleep was excellent.
And Rebecca Ferguson.
Yes.
Yes.
What were you going to say about Gargoyles?
There's a DC title there. The guy who show ran Gargoyles, Greg Wiseman, he did Young Justice.
Yeah.
No, I know. We talked about that. Yeah, we talked about
that. He also did Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yes, he did.
Which was such an amazing.
And Star Wars Rebels.
Yes.
That's right.
They basically the man just touches animation, and it's just like because what happens with Greg Wiseman, like we've talked about with like Bruce Timm and Paul Dean and Alan Burnett, was they didn't treat cartoons like cartoons. They treated cartoons as they were storied.
Right.
And so like Greg Wiseman has even said that he loves it when people come up to him and say, I love Shakespeare now because of what you did on Gargoyles. And I'm just like, and I'm sitting here going, the dude made Shakespeare like canon to his entire universe, and I love it.
Yeah, I was like, what show because I rewatched Gargoyles like a year, like during the pandemic. I have all the DVDs, and I was rewatching it. And I go, I forgot like the fourth episode of that show. One of the Gargoyles shoots the main character cop by accident with her own gun.
Deadly Force,
and she's paralyzed the rest of the season. I'm like, what show does that? Like, I'm like, that's outstanding that they. Just to sell the message of how dangerous guns are, they had ramifications for it for the rest of the season.
Oh, and later on in the series, because it was the cop who would put the gun in her shoulder holster, and she would just hang her shoulder holster on like a coat rack. Right. For the rest of the show, they would show her putting the gun in a gun safe. It carried on through the rest of the show.
It wasn't just an after-school special episode. It was like a thing with impact for the characters and everything in the world. Yeah, it's amazing. That show's amazing.
I love that show. And if you love Star Trek, freaking everyone who was on Star Trek was a voice in that show.
I know. So good.
No, but so Sam, you're the lucky one that it's seen the Flash. I mean, sadly, my venture out there. I mean, it sucked. Well, but at the same time, it was just like it was almost like I knew something was like. I'm like, when I was driving out there, I was like, okay, it's just gonna happen because obviously this is like this was like a fan screening event kind of thing, and I know Seek, you're more familiar with a lot of these, and even Sam, you're probably familiar with a lot of this stuff. I mean, I know they overbook intentionally.
Yep.
You know,
They have
because
to.
they want to build up the hype, which and I was even telling people that because people were even saying like, why didn't they give you assigned seating? Isn't that the thing now? I'm like, no, because if you assign the seat and then the person just goes, I'm not going to make it, they lose out that seat because you know, you can't depend on a person to be like, here, have my ticket back. So they want to fill up the theater. But the thing about these screenings that were happening, it was just like, okay, yeah, understandable, you might not get there, it's not a guarantee, sure, but then at the same time you have people talking about, oh, they filled up most of their auditorium with kids, they filled it up with it. I guess in my case, in my screening, bunch of execs, there was executives, there were influencers, and they were all in cosplayers and all kinds of stuff like that. And that's why, like, if you watch my little rant video, I was like, yeah, I could have just, you know, been like, I'm the film junkie, I should be able to get it, you know, or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, look,
Could have used
look
that
at all my
clout.
videos. I could have used my clout. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, that would have sucked for, like, you know, the people I was with. I don't know if they would have, you know. But I the only thing that I, you know, and I expressed this is like, okay, if you're going to have, because again, there was like probably about 200 people in line. And I'm like, okay, not everybody's going to get in. There was probably about 50 people in front of us. And when we saw people like ahead of us, they probably let about 10 people in from the line.
Wow.
Yeah,
About
because
10,
there's nothing saying
maybe
that you
15.
can't save a seat or save a spot
Yeah.
in the line just as long as they're in line ahead of time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just kind of funny because then I even got pushback from people like, we got to get there early. I'm like, yeah, I mean, but there's like, and I even read, you know, and I did a little clip on it. Somebody at a different AMC said that they got there at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. for a 7 o'clock p.m. start time. So they got there at 10. They're waiting 9 hours for this thing.
Yeah.
And they were let in with 5 other people. And that was it.
God.
Can you imagine like the
insane.
people who were that eighth person who got there at probably 10:07 and was waiting all day and then got turned away? I don't know. To me, it was just like, hey, just to let just a mass email, which I know they're capable of because I got 3 emails prior to, you know, hey, just a reminder, you know, but it's like let people know, like, hey, just to let you know, your screening is gonna be this is who's gonna get guaranteed seats. We're going to have, we want to have these people to have seats. We have a bunch of children showing up. We have people, influencers, whatnot showing up. So, you know, your chances are decreased. I wouldn't have fucking driven 2 hours in traffic to go if I knew that was going to be the case. I would not have done that. And that's a shit show when it came to these screening ratings.
And that also doesn't help their case either. I mean, like to have that happen, like, and then, like, from outsiders looking in, that doesn't help their case. So, all these people drove down here and waited in line for these long times, and they're just like, "Yo, we can't let you in."
Yeah, I think I don't want to say they wanted to make sure the perception is that everybody's waiting to get into this, but they definitely wanted to make sure that they built up enough momentum that everybody had this opportunity. But I'm gonna say this, and this is a small little story about me and trying to see the Flash. So normally I go and, you know, the PR team or whoever is like, hey, you got to make sure you're there like 15 minutes early, 30 minutes early. I get there, have my assigned seat. It's cool because I'm there to cover it. Sometimes we do that with a combination. There's certain people that are there from the public and then there's press. So it's just fine. We still have our assigned seat. But with this, they told me explicitly, you have no seat. Like you got a ticket, but you have no seat. And so what we used to do before I was a critic and stuff like that, we would go to these fan screenings all the time. We would go, I kid you not, like sometimes wait 5 hours in a line, just sitting there, eating our food, working, then we would get through. And I told my crew, I was like, look, it's the all or nothing days. They're back. We're getting there early. And so sure enough, we got there at 3 o'clock for a 7 p.m. screening. I think we were like 8th or maybe like 5th line. And we knew that even though we were critics, like I knew for a fact what they were going to do. They were going to flood it. People were going to let other people in the lines. And I was kind of like, I just want to see the movie. I don't care about my seating. I just need to be able to see the movie. And so I went there at 3 o'clock to get there for a 7 o'clock film. It was ridiculous, but that was even what I had to do. And I did see the same exact thing, Dave. I saw some people that were influencers. I saw people that were cosplayers. and they had their random assigned seating, which I thought was weird because even some of the press people didn't get that. So I don't know what that was about, but I didn't care because I saw the movie. But I did empathize with people that were like getting there maybe around like 5:30, and they were like, "Wait, I'm not gonna be able to see this movie." Like, but they didn't go to them and tell them, "Hey, you might need to kind of dart off," because at this point we counted the people in line. They didn't even do a count. They just slowly started to let people in, and I don't think that was the best approach with it. It built hype, and the perception is that this is a big thing that's going on, but it undercuts people that really wanted to try to get there, and they didn't have a fair expectation of what was going to be, honestly.
Well, and then my perception, because like I was like in the break room at work watching Dave's video, you know, and I literally was reacting because when I saw this, I just went, "What the fuck?" I was saying this, and I think my concern was the word of mouth and the perception of all the pissed off people who didn't get to see, because it was one thing if a random pissed off person, like let's say if Dave just, you know, was just shit out of luck and, you know, didn't make it, sure, I would be entertained watching his rant because he's entertaining when he rants. But then when I kind of do just a quick, like, I don't even have to look that hard. I just have to scroll my personal timeline and all the stories from people I personally know who got screwed over.
Right.
And suddenly my timeline is suddenly going from a timeline where people were getting super excited and hyped, like you said, about seeing this movie, to now there was a lot of bitter grapes. And it was, let's just say that the timeline was filled more with bitter grapes about the experience of how the screenings were run, rather than the people who did get in and were trying to provide reactions. So I, in my mind, if the point of the screening is to build hype and word of mouth, this is another one of the situations where whoever was responsible for how this went down, it's like, you keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Like, it was a situation where this backfired massively in a perception game. Like in the game of spin, you lost this game because you pissed off so many people. You pissed off more people than got to see the movie. So the word of mouth and the what's the word that I'm looking for? But the flavor of the timeline was not in your favor, and it had nothing to do with the quality of the movie. It merely had to deal with how people were treated, and then they're getting pissed off, and I think rightly so, about the way that this whole situation was handled. And so that's why I got to go, what did you hope to achieve? Because I don't think you got what you were hoping for.
It was all just a weird thing. Like I said, I mean, even at the screening we were at, they were doing the world premiere, like of Fubar, Arnold Schwarzenegger's new series, which it was kind of cool. I saw Arnold on the red carpet when we were walking out with my little fucking flash poster and my new pass. We were like walking out like frustrated and like, hey, there's Arnold. And then, of course, security's like, move it along, guys. You can't stop. We're like, fuck you. I can't even pull out my phone and take a picture of Arnold. No, you know, I can't even like do that. And then it was just like one of those things where it was just, you know, like I said, if I would have just gotten the fact that it's like, hey, if my chances decreased, because I knew I was going to have to get there as early as possible, but I had work, you know, that's the thing. I didn't take the day off. So I was like, okay, but I'm going to start as early as possible so I can get off and just head out there. Luckily, like people that were out there, like Jose and Russ and, you know, they were going to be out there. They live out there. So I'm like, get there as soon as you guys can and see and hold a place or whatever. I'm going to get there as soon as possible. It took me not 2 hours, but like an hour and 47, according to my phone. It's
still a drive, bro. Still a drive.
Traffic. Yeah. And it was just like, okay, but then we got there, we get in line, and it just seems like, oh, there's about 50 people in front of us. We're golden. We're golden. This auditorium is probably holding like over 200 people. We're golden. And so we're just sitting there waiting. We're talking to other people. Everybody's, excited. You got Batman shirts everywhere. You got Flash shirts. You got just everybody's excited. And then as the time just keeps going and like, we're just kind of going, all right, it's 6:05. I wonder if they're going to start. And this is after like they've already like going, hey, do you have your QR code or your, this little girl comes out and just like, I mean, it was funny because Jose was like, is that a robot? Because she's just saying the same thing going to everybody. She's just like, you have your QR code? You have your QR code? She was just going through and it's like, okay, so they're about to let people in. And then we're just like going, okay, it's getting close, but then it gets to like, 6:15, 6:20, 6:30, and the line's not moving. We're like, what the hell is happening? Then finally the line starts moving and we start getting closer. And then somebody like in the line goes, oh, you're probably not going to get in. They're giving specific people red passes to get in. And then everybody else gets a pass for another time. And you're like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And it's this time it's like 6:55. So we've already been in line for 2 hours. And yeah, sure enough, we get handed a little poster and a pass for next week. And it was just kind of like, it was just so frustrating. I'm like, oh God, I'm glad I waited, 2 hours in traffic and 2 hours in line for a fucking Flash poster. Sweet. Well, I love it.
I'm gonna be the descending voice here.
Okay.
I'm shocked.
Before you do, which is great. ACS, I know you got to go.
Yeah,
oh man.
Yeah.
Nice hanging out with you again, man.
Hey, nice. Appreciate y'all. Dave, always appreciate the invite and anytime.
Yeah.
Yo. And also when I do get a chance to see the Flash, I hope we have a big old conversation.
Yes, we definitely will. That's
gonna happen.
I'm there. Let me know when y'all do it.
Friday vodka stream after the Flash comes out. We're all having a big discussion about it. Spoilers and everything. We're not holding back. We're not holding back.
I hope so.
So yeah, everybody.
So everybody, y'all have a peaceful night, and I'll talk to y'all, man. Y'all
all right, Anthony. Take it easy. All
right.
Appreciate it. All right, go ahead, Seek.
Go Seek.
No, well,
because I wanted to hear your perception of this. I really did.
Yeah.
Well, no. First of all, I'm on your side, obviously. So I'm gonna.
No, that's why I wanted to ask you because I know you've been to a lot of these like advanced screenings.
Well, I was gonna say that's how I met you. I was trying to get you to go to Justice League, and you had already had a screening that day, so that worked out anyway. You got to see it. But that show, I think they wanted us there at like. Even though that was the red carpet and all that stuff, so that was a little bit of a different case. But I think I still got there around noon that day, and they didn't let us in till like 5 or 6 p.m. And they only let me in because I was dressed up like a Green Lantern, because they were getting down to the nitty gritty of like who they could fit in there, and they were like, all right, we're looking for people who stand out, that will look good on camera at this point. And so I was like, well, I have a glowing Green Lantern, and they were like, okay, yeah, you can come in. And I said, well, hey, he's with me. And this random guy I was talking to in line who ended up becoming a friend. So I was able to yank him in. But it was the same when I went to the Green Lantern premiere back in 2011. Again, they only let me in, even though I got there at 10:30 a.m. that day. And they didn't let people. I was like, it's the red carpet, like it's going to be a big deal. So I got there, and again, it was like 6 p.m. before they finally let us in to the theater.
Wow.
And it gets like that, and it's definitely a commitment. Most people in LA, and it sounds like Samuel, and I even know you, Dave, like they, like you even said, you're like, look, I got to work, I got to, but there are people that do, they take I take the day off because I'm like, if I want to see it, I got to go. So it's one of those things where like when it's like, oh, I drove the 2 hours to go there. I did this, I did that. And all I got was a poster and a pass for the next one. It's one of those things where like when you work in retail and you work in like marketing and stuff, you're just like, okay, that's not on me as the promoter, but I know you're I would vent the same thing. It's like, we all get to that point, but But from their standpoint, I agree. Like, yeah, they have to overbook, but sometimes, like for example, you went to the Grove, right? That's where your screening was.
Yes.
Okay. So the Grove is where I saw Venom with Tom Hardy. But the thing is, they didn't promote that Tom Hardy was going to be there. They just were like, "Oh, we're doing a screening of something from Sony," and it was like really vague. So we went down there and got in line. Like, actually, I wasn't even going to go. I was like, you know what? I'm tired. I just got home from work, and it's, it takes me like 45 minutes to get to the Grove from where I was living. And my friend Andrew, the guy from the Justice League that I met, he was like, dude, come down here. No one's here. And I think I heard someone say Tom Hardy's going to be here.
Ooh.
And I was like, what? So even on that risk, I was like, I'm going. And when I got there, he didn't even have to hold a place for me. It took me 45 minutes to get there, and still no one came and stood behind him in line. And so we're in line, and I'm like, there's no way Tom Hardy's here. There's only like 12 people. And luckily, like, a couple other people started showing up. And then I started tweeting like, hey, just come down here. They're just giving passes out now to people. So sometimes they get so desperate. So I don't know how quickly they pre-plan those people going to yours, but it could have been one of those things where the night before, whatever marketing, because sometimes it is Warner Brothers marketing that does it, and sometimes they hire a third party. And it could have been one of those things where, like, someone didn't know, like, if they were actually going to have a good turnout. So they found a way to guarantee overnight certain seats so that they had, because their job is only to fill that place. They don't care who gets in and who doesn't, as long as the place is filled. That's their job, which is why that lady sounds like a robot. Did you do this? Did you do this? They're just, that's who they hire to do those things.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating to know, because I know, because I've been in those situations where the line cuts off right in front of me, or cuts 10 people in front of me. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So when people say you should have got there earlier, you're right. That still wouldn't have helped you. Like, a lot of times that doesn't help. So it's kind of a moot thing to argue with you about. But it does get, I get it. And it sounds like here in Florida, we had someone get arrested at our flash screening.
Yeah, that's great.
I heard about
Yeah.
it. I didn't get any
Hey,
details.
Florida.
Yeah.
Florida man strikes again.
Yeah.
We can't miss a
Crazy.
beat. Anytime there's a chance for us to look like idiots, we will take that chance. But it sucks. Like, when I saw your video, and I was like, I'm 100% on Dave's side here. I get it, but I also, like, get how little they care, And so when you say, like, oh, what were you hoping? What was your expectation? Like, you're going to get bad word of mouth. A week from now, no one's going to be talking about.
That's the thing. Yeah.
They're not going to talk about they couldn't get into the Flash. And I think that's also why they promoted that it's not a full version of the movie. So don't feel like you missed out. Like, that you didn't get to see the good stuff that's going to be in the final cut. So I think they're trying to do some damage control on it. But in a week, people are going to see Spider-Verse, and then after that, Transformers, and then Flash will be out, and it'll be here before we know it.
And then, Seek, to your point, what happened the day after the screening, the tickets went on sale.
Yeah.
So
and another trailer came out.
So, because, like, I remember I was at work, and normally, like, when I'm at work, I turn my phone, I put a work filter on to where, like, I don't get every single flipping notification. Like, basically, it's an email or my wife's calling. Otherwise, no, literally, I don't know anything's happening until I, go on a break. I turn the filter off, and suddenly it's like ding, 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 all the notifications. It's almost as bad as having airplane mode on.
Yeah.
But I remember keeping my phone on me, because I've played this game before about the day tickets go on sale. Like, I was just lucky somebody said something to let me know, oh, tomorrow's the day, because I was doing my job. And I was checking like every half hour or something to just see. And by the time I checked, 4 tickets had already been sold to the screening I wanted to go to, like the time, the auditorium, because I want to see it in IMAX.
Right.
And I lost my seats already.
Right.
Now, all I did was I grabbed those seats, just the row behind where I normally sit, because I'm like, okay, 1 row behind isn't going to kill me, because it has to be Thursday night, and it has to be 6:30. I was kind of locked into this is the showing I have to go to.
Yeah.
But once again, then was I worried about Dave's rant? No, I was worried about getting my fucking tickets.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well,
No. I mean, like, and it was funny too because I mean, obviously, I was like, all right, obviously, I got to do a video. I gotta, and even in my video, I was like, you know what, it's fine, it's whatever. It was funny too because as frustrating as it was just kind of like, you know what, this is what it is.
yeah.
It was like an acceptance that happened, even though it was frustrating. And then, but of course, I was like, all right, I'm gonna rant a little bit, but that at the same time, I was like, yeah, maybe I could have, like I said in the video, whipped out the Film Junkee YouTube dick and been like, hey, I could do, I'm this, and they probably would have sent me in there, but then I would have felt bad for, the three others that I was like talking to. I'm like, this is my posse, this is my crew, my entourage. Maybe I could have, I don't know. I'll know that for next time when it comes to something like this. I'll be like, all right, if there's something like this, I gotta just be like,
you gotta be a dick.
Yeah,
Be a dick.
wear one of my shirts and be like, hey, I have a YouTube channel or something like that. I don't know, but I have to be like that. Walk in with like an entourage and wearing sunglasses and whatever. But
Johnny Cage style.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that the truth is like I said, I used to do this back in the day. Like there's a website, and all you guys that are watching chat, y'all can, I don't care if you know it or not.
Yeah.
There's a website called advancedscreenings.com.
Yep.
You go to advancedscreenings.com, you check your zip code, wherever you are in the country, there are screenings going on right now. And you can get those codes. Anybody can get those GoFobo codes, but you have to know how to play the game. And the only way to play the game is you have to get there before anybody else or have somebody else willing to swap out for you. And if you don't know that game, and that's the thing, like the people that were going to see this class, they didn't understand that. And it's like, if they didn't know, no matter how early they would have got, it wouldn't have worked because they wouldn't know like, oh man, somebody could save this spot and nobody can say anything against them because the PR people aren't there to stop that. They're just trying to pack the theater.
Right.
And so for anybody that does want to see movies, like I know there's a lot of people that they do this on a regular basis. They don't want to pay for movies. They don't want a movie pass. They want to see them for free. And I used to do that all the time. And it's your God-given right to do that. But just know that if you do have a situation like this, like say if it's Dune, like Dune 2, it's the same exact situation. Get your pass, have somebody that's your buddy, let them go and save the spot for you ahead of time. And then you balance your chances of being able to at least get in. Whether or not you get a good seat, that's up in there because they're probably going to have like reserved seats because they're trying to do something agenda based. But yeah, I definitely know I've seen it, but there are great opportunities to see films for free.
See, the only thing that prevents me from doing that is like the fact that I'd have to drive into fucking LA. That's the thing. Like,
yeah, sure.
That's what prevents me from doing it. It's the fact that it's just like, I know about that stuff. I've always heard about like, oh yeah, I can get an advance, try to get an advanced thing. But the fact of the matter is I would have to like literally like take time off work and, and it's old school. Like you said, you have to get there early.
And it's not a guarantee still. If you get
it's not a guarantee
right.
still. So it's not worth my time. And so like when this came about, I thought, okay, I got the passes. Yes, I know it's not guaranteed. And I got people that live over there already. Like I was like, all right, I'm going to hit up him. And I'm like, he's already out there. So maybe he'll be out there, get in line, do this stuff and everything. And I thought, and then when I got there, I thought we were just golden because there was like, like I said, there's like 50 people in front of us. But again, you're just not knowing what was going to, what were they going to do to fill up that auditorium? I mean, I guess, like you said, Segus, like you never know, like it could have been very last minute of how they wanted to fill it up. I know there was I don't know if it was like school children, like in other screenings. I know multiple other screenings got that. They were like, oh yeah, we filled it up with classrooms of kids. And, to be honest, I would have been like, I don't want to watch it with a bunch of kids. That's what I said. I mean, when I watched Little Mermaid last night, Jesus Christ, what's always funny is like, especially when it's like the Disney movies, I always try to sit in the front part because I already know the back part. And sure enough, there was a kid up there wailing and I'm like, there it is. And I was like, but luckily I'm like really close. So I didn't have to like hear too much of that, but I'm like, I feel sorry for all the people that are around right there because that kid did not half the movie.
You know, it's funny. I had an experience watching Shazam. I got to see it 2 weeks early because of the advanced screening website that Sam mentioned. And so I managed to see Shazam, the first film, at least a couple weeks early before it had released worldwide in April. So I managed to sit next to a young lad and his mother, and it was a complete, total 180 experience from what you just had. The kid, like when the Shazam family showed up, he was actually up and like throwing his hands up in the air. It was like pretty glorious. There were a lot of kids in the theater too, and it was pretty cheerworthy. But again, you know, that movie would call for something like that, especially for a lot of kids. So
and I'm not saying that like the kids that were there like at those screenings were probably like, you know, older than, you know, when people bring in like practically infants, I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
that's where
it's like that's why I'm a good parent. You know, I'm the one who I wait to see if the kids can sit through a movie at my home.
Yes,
right.
Before I send them to a theater, and like that's why Declan didn't get to see movies for like 1 or 2 years after when I was taking Liam, because Declan was like, nope, you have lost the privilege of going to the movie theater because you can't behave, you can't sit your ass down like your brother can during a movie. And I'm that parent who's like, nope, I yanked you from you get yanked off the bench. Sorry, you know.
Yeah,
you're over there because you're in timeout. Now he's perfectly fine. Now he's got to see when Callum can start going to, you know, move. And we have to work on that one. But
you're a good parent, Scott. Yes.
Well, you know, I think about what it's like being the guy who just wants to go there to watch a movie. I'm the guy when someone shushes my wife and my wife wants to complain, I go, what? They had a point. Still love it. She got shushed 3 times during La La Land, and she tried to act so offended. And I was like, you had it coming. So
I still couldn't believe the second time that I watched the first Deadpool movie. A couple walked like with a scroller came into the movie.
Stroller?
A stroller. Sorry, I'm thinking of scrolling. Stroller with a stroller. I'm like, so they had a little infant child. Deadpool. What the fuck? Like, what the hell are you even thinking? Of course, and then thankfully, 15 minutes in, they were gone. You know, kids started making noise, and they probably realized, oh wait, this is not going to work. Yeah, it was like I couldn't believe it. Like, I sometimes I'm like, I remember when I saw Ford v Ferrari. Oh my god, I wanted to Homer Bart Simpson this kid because he like this kid was sleeping for probably about 2/3 of the movie, which was great. This young kid, but as soon as he woke up, he couldn't sit down. He was running up and down the aisle and banging on the chairs.
No.
I literally stood up and I looked at the freaking, I don't want to cause a ruckus, so I did the whole look back and look at the parents and give them that fucking look. That's what I did. As far as I went.
Good.
As far as I went, because I still wanted to enjoy this movie. But yeah, this kid would not, he was just full of energy when he woke up. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? This is Thursday night. It's a school night, I'm assuming. Why did you bring this kid to a movie that he's not going to enjoy at all? This is an adult movie.
It's a dad movie. It's a dad movie.
100% a dad movie. Oh man, it was so ridiculous. But I mean, at least he was asleep but of course it's, the final act, the final race. And I'm like going, this kid is running up and down the aisle right now. And what is he parents doing? Nothing.
They're watching him tucker himself out so he'll sleep later.
That's what they're thinking. Probably.
But Samuel, to your point, I remember I used to get, when I used to work at Barnes & Noble, we would get the passes delivered to the store, and they'd just be on the break room table. I mean, that's how I saw Scott Pilgrim versus the World. That's how I saw Grindhouse. That's how I saw Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance. I saw all these, these free advanced screenings. And I'm trying to remember what was the last one of and then I saw Tomb Raider, the new one, for it was a go for somebody actually said, hey, here's a code, go see Tomb Raider. And I was like, cool. I could have seen Spider-Verse early, but it was the SEC championship game. And I was just like, no, Alabama, Georgia, I can't.
Yeah.
I could have seen Spider-Verse early too, but I say it's the same deal. I had something going on, and then I watched the movie, and I was like, "Damn it!"
No, and for me, it wasn't damn it because I felt like I actually saw
Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
It's
Nice.
a Ghost Rider Lego set with a lighting kit.
Oh,
That's pretty
nice.
dope.
Whoa,
Ghost
look at
Rider.
that, look at that. Look at
Oh, that's
that.
dope. That is
Yeah.
beautiful. I
That
love
is
that.
cool.
Yeah, the only reason I bought this, I got this for my birthday. I used to work at Lego, but I haven't bought a Lego set in a long time. And when I saw they were doing this, I was like, I have to get it. And then I saw a lighting kit available
Love it.
online, and I said, okay, yeah, this is sold. So all the flames light up on them.
Pretty dope.
The only time a movie has ever like the film has like come apart on screen in a movie theater. The only time this has ever happened to me, Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance. Like 45 minutes in the movie, it just like starts cutting out and the audio fucks up and like everything just goes wrong. They turn
Even
the
the
lights on.
projector was like, this movie sucks. Let's put something else on.
Okay. I'm sorry. Hot take here.
Yes,
I enjoy Spirit
Yes.
of Vengeance.
He does.
thank you. I
I-
actually enjoy it better.
I'm
than
not
the
mad
first
at you. I'm not mad at you for that.
I think it's
Yeah.
better. It's better than the first one.
It's a
Yes.
guilty pleasure. It's a guilty pleasure.
And
for
you
me.
got Karen Hines as the
Okay.
devil.
As the
I mean,
devil.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point.
One. Yeah, but Idris Elba. I mean, come on.
Yes.
And it's the
You know
closest
what?
we've ever gotten to see.
You have Nicolas Cage's actual hairline. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
True. Come on. In the first one, that was not.
But another thing is that sometimes I don't like these advanced screenings because they're never the premium screens. Like
Right.
I could have gone seen Spider-Verse like on the side theater when I went and saw it in flipping IMAX. Like I do
Right.
want that first time I'm seeing a movie to be like either the first or the second time I see the movie. I want it to be the premium, most glorious experience possible because I want that to be the way that I am first imprinted on
Yeah.
by the film.
Okay.
And because it for me that's part of the movie going experience is it's like my wife can't stand it when I don't want to go to the fancy theater with the leather reclining seats and the food delivery because the IMAX screen is at the other movie theater that
Right.
doesn't have that. I sacrifice the comforts for, the big ass screen. And sometimes she just has to understand, no, honey, this is a movie. We're seeing it on the big ass screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, Scott, like a lot of times, I'm the same exact way. I feel the same exact way. But now, a lot of these press screenings, like it's half and half, depending on how big it is. Like I think when they did Avatar, they gave us the IMAX for the press. But then some other films, like they just like, nope, here's your small theater. And that's the first experience I have of it, which sucks because you kind of would think like if you're pressed, like you want to give them the best experience it is, but sometimes it just doesn't, they don't care.
No.
They just kind of want you to
No.
see it, review it, and post it up really
Talk
quickly.
about
And
it.
so the way that I used to think, I can't even think like that anymore because like every single time it's a crapshoot. Either one, I'm going to get like a really dope theater experience, or two, I'm just going to have to look at it as is and imagine it, and then later on watch it again in a better format, which sucks to me because sometimes I have to wait to review something because I'm like, I need to kind of see this in 3D or IMAX or in Dolby to give like more clear perspective because some movies might be more VFX based or some movie might have like a really dope soundtrack and I can't tell in this small theater. So it kind of delays the reviews, but you got to think about it like this. Some critics, they don't got time to do that. They like, shoot, this is what they gave me. And this is what I'm saying about the movie. So if the picture quality is crap, if the experience is crap, that dictates also how they're writing their review as well. Which
Oh no,
is
I
dangerous.
had that exact problem. It was actually a funny bit that we did on Squadcast was that the IMAX screening I went to back in 2016 for Suicide Squad, the sound was jacked. Like it was way too loud. No, it was way too loud. Like it was blowing me away, especially if you think about that needle drop soundtrack that they had in that film. Like that first 10 to 15 minutes, I was just like, I can't
do it.
Can't take this anymore.
Yeah.
And it colored our review. And then the next day I went and saw it again in a different theater with a friend. And so, we had this gag on Squadcast where Future Scott and Future Tim would show up in an episode where we'd record a little bit and then edit it into the episode. And we had to do that for our Suicide Squad review where Tim edited me in going, okay, guys, listen, I was really harsh on this review and I've seen it a second time and I had a completely different experience. So just context when you listen to my review, because the format in which I saw it colored my experience viewing. So this is why, I sometimes don't catch the earliest thing I can see. I saw the Batman early because they actually did one of those fan first IMAX screenings in Birmingham. So you better believe my ass was like, no, I'm there.
Yep.
Because it was the IMAX 10 minutes down the road.
Right.
But otherwise, if you're just not going to give it to me in the way that I want to experience it, I'm a patient man. I'll wait.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a patient man too, but I mean, and I think the last bad movie theater experience I had was with Ambulance. Me and Miss Nighthawk in the chat, we went to go see it because it was like, hey, let's go see it.
Great
Why
movie.
not? Let's have a little date night. But the sound was fucked. It was like the front speakers weren't working, so all the dialogue was drowned out by the back speakers. So we were hearing nothing. We were hearing nothing but just obviously it's a Michael Bay movie, so let's face it, it's just so much happening, and you could barely hear the dialogue because I think the front speakers were not working, and it was just it was a totally shitty experience. We both just walked out going, well, that movie sucked, but I'm like, but did it really? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I was just kind of going well, it seemed like some of the shots looked good, but yeah, we couldn't hear the fucking dialogue, so it was just I mean, it's just, man, I tell you, yeah. I mean, a bad theater experience can really,
it's true.
And like you were saying, Sam, when I saw Justice League, I mean, it's funny because I think that was one of the reasons why I don't really try to do the press screenings because, even Steph, she even said she went to talk to the manager and the dude didn't care. She was because it was noticeably this audio is just not working. We can't even hear the freaking dialogue. But I went to the Warner Brothers lot to watch it, and it was a small room. And it's funny because the screen was maybe 3 times bigger than my TV. It was not that big. It was an old screening room. It's not the best experience really when you're seeing a big movie like this. And yeah, I could see that could hinder you, your review and stuff. Especially if you watch it with something like that, you want to get the full experience. You want to see it like an IMAX with that Dolby fucking vibrating your goddamn taint. You want to feel it. You want to feel everything. So you just
taint tingle.
Yes, exactly. That I put that in my review. If it makes my taint tingle,
4 tank tingles.
So Samuel, I am curious because this has nothing to do with the movie itself, but what was the viewing conditions like for your screening of The Flash that you made it in? Was on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade just the conditions of the screening itself?
I mean, outside of people trying to find seats, they put us in IMAX. I mean, it was fine. I mean, the sound quality was great, the screen was great. I mean, even the seating, people were sitting toward the front, but because the screen was so big, nobody was complaining about their seats. So yeah, now when things were happening, I could hear it very well. It was very vibrant. We have in the DC area, we've got one of the biggest screens on the East Coast, and I do want to go to the Airspace Museum to see it in full 6-story IMAX. I gotta see that one like that, and Spider-Verse, and probably Dune whenever it comes out.
No, Dune. No, because I saw Dune at the McWayne Center in Birmingham, which is one of those it's a full. It's the dome. It's the dome where you literally sit in the back row because you're still cricking your neck up as and then the scenes that were in full IMAX,
You're getting the full actual.
Oh,
experience
you're
that
getting
they were
the-
always supposed to be, right?
Right. Which is why now that I know that part 2 is fully IMAX, it's like,
Can't wait.
Gosh.
So, a couple of years ago, movies unfortunately kind of got ruined for me because I can't hear out of my left ear. I'm wearing this headset. It sucks because like some sounds I can feel are probably coming from here, and I'm like, am I missing anything? So when I play video games, it gets hard. But what so movie theaters like that, the sound, the visuals, I also get overwhelmed, but my senses get overwhelmed. So movies I've kind of retracted myself a lot from. So there's some movies that I know are going to be like Flash, for example. I know that's going to be big. I know it's something you kind of have to see on the big screen, but I have to make a choice. Like if because I'm already going to see Transformers the week before. So like, am I going to be able to handle even a week apart, the movie experience? So I've kind of watched a lot of stuff at home now because I have a 60-inch TV. I can control things. I can have sound come out the way I need it to for me to follow the movie and stuff. So it sucks because like I hear you guys, like you guys get really into the experience, and I'm like, man, I miss that. Like I do, and because I've taken those hits, I don't have that same experience anymore. So I kind of retreated, like Homer, another Simpsons reference. I went back in the bushes, and I'm like, all right, I'll just hang out back here.
Well, and it's okay because I remember when the pandemic hit and the movie theaters all shut down.
Yeah.
It was hard. Like I know this sounds so first world problems, and I don't care. But the lockdown was one of the lockdowns, one of the situations where people like, don't be around people, just stay home. And I went, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like this is like, you saw the people like complaining. I'm like, I'm
fine.
good. As long as I got 30 minutes to walk and listen to an audiobook to get away from my family, no, my wife would look at me and she could just see like, it was like the thermometer on on a Looney Tune. And she would just go, do you need to go for a walk? Yes. Like, I need a walk. And that was code. It was like, Daddy needs to go on his walk. And so I would do that. But the thing that hurt me was everyone would go to bed. And I was like, and now I'm stuck here. I can't go to the movie theater. Because that was always my escape was everyone goes to bed. Daddy goes to a movie.
Hell yeah. Sanctuary, baby.
It was.
My sanctuary from my apartment.
Well, and as much as that Nicole Kidman ad, it gets fucking annoying after 2 years of watching it.
Oh my God.
But
I'm so glad I have a Harkins. But the spirit behind the Nicole Kidman ad is true. Like that's true. how I feel. I've always love, like, my wife will watch any movie at home if she can, and it's like, no, I need to go to the movie. Sometimes I don't even need to see a movie. I go see movies that don't even need to be a quote theatrical experience. I just want to go to the theater. Like I just want that to happen. Which with certain movies, you just, I mean, I saw the Batman 3 times in the movie theater. I saw it in IMAX. I saw it in a little less than IMAX. And then I saw it in also like that 40X theater that had the sound. You want to talk about a taint tingle? That's a taint fucking earthquake right there. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. You felt like when that fucking Batmobile, that first time that Batmobile turned up, dude, I almost was like, I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, whoa. I was like, holy shit,
Yeah, well, I saw the Batman 4 times.
The Meg Ryan Sleepless in Seattle. Fucking,
we're tied, Scott.
No, Harry Met
Sally. No, it was when Harry Met Sally.
There you go.
That's the I'll have
what she's having. Yes, I was about to have one of those, but I'm just saying, like when it comes to these big movies, I know. I mean, it's like, and then like Seek. I mean, it does suck because it's like there's like we're in summer blockbuster season, so it's like one after the freaking other.
It's one a week.
It's one a week. Yeah, I mean, I normally don't buy movie. I probably see 4 movies in the theater a year, maybe, and I have a friend that tries to drag me to more. Like, I didn't want to see Ant-Man in the theater, but he was like, "Hey man, I have no one else to go with, and I like hanging out with you." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'd be a shitty friend to turn that down, you know." But I don't get the same experience. And actually, in Ant-Man, we switched during the movie, so I've only seen half of Ant-Man. We had a situation because of something like lights. I think when they were traveling into the tiny universe.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I remember. I think the lights triggered something in us, and we had like a panic attack and stressed out, and then I don't know the rest of the movie. So
shit.
So
Yeah.
again, I have to factor like everything in now. And
don't they put they put a warning in front of that one, didn't they?
They put a warning in front of a lot of things, and I have to roll the dice if that warning is like
it's gonna
accurate
trigger
or not.
the
because it's not just for seizures I have to think about now. So it's like I'm like, okay, so all right, well, we'll hope this isn't one of those where they're true, and it was like 100% true. There's a video game that I tried playing recently, and I turned it off. I was like, okay, I'm gonna pass out, I think, if I keep playing. It's like all these things factor in now, and it's so frustrating.
I know.
I'm just like, oh man, I'm getting robbed of a lot of cool shit.
Especially with the Flash. I mean, there's a lot of things,
so
a lot of flashy stuff happening. I mean, it's in the name.
So I'll figure out something I can do on my TV when it comes out, and I'll watch it here at home, like in a controlled environment. Because worst case scenario, if something happens, at least I'm home, and safe, and just chewing on my tongue while laying on the ground.
Hey, see, you understand, I don't have that situation, but I have another medical situation myself that, causes me to have problems with certain movies. So when I went to go see It Chapter 1,
okay,
I went with my mother-in-law, who was also a registered nurse.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because I was like, I want to see this movie so badly.
But
I need a backup, because this movie might do things to me that I don't need to be in a theater by myself, because I've done that before, and I have a Harrison Ford scar.
Sure.
Thanks to that. Because I went to go see From Hell back in 2002 and ended up in the ER that night.
Oh.
Yeah, the first movie I saw post brain aneurysm was Tron Legacy.
Ooh.
And
that's a lot.
At that point, we were like, I was a couple months out. I was still in PT, so I was still recovering, but I was doing pretty well. And we were like, this should be fine. Like, I watched a couple movies at home. This is my first theater experience, but it was in 3D, and so when they go in the Tron world, they're like, put on your glasses. And I think my friend said I made it 5 minutes in, maybe. And they ended up giving us like, what can we do? Free food. Here's free movie tickets.
That was what got me with my movie theater, was that I was bleeding. And they gave me a Band-Aid and sent me home. Right. And it was my dad who went. So that was a Saturday night, and then my dad went in Monday morning and chewed their asses out. Because when I got home, I was in college, so I would go, and I had a college where I went home on the weekends. Yeah. And so my parents saw me when I got home and was like, "What the hell?"
I thought you went to the movies.
Well, and they saw it, and they were like, "Oh no, we're going to the ER!" Like. Now, and like I had so many, I forgot how many stitches I had. Like the only reason you never see it now is because my beard, covers it. But it's a nice shiner I got there.
All right there, yeah.
Oh yeah, right there. The hair grows around it, so actually, like if I pulled my beard up, I could actually you could actually like.
Oh yeah, I got one of those too, but that was from my brother lifting me up in front of the bathroom sink and then dropping me.
Yeah. Well, mine was
hurt.
Mine was carpet burn along with because as my chin hits the ground, I hit and then I dragged against the ground and ripped it open, and they just sent me home. They didn't even refund me that movie. Wow. And my dad went and chewed them out, and I got 2 movie passes out of it, which doesn't sound like a lot, but still, it was like, fuckers.
It was funny because they were saying like, "What can we get you? What can we get you?" Like when I came to, the ambulance was coming. I'm like, I was like, I just can. My friend bought the tickets. I was like, can you just give him 2 tickets to see it with someone else, for another time? Like, I just want to go home because I got embarrassed. Like, I was like genuinely
that's the thing.
embarrassed. So I just wanted to leave. I was like, no ambulance. I'm fine. Like, just send me home.
I was bleeding.
Yeah, I hit my head. I hit my head pretty good, but I was. Yeah, I just fell out of the wheelchair.
I think the last. Oh man, I remember this. Because I think I even talked about this with you, Scott, already. Because you were talking about when it comes to gore, I'm good with gore, but I remember when I saw that movie Awake with Hayden Christensen and Jessica Alba.
Yep. I know what
that
you're talking
scene
about.
when he's about to get sliced, when he's still like aware,
Yeah.
that made me almost pass the fuck out. There was something about. And it's a good movie. I actually thought that's a really good movie. If anybody hasn't seen that, watch that movie. It's actually it's got twists and turns. It's a crazy fucking movie about a dude that's getting heart transplant or surgery or something like that. And he's very much aware of what's happening. And there's a twisty turny kind of movie. But when they're about to like slice him open and he's like, you hear him like, no, I'm still awake. And he's like yelling, like Hayden Christensen yelling. And I got lightheaded. I was like, whoa. And I remember I was just sitting in the theater, just like kind of doing this. Like, I was like, that movie affected. That was the last time a movie really affected me in that manner, where I almost passed out too. Like, yeah, how you did, Scott. I think it was just what was happening and putting myself, and I just got overwhelmed. I'm like, imagine being in that situation where you're about to get sliced open on your chest and you're awake and you're very aware of it. And it just made me just go, whoa. And I was like starting to see like my vision go down.
It's called, there's a term for this. It's called graying out.
Yes.
You don't black out, but you're,
I started feeling that, and
you get the tingles and everything. It's called graying out. It's kind of a safety mechanism because it's what lets me get to the ground before I actually black out. Because in chapter 1, it was the blood geyser coming out of the girl's bathroom sink, because it wasn't just the blood. It's just not the blood just shoots out. It's that the scene just keeps on, like it doesn't stop. Like it just Like it wasn't the fact the blood was shooting out of the sink. It's that the blood was shooting out of the sink, and then it's still shooting out of the sink, and it's still shooting out of the and the scene just goes on and on and on, and finally my brain just went
bye.
So if that's how you reacted to that, how did you react to part 2 when Beth and Ben are in like the blood?
I never saw one,
and this is what so part 2, so chapter 2, I go with my mother-in-law and my wife.
Oh shit.
And by that point it's like I'm like, oh, this is like, I knew what was about to happen. Like I could just feel this is what's about to happen, and I just did the old-fashioned tell me when it's over.
Okay.
Just tell me when it's over.
Good.
Right. Because I remember the problem was with chapter 1 was that I was still reading the book, and literally the chapter where the blood geyser happens, I had literally the bookmark when at the beginning of that chapter, I hadn't gotten to that part of the book yet to know that was a thing that was going to happen.
So you were not prepared at all.
Before seeing those movies, was that your first time reading the book?
That was my first time reading the book.
Oh my God. I read the book for the first time when I was like 13.
No. And I watched the old ABC miniseries with Tim Curry. But that kind of stuff they don't put on Sunday nights on ABC.
Sure. It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad. So actually, the movie coming out was my impetus to read the book for the first time. But also, for those of you who haven't read the book, the adult parts and the kids part, they jump back and forth.
Right.
So when they adapted it for the movies, they just took out all the kid parts and clumped them together. Where in the book, it's jumping back and forth. So you don't get as far, you don't get as far into the movie as you think you would, because you can read 500 pages and you're halfway through part 1 and halfway through part 2.
Right. Which is, I think, something the miniseries did pretty well. It balanced like the going back and forth between the two time places and having the adults and the kids, whereas part 1 and part 2 focus individually on the kids in part 1, and part 2 is predominantly about
which
the
worked
adults.
well for the movie, like because it was 2 movies filmed separately and released a couple of years apart.
Right.
I thought as an adaptation that was a wise move.
Agreed.
I think I always said like the reason why people didn't like the second part as much because it's not as scary when it's adults. When it's kids,
and the adult part is the suckier part of the book. Like the problem with what did happen with the adaptation was you literally took the best parts of the book that, as far as the book is concerned, is spread out over a nearly 1,000-page book.
Yeah, it's a thick book.
It's a big thick-ass book. And
bigger than Dune.
It is bigger than Dune by about 400 pages. and the thing was that when you did that, chapter 1 basically became, here's all the good parts.
Yeah.
And then this chapter 2, which I don't think is a bad movie, but it was just the less interesting parts of the novel.
It's funny because part 2 opens up the exact way the novel does.
Yes, it does.
It opens up the exact way the novel does. You see a couple getting murdered by Pennywise, but I think the added were the balloons. I don't think were in the book.
They were.
They were okay. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that was great. The opening of 2, I think, is fucking brilliant. I think the opening of part 2 is actually pretty brilliant.
And that's the reason I'm excited for the Flash, because that was my first experience seeing Muschietti. It was like those movies. I'm still waiting on that super cut he's talked about.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Where's the super cut?
5.5 hour super cut. Yeah, I agree.
Of it, I want that.
Yeah, what's going on with that? That's going to be interesting. And you know what? And it's funny too because speaking of the Flash, I mean, first off, basically, he went from part 2 to the Flash.
Yeah.
Shit, he's been working on this thing for a bit, but man, I mean, I think he's gonna have another winner, and then who knows what's gonna be happening in the future. I think, to be honest, if the buzz is good and everything is good when it comes to the reception of the Flash and the box office and whatever, I'm pretty sure that James Gunn's like, hey, you're still with us, buddy, right? You're good. What do you want? What do you want? You want Batman? You want the Authority? What do you want? I mean, I think it's going to be like that kind of situation, to be honest, which I hope so, because I think Muschietti's he's a talented director.
I think he also just seems like a good guy.
Yeah. He seems like
he loves his job. You can tell.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like a pony smasher. The guy who
David Sandberg.
Yeah. Like his posts on Instagram are amazing. I'm like, this guy.
I love it. I love
his Twitter account. Is just gold.
Look at all the directors who came in after Zack Snyder to work on DC films. You have James Wan, you have Andy Muschietti, and you have David Sandberg. All 3 of those guys, in my opinion, haven't turned out a bad film prior to making their DC super movie.
They're all from horror. That's the
exactly
thing.
right.
James Wan. I'm glad that Wan and Sandberg are gonna probably go back to what they do best after. Yeah. I mean, we still get another James Wan movie, but I mean, let's face it, Aquaman 2. I don't even know what the fuck that's gonna even. It sucks because the first one was killer, and again, I'm gonna watch it again to see if the Atlanteans blink, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, but I still appreciate James Wan, and I'm like, I just hope that there's something there when it comes to Aquaman 2, because it just seems like, with the Flash, don't say anything, Sam, but I'm just saying, like, it just seems like it kind of wraps up things previous, it's the Flash. I mean, that's what the Flash does.
Yeah.
New 52. Yeah.
Stone cold face. He's good.
Well, look at his stone face. He's good.
I mean,
mute our mic, Sam.
We've also not seen the film with any post-credit sequences, so there is still that to take into consideration. And also, given Aquaman's general plot, I mean, it follows from the first film, so I mean, the Flash presumably probably wrap things up, more than likely. As far as Aquaman 2 goes, like, it's like a 50-50 for me because I really do love that first one. Scott, I know you're not a fan, but Aquaman's a very personal character for me personally. But yeah, that first movie went pretty hard, but that second movie, like hearing that it's getting really poor test screenings and like the word of mouth on it in regards to certain plot points, it's just like, man, that's kind of disheartening because that movie was so kick-ass in 2018.
I know, and we're 5 years out too. It's
Yeah.
like it came so much later. But speaking of the Flash, we got somebody who's very Flash oriented.
Andy!
Hey, Andy.
Flash
Hey.
podcast. How's it going, buddy?
What up, Andy?
Oh my God, Sig, I didn't know you were here.
Yeah,
Oh my
right.
God. We go way back.
Yeah.
Hey, Andy, by the way, before you get started, I want to compliment you on a tweet that you had this week that I really, really appreciated. And I wanted to tell you this in person.
Oh no, what did I do?
Oh, no, it's a good thing. I'm complimenting you, Andy. Come on. Take the win. Take the win. Because I've been following your tweets this week, and my heart goes out to you, man. But it's like, I appreciate what you said about how you're kind of tired of people saying that the Arrowverse is over when Superman and Lois is like right
Still
there.
going, yeah.
Yeah, and so is Gotham Knights.
I know. I don't think that's Arrowverse, man. I don't think that's Arrowverse.
that one. Even the showers even said flat out, we're our own thing. So,
But I appreciate that because I've seen all of the, because the Flash series finale aired this week, and everyone's like, "Bye, Arrowverse." Da-da. I'm sitting here going,
but there's literally another show.
"There's literally another show in
Really
the
good
multiverse
shows, yeah.
with actors."
Yeah.
Just like, come on.
Yeah, it's
So
a good
I just
show, too.
appreciated you voicing the exact thoughts going through my head as I saw those exact same tweets you were seeing.
Yeah, there's been, since that whole twist happened last season, there's been this ongoing argument about what counts as Arrowverse and what does not count as Arrowverse. People say it's only the one Earth, even though we had crossover episodes with Supergirl for 4 seasons and considered Arrowverse before Crisis. So I don't know, that fandom is just going haywire. We just
Going, it's been haywire, Andy.
it's been yeah. I mean, we just spent 2 hours with a lot of trolls about the Flash series now, because if we didn't give enough criticism about it, then we were chills or we were not giving honest opinions.
Oh, that's always the way it is, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Did you like something someone else hates? Like, God
Oh
forbid.
yeah, I mean, you know how many times I get that about, because I was all, I was one of the Snyderverse guys, and now I'm like all about the Flash and
Right.
what James Gunn's gonna do. I get the shit all the time from these
Venom
guys.
channel here. Definitely
Yes.
know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Hey, by the way, the fact that you just got this week, I find out that you've got Fabian Wagner coming in as your cinematographer.
Yeah, what the
That's
hell,
awesome.
Fabian?
Yeah.
What the
That's
shit?
amazing.
I got a video on that coming out next week. So yeah, I'm excited.
Good.
That's amazing. And who was someone who was just cast recently that made me lose my
Chiwetel.
Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Yes.
Yeah, and possibly we might get Jermaine Clement. Possibly, there's still. I think that's still like a rumor at this point. I love Jermaine. I loved him on Flight of the Conchords and Legion and.
Oh,
and,
that's right. Yeah.
What we do in the shadows, like he's great. So he'd be cool. So yeah, there's a lot. Juno Temple's in Venom 3. Like
No, Juno Temple was another one that I was just like,
She's awesome.
yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's a lot of like, I have so much like, because I took that break and actually someone reached out to me and said, hey, I know you're going through a lot. I actually saw your posts. Someone who has no business paying attention to me. And I was like, wow, that's really nice. Thanks for reaching out. And they're like, anything I could do for them? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm going to start getting back in the swing of things, making videos again. And they're like, good, because there is so much stuff you're going to need to be ready for. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. Well, okay. But I sometimes don't ask for specifics. So I'd rather not know. I like to have a fan's viewpoint sometimes.
What's that like? I don't remember that anymore.
But that's why I feel like I got to a point where I started knowing stuff too far ahead. And I was like, I feel like I now have to lie to my audience, who's watching. And I started not liking that about me. So when I took that break, it was to reset. So I told them, I said, hey, I appreciate the stuff you're telling me, but here's where the line is, so, but feel free to reach out and I'd love to at least talk to you in general. But then we got this summer, there's like 500 Venom. There's they're doing comic book stuff, Venomverse, comic books. Carnage is going through the multiverse, killing venoms all across the universe.
Oh, that's cool.
There's 2099. They're doing more venom and symbiote stuff in 2099. Like there's so much symbiote stuff between now and like the fall.
And Spider-Man 2, the game.
I was about to ask.
Yeah.
I just did a reaction video to that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's
That
and
game
there's so
looks
much
sick.
more about that game that I can't wait. And then the Spider-Verse. I don't know. There's venom stuff everywhere.
Yeah, there is. I saw that.
Yeah, I saw the clip when it.
No, I haven't. No, no.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either.
It wasn't a clip. It was okay.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Half the panel's like, we've seen it. Other half's like, nope, don't want to hear it.
Don't. I'm not here to spoil anything.
It's June. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Next week.
Like, no clip.
Yeah,
no
I don't.
nothing.
I'm done on clips.
But just
done on
one
trailers.
week, yeah.
There's a lot, and then we got Craven rated R coming out this year. Like
Ooh,
that's set in that universe. Like,
Oh yeah,
there's
my
so many
friend Greg
things.
Katzman is so down for that. He is so ready for that.
Oh, that's the dude on CBR, right?
Well,
Yeah.
now he just
he
Greg,
moved.
he's going to IDW. He gets to now go promote Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics for a living.
Oh, dream come true of mine. Me and Kevin, I email sometimes at Kevin Eastman, and he's just the nicest guy in the world.
Well, if you have, you need to find, you need to get in touch. I know he's on Twitter, and I know you're not, but check out. But yeah, Greg Katzman, you need to.
That name sounds familiar. If he has an email or an Instagram, I'll reach out to him because my right now my friend PJ, who worked with me and Kevin on Soulstar, which is the comic I created that Kevin did the covers for, and PJ got a job at IDW now, and he's doing covers for Usagi Yojimbo Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover, and he's also doing the covers for the new Last Ronin series. But I want to pitch a mini series for Ninja Turtles with PJ as the artist so badly. Like I love the Ninja Turtles so much. Yeah, that's my dream. But I'm working on.
I will ask Greg if he's on Instagram. I'll
connect.
Actually, I'm going to do something.
I'm on
right
LinkedIn
now.
also. I do stuff on LinkedIn as well.
Okay.
He's on LinkedIn. Greg is.
He's on LinkedIn. Okay.
Yeah.
Seek, you would absolutely love him. I know.
Yes, you would.
Yeah, he's such one of those wonderful people online.
Okay. When is the Turtles movie coming out again?
August. Yeah,
July or August.
Yeah,
August.
I can't wait.
Dude, that movie. I think that movie's gonna fucking be a killer.
We got a new trailer coming out this week, so you'll see it in front of Spider-Verse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my kids are going like.
You know what?
Really?
Yeah, you know what I didn't. You know what I didn't even realize, like until I saw the post. I didn't realize that some of the turtles have braces. They went that far. Like I didn't notice that in the first trailer. Watching it a couple times, but when I saw one of them, almost I forgot which
Donatello.
one.
I think Donatello does.
Because they're making him really that nerd type, with the high voice and the glasses.
I love
and
Donnie.
stuff, but I mean, there's
Donnie
full
was
on
my favorite growing up.
braces, and I was like, holy shit, they put braces on him.
I mean, they are teenagers.
But that's the
they're really putting a heavy emphasis on
this is
teenagers
the
this
first
time.
time they've actually leaned into the fact that they're called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they're actually they're being voiced by teenagers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they actually behave like teenagers.
Yes. Yeah, I'm excited. It's anything Ninja Turtles, so that'll be one of those movies this year that I'm like, all right, that's one of the 4 that I'm going to see.
Oh, and my kids saw the trailer in front of Super Mario Brothers. I was just like,
I saw it in front of Little Mermaid.
Oh, nice. Yeah, when
I
I saw
it in front of Little Mermaid,
when I saw Spider-Verse the first time, I saw it a couple weeks before it came out, and it was actually at the premiere of it, and I was so glad to go because I wasn't invited, but my friend Andrew was, and he gave me his +1, and I was like, dude, that's the nicest thing because we had the best time there. But I knew when we saw that movie, I was like, this is going to change. There's going to be so many copycats of this animation style. And between Puss in Boots and now Ninja Turtles, I'm like, I don't even care because Puss in Boots was fun and Ninja Turtles looks fun. So that's okay.
Puss in Boots even did something different.
Sure. And Ninja Turtles too a little bit is. Yeah.
Right. And that's what I love. Is innovate. You take it and then you do something different with it. Because I mean, watching Spider-Verse for the first time was like,
it blew our balls off.
Spider-Verse. Okay. Having read the Ultimate comic in which Spider-Man, the mantle of Spider-Man gets passed on to from Peter to Miles, and having watched that movie, I was just in shock and awe at so many plot points from that book to that movie. I was like, this is incredible. This is almost too perfect. You don't even need to introduce him in the MCU at this point, because they've even acknowledged the fact that it's part of the multiverse in the trailer. So
I think that's hilarious. Don't even get me started on Doctor
on-
Strange.
Don't even get me
Oh,
started on
don't
Doctor
forget
Strange, that little
Peter.
nerd
He had a
from
terrible
Earth.
teacher.
And
then
they
there
called
was
it
Mayday
the proper
Parker.
Earth number. They call it, because in Multiverse
They
of
did.
Madness, they called it Earth 616, and it's like,
Correct.
no. You guys are 199999. Yeah,
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah,
Somewhere Imam Vellani was so happy.
yeah, for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And as a reminder, everyone, go watch Ms. Marvel on Disney Plus because I want my season 2.
I still need to
you go.
watch Ms. Marvel.
That's
That's
really good.
You're
too.
going. I think you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah,
well,
it was
and I
good.
told you how much I love the fact that it brought up the whole, the history of the Great Partition. So I was just like, once you guys started telling me that, I was like, oh, dude, like,
It was a smart move to put that in and make
agree.
it part of the story. I agree. Big
Yeah,
time.
that's one of the. I'm still shocked that the MCU even went there and did an episode like wholly about it. So yeah, it's and then we had and then we went to bad CGI She-Hulk.
which I still haven't watched.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I like the plot of
CGI
She-Hulk.
master.
I like the
To that
plot.
point.
I like the story of She-Hulk, but I want the effects to be better.
To that point,
Yeah.
which project had sloppier CGI, She-Hulk or Thor: Love and Thunder?
For
Thor.
Thor.
Yeah,
Thor:
because
Love
that
and
had
Thunder.
more money.
How are we feeling?
to it,
Sam,
too.
how you feeling? Which one?
Thor.
Okay.
Thor.
And the funny part is, I have no answer because two things I haven't seen.
Yeah, there was one
This
moment
has
I
been
think.
the beauty of being a lot more pickier about the Marvel projects
Yeah.
that I
Sure.
that I do watch. It's like, here's the things I've watched. Here are the things that I haven't
hold off on.
watched.
What scene were you talking about, Sam?
Yeah,
Yeah. Which one?
There's a scene where Thor had a helmet and then it was like a face mask. And the face mask was gone. And I looked at Chris Hemsworth's face and I was like, he's got CG on his face.
Yeah.
Like, why does he have CG on his face? Like, I know everything from the face down is CG, but why has he got? Like, it was so. I have so many issues with that movie, so I'm gonna let it go. But yeah, the CGI was terrible. But She-Hulk, CG, at least She-Hulk gave me one good episode with Daredevil, and I really did like that. I like that the comedic.
well,
timing
he's
of
in
that.
two. Well,
Well, you know what? We're not
Well, the
gonna talk
main
about
one.
second
The main one.
The,
Yeah.
the main one, but yeah, nah, CGI
Yeah.
for Thor was.
I still love him getting that cameo in No Way Home. I still love it when he catches the brick
Oh,
and he
that
goes,
was sick.
"How'd you
You
do
did a
that?"
very-
I'm a really good lawyer.
I
That
just
was
watched
so
that
sick.
movie yesterday too, so that's
It's
really
a-
fresh in my mind.
that's like one of
Nice.
the two good movies in the MCU of Phase 4.
Yeah.
The
True.
other one
Yeah.
being Shang-Chi.
Hey, I will defend
Shang-Chi was
Multiverse of
fun.
Madness. I will defend
I'm
Multiverse.
I'm right there with
I-
Dave. Yep.
I'm disappointed because of how we dealt with Wanda. Because I'm like, people did the Doctor Strange 2. They clearly did not watch WandaVision. So I
Well,
was
but
like-
that's
I watched WandaVision. I liked Multiverse of Madness. Like,
then
I
I respect your opinion, and I will respectfully disagree.
but
well,
yeah, that's
but it
also
didn't
in
sound
this-
like you're respectful. You made me sound like an idiot
but
that I didn't.
but
watch.
that's also that also becomes the the downfall of the homework problem is
Right,
that
yeah.
my wife wanted to watch Multiverse of Madness.
Right.
She hadn't seen WandaVision,
Sure.
and she's just watching the movie going,
What happened?
What the
"What's
hell's
going on?"
Like I missed.
Why does she have children?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, even with James Gunn's plan,
Mhm.
is that he said it and he better deliver, because I don't want that to happen. Like, I watch things and I watch infinitely more than my wife, so at least I know things like that.
Right.
But I still I watch Guardian stuff, and I watched the Christmas special, and then they're in
Yeah.
nowhere, and I was like, I literally texted Brent, and I was like, Brent, when did nowhere become their base? Is this something that I missed? He's like, no, this is the first time you're seeing it. Don't worry, like, you aren't missing anything. This is the first time anyone's heard of it.
Right.
And then I saw Guardians Volume 3, and I went, everything seems to be okay. And I just texted Ray, and I was like, did James Gunn just completely ignore the fact that Guardians were in Love and Thunder? And he went, yes.
Yep.
And I went, thank you.
Ah,
And
Right.
and so, but I hate the fact that that's got to be like part of my conversation is, am I missing something?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, if we go off of that same exact knowledge in Thor 4, spoiler alert, I'm sorry, but Thor gives his abilities to a group of people.
Yep.
No. Don't undersell it. Who are these group of people?
I don't want to spoil it for people.
No. Just say it. It's been out for a fucking year, man.
He gives it to children.
Yes.
And the fact is that this didn't seem like he didn't know he could do. It seemed like he could always do it. So it goes back to all these times he's working with the Avengers that he could have give them or blessed them with his abilities. And it makes absolutely no sense. It just blows the transition.
This is why the first Thor movie is still the best Thor movie.
Yes.
Technically.
100%. Also, at what point now all of a sudden, both of his hammers are self-conscious, aware, they have a relationship. I just...
It sounds like one of those Olicity fans got a hold of the script and was like, I'm gonna write a ship out of these two.
Okay, so
2 hammers.
If I remember correctly, I'm paraphrasing here. Taika Waititi basically said, "Yeah, it was like we wrote the script as if a bunch of 10-year-olds wrote a bunch of shit, and we just checklisted everything off of it." And I was just like,
"It's a good accent."
It's actually a really good Taika Waititi, Phil. I'm a little disturbed.
That was a good talk. I mean, I remember that was one of those too. It was like you go to watch it, and it felt like work because I was like, I know I'm not gonna like this, and and the whole time in the movie theater, I'm just going, oh my god, what did they do to Natalie Portman?
What did they do to Natalie Portman? What did they do to Russell Crowe?
I know, with his little skirt and his little the way that he was all like
that part. I don't know what bugs me more. That or the fact they gave a Greek god an Italian accent.
Good.
But hey, as soon as I came home, I ran to watch Man of Steel. Where he goes, "You can save them, Cal. You can save all of them." I had to literally wash.
Yeah, you had to cleanse. You had to cleanse.
Watch that or Gladiator.
He's gonna be Craven's father now. He's in the Craven movie.
Yeah,
Yes.
at least there's that.
He's everyone's daddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's your daddy? Russell Crowe's your daddy.
Okay. Of all the things to truly not give a shit about in Thor: Love and Thunder, I didn't give a fuck about Hercules. I don't care. That's the next fight for Thor? Ooh. Big fucking deal. I don't give a shit. Show me Beta Ray Bill. That's what I want to see.
That's what every Thor fan wanted to see was Beta Ray Bill.
And for 2 movies now, he hasn't been in it.
The only time that they actually showed him kind of was in Thor Ragnarok as a statue, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like, okay, and I'm not like big time in the Thor lore, but I knew that everybody wanted to see that character. Why the fuck after 4 have we not?
And the one reason I know who going back to our animation discussion, you know why I know who Beta Ray Bill is? Because I watched Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
That's
such a good
Such a good series.
That was
a good series.
Really good.
It is a crime that he only got 2 seasons. And
whatever Avengers Assemble.
And I watched the first episode of Avengers Assemble, and I went, nope, no, thank you,
bye.
Goodbye. No more.
The only reason I care for Hercules and for Love and Thunder was because it just gave me a reason to bring back the classic Hercules. Which
was so fun because my son, because it was the last week of school, and so they watch movies and have parties. They watch that movie, so my son watched that. He started reading Percy Jackson. And I was a big Greek mythology nerd in middle school. Like when I did Scholars Bowl, anytime a Greek mythology question came up, everyone just went. They just put their buzzers down. Like, okay, Scott's got this. And so to watch my son start to get into this stuff, I'm just like,
yay, proud father.
He's gonna watch the new it's a show, right? It's a new show.
I want to watch the new show because the movies were crap. So. I want to watch the TV show to see, okay, can you actually do this, correctly? I'm excited.
I like the kid that got to play Percy Jackson.
I was just wondering, is he able to watch? Because I don't know how young he is, and I don't know what
he's 10. So he's
then he should be fine,
right? Because he's the age. I mean, he's the age that the books are written for.
Yeah.
So
Walker
Okay.
Sobel, that's who's playing him.
Well, I like the concept with Hercules, okay, the
No,
gods.
no,
are,
don't you mean Hercules?
Hercules.
Yes, right.
Hercules.
I knew you would do it, so that's
That's what we need. We need. I will be fine to see Hercules in the MCU if Eddie Murphy comes back, dresses that character, and just goes, "Oh, look for it, it's Hercules, Hercules, Hercules."
I wouldn't put it past
him.
DC. I would put it
I
past
would not
them.
put it past them for doing that. Yeah.
But like the concept of like the gods being like, okay, these heroes, we don't like that they're being worshipped and that they're doing stuff that we used to take care of. So like let's win our favor back with people worshiping us again. It's like, okay, that's a cool concept, but you're doing that on top of Kang multiverse stuff, on top of setting up the supernatural universe, on top of setting up whatever Captain Marvel and those characters are going to get into, and Skrull invasions. It's like, you think maybe you're just setting up too much, and
Is there going to be enough time to actually flesh it out?
to flesh it out and pay them off? Like,
I don't think
we're
they're
Fantastic
not going to be
Four.
fleshed. They're
Yeah,
not going to be
Fantastic
fleshed
Four.
off. But bringing up, there's a series I'm interested in, Secret Invasion.
Yeah.
I'm there
Yeah.
for that one.
I'm
Fuck
same,
yeah.
same.
Hell yeah.
It feels like it's like those good old Age of Shield days when it's like
Yeah.
spy thriller.
Even
Uh,
but more dark, like darker.
Like Winter
I don't know.
Soldier. Like we're
Yeah,
talking
Winter Soldier
Oh.
esque. Like I didn't really get into Agents of Shield, but I know I know I watched
Shout
a
out to
couple
Ghost
of
Rider.
episodes.
Ghost-
Yeah,
Ghost
that was
Rider
a really good
season
Ghost
was
Rider in that
awesome.
episode. That was a really good Ghost
But
Rider.
Robbie
but
Reyes.
Yeah, Secret Invasion though, just like every time I see something with that, I'm like, okay, this is okay, this is what I want right here. This is something fresh when it comes to the MCU. We got Sam Jackson back as Nick Fury. We're gonna have some familiar characters show up, and we're gonna have
Look at Amelia Clark's in this.
I know.
course,
my
there's that
crush
too.
on
Olivia
my wife.
Colman.
You got Olivia Colman.
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Othello.
Oscar-winning Olivia Colman. I love her.
If
And
they waste her, I swear to God, Kevin Feige better move planets. Because I swear to God,
Andy's coming for you.
listen, listen. After all the crap I put up with this week with the Flash and Arrowverse fandom, I will not let some rich executive who gets an Oscar-winning actress be wasted for I don't know, fart jokes or something, whatever they do in the MCU these days.
You mean like Thor with Christian Bale?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
gonna
they
get
totally.
the Babak beat down. That's
You know what was
how
actually
go ahead.
You know what was actually a really surprisingly good watch? There's a YouTube video detailing like 15 years reflecting on Iron Man, and it's an interview between Kevin
Yeah,
Feige and
it's
John
great.
I
Favreau.
still have to watch that.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know they were talking about that's where the whole news about Robert Downey Jr. was.
Mm-hmm.
He like auditioned for Doctor Doom, and
He was in talks to play Doctor Doom in 2005. Yeah.
Fantastic Four. Could you imagine that if he would have gotten that role? Oh man,
Wait a minute. How
That would've
could
changed
Marvel have
everything.
even done Fantastic Four in 2005? I thought it was at Fox.
No, because Kevin Feige wasn't working at Marvel Studios.
He was working at Fox.
Working at Fox.
He was
Oh,
working.
it's the X-Men and
Right.
the Fantastic Four. Damn, this
Yes.
boy has been everywhere.
And Daredevil. His
Yeah.
name.
And Daredevil.
When you
Yeah.
go back and you watch those old like
You'll
20th
see his
century
name.
Fox, his
Yes,
name
yeah.
is all over them. Like
Yep.
back on Squawkcast movies, where we've been watching the movies chronologically, it's been fun to go. He's on Ghost Rider. He's on Daredevil. He's on Elektra. He's on all of them.
All of them. Every single one of them. Yep.
But that's actually how Andy and I met, was Agents of Shield, right? Like
yeah.
that's what we've met online and became friends. And then I met you at Comic-Con, and you were waiting outside for the BVS announcement. Like, I mean, me and Andy go way back, man.
Yeah, we go way back.
Awesome dude. And me and him used to review Agents of Shield. And then he would have me on his show sometime and talk about that in Flash. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Andy, I got a question for you, because I fell off of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because I thought the show actually ended, and then it went on for like 2 more seasons, because there was that season that when it ended, it felt like it was over.
Interesting. Okay.
It was the one with Adrian Pasdar.
Oh,
and-
oh my God, I know exactly. Yeah.
Oh God, because he showed up in the show, and then he got powers one season.
It was so hot, but I'm trying to remember what. No, listen. The only reason I even watch Heroes any days these days is because of him.
But there was a season that actually it ended, and Coulson was actually in Tahiti, like actually in Tahiti.
Oh,
like he and Ming went off to Tahiti, and that's how this. And it felt like a series finale, and then the show went on for like another 2 years, and I never watched those
because it was kind of depressing because that was because the reason she was even there was because he was getting ready to pass away. So I think that's why they're like, we can't end it like this. I don't know, I think the Marvel Studios also had some because the only reason I think Marvel Studios even cared about Shield was because if they could put out something that can kind of because every season there was something. There was a dark hole, there was them doing cleanup crew in London because of Thor Dark World. I'm like, oh, what a great crossover! They go to London to clean.
No, that was the first season, because the first season had the one Dark World cleanup, but then once again, like everyone, at least the popular opinion, and I agree with it, is like Shield finally got cooking because they dealt with the aftermath of Winter Soldier.
Right. Yes.
Yep. And when you found out, oh, Hydra's been here the whole time, but then it lost its way because, obviously the movies went off in one direction and the TV shows went off in a different, and the shows kept on trying to be connected to the movies, and the movies just didn't care.
Yep.
Right.
It was partially because of Ike Perlmutter, because he was still and also I think Jeff Loeb and Kevin Feige didn't necessarily get along.
That's what I heard.
That sounds right.
So, I mean, I think it's a shame because I feel like Marvel Television had so many great characters developed. I mean, heck, we were getting more female characters on the TV shows for a while, compared to the Avengers and so on. And there were times where I'm like, Melinda May can act circles around Black Widow. It's just, it's disappointing to me that Kevin Feige has been so. It's almost like he's too ashamed to, he's perfectly fine using Daredevil and Kingpin because he's like, they love them. Yeah, everyone loves them. Right. But him going to if Coulson ever comes back, or if they use Quake, because Quake is the one everyone wants to see the most from Shield, right. Which she would make sense because she's a freaking badass. Yeah. But I think Feige has a little bit of that pride issue.
But also they had Mockingbird on Agents of Shield. Yep. But then Hawkeye shows us that Hawkeye's wife is actually Mockingbird.
I think they've separated it too, because she in the comic she's also Agent something number and then Mockingbird. I think they've separated too. Now with that said, I have because I'm a shipper. And I will admit that I have been rooting for that marriage to fall apart, just because I want to see Adrian.
It's funny. You could almost even headcanon Linda Cardinelli as Mockingbird 1, and then Adrian Pilecki as Mockingbird 2.
Yeah, it could be a title like 007 or something.
Right.
Yeah, right. Or code name. Yeah, I agree.
Work. Yeah, possible. But that's kind of a take, having them break up. I mean. Oh, Clint Barton's kind of a player in Marvel Comics, if I remember correctly.
Oh no, he is a player in Marvel.
Yeah. He's kind of a mess, actually.
Yeah.
But that's what I loved. He was like that's what I like about Oliver Queen so much, is that some days he just doesn't have his shit together, and that makes for a very interesting dynamic when his abilities is shooting arrows. It's like, oh, cool, you made a guy who you're like, why is he on the team? You made him interesting, and that's why.
Well, I love to see it on Arrow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my favorite Green Arrow run was Kevin Smith's run.
That was a good one.
Those two arcs were really, really good. I mean, he brought him back from the dead, and I always love a good creative way when you bring. And I love the fact that he brings him back from the dead, and he wraps it around the friendship between Hal Jordan and Oliver Queen. Like,
I can agree with that. Yeah.
That was so cool. And then, of course, the creation of Onomatopoeia as a villain. Like, and then he brought back Onomatopoeia for that Batman run, which, by the way, he never finished. Like, that was supposed to be a trilogy. And I'm like, where's my part 3 of
they
that?
Just didn't do it.
Where is Batman Ballistosity? Because I'm waiting for it too. I am too.
Yeah, the third Kevin Smith run.
Yeah, the third Kevin Smith run. Yeah.
I love that stuff. Yeah, that Kevin's run. I love when that panel where he was talking about that book, and he said, when I asked Walt Flanagan to draw the book, and DC was like, was it Walt Flanagan, right? Is his artist?
Walt Flanagan. Yeah,
I love Walt Flanagan's art.
Yeah, I love it too. And he said something like, he's like, hey, what can we draw in the book? Because they wanted to give Batman like a full ZZ Top beard. And like in the second book after what's her name? After that happened, I don't want to spoil it. But they were like, yeah, we want Batman to have like a full ZZ Top beard, like with, coming out of the cowl and stuff. And DC was like, no, Batman shaves. and they got like weird notes for the book. And they were like, look, whatever you do, just don't draw Batman cock in the book. And Walt Flanagan was like, I quit.
Don't draw Batman cock.
Yeah, I guess they
and
were.
Then, and then Lee Bermejo was like, well,
he's
right, right.
Hold my beer.
Right.
yeah.
Hold my balls.
Which, by the way, I'm so glad I still have a first edition of that. So they can't edit this one out. They can't.
Oh, I have it too. I have it too.
They can't digitally erase it.
Batawang.
I have Batawang
Batawang.
in print. So
Yeah.
what a stupid ass argument.
Yeah, well, Mike Grell had a good run. Brad Meltzer had a good run.
Mike Grell. I met Matt Grell twice.
Nice.
I have every issue of the Longbow Hunters autographed by Mike Grell. I have his Green Arrow #1 autographed.
Nice.
And then he did stories and covers for the Arrow tie-in comic.
Yep, he did.
And I got all those autographed as well, and I get my trade paperback of Longbow Hunters autographed. And hanging in a very special spot on this wall, Dave, I think I've shown it to you before. Phil, I don't know if I've shown you. I have a
picture of your ass. I know.
No, not that.
Wow.
I have an 8.5 by 11 pencil sketch commission of Black Canary by Grell.
Oh wow. That's dope.
When
I'm
That's crazy.
About 10 years ago, I came to my first MegaCon here in Orlando. I flew out here to hang out with my friend Gene, and we released Soul Star, and we were doing signings and stuff. And while we were here, George Perez was doing sketches for the Hero Initiative, and he was only charging like $10. And the weird thing was he didn't have hardly any line. And he was just like, hey, everyone.
It's George Perez.
Like, people knew he was there, and people had waited in line already to go through. But he, being George Perez, was like, I'm going to hang out longer. What can I do? How can I help the Hero Initiative? So he's like, tell you what, $10 sketches. If we're going to, grab a raffle ticket. If we call your numbers, you get a $10 sketch. And I ended up getting 4. I bought like 20 tickets, and they called 4 of my tickets. I'm like, oh my God. So when I went up, he was like, all right, young man, like, what would you like? And I was like, dude, you got to give me Superman, and you got to give me Metron, which is one of my favorite characters at DC. And I was like, and you got to give me Green Lantern. And just for fun, I want Lois Lane also, just to go with my Superman. And he was like, that's the best. And he started going, and I still have those framed. I love those.
I've got 2 sketch cards of George Perez, and they're 2 different Wonder Womans.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I thought about Wonder Woman, but I threw him a curveball. I said, can you draw Lois? He's like, I would love to draw you Lois.
And because the only other thing I've got hanging right above my commission of Black Canary, which means more to me because I paid the money, and I was like, I said, I want Black Canary, because he was able to do it like at his studio and brought it to the signing at my local comic book store.
Wow.
So it was like done.
Right.
And then I got to have a picture, like I have a picture with him, like holding my sketch.
So cool.
But hanging right above that, now this was one that I won. It's cool. It doesn't mean as much to me because it wasn't like I commissioned it.
Yeah.
But I have a Jerry Robinson Batman.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Samuel doesn't know what to do with this.
That's amazing.
I'm just keeping quiet.
We're not talking about the Flash movie, Sam. You can react.
I'm just in shock right now.
Oh, right. There's a Flash movie coming out. I forgot.
Yeah.
Samuel's seen it. So.
Samuel's the only one that's seen it on this panel, unless you've seen it too, Andy. Have you seen it?
No, why would the Flash Pockets be invited to a Flash movie screening?
Oh, do we have 2 people who have seen the Flash movie? Oh, Andy. Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
Well, never liked me, so it's fine.
Yeah. No, he's saying he didn't go.
He's saying he didn't get to see it.
Did not go.
He was being sassy there.
Okay. You're being sassy pants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because again, the Flash Park is doing a Flash movie screening. Why would we ever do that?
Yeah.
It's like
Why?
ignoring the Flash. Yeah, it's like how I have to be ignored by the CW and Warner for 7 seasons out of the 9 run before I even started getting any press access. My name is the
Yeah.
Flash Podcast.
Yeah.
So
Actually, the only reason I've known people at Warner Brothers for years, like Brendan Vietti, Sam Liu, like all these great guys who make Young Justice. Like, I mean, I've hung out with them, talked to them. Like, they're the nicest guys in the world, and they would invite me to things, but I was not on any press list. I was literally like a guest on their behalf, and I tried for years. And it was actually Andy who a couple years ago during COVID, he's like, "Hey, I can help you get press access for Comic-Con." And I was like,
yeah.
"That's so kind of you. Thank you." And I was thinking, all right, well, last time I was on press from Comic-Con, literally no one emailed me. Like, nobody sent me anything. And I was surprised this time, I think because it was COVID and people were maybe a little bit more desperate for any news to get out there. They were like, hey, I started getting emails, and one of them was Warner Brothers, and they were like, hey, like the guy recognized me. He's like, dude, I know you've been asking for years, and I never put you on the list. He goes, but you still showed up to all the screenings for the animated stuff anyway. He's like, so I'll tell you what, I'll start sending you animated movies to your house. And I'm like, thank God. But I owe that to Andy because I tried for a decade to get on that list and never could.
It's kind of like I'm on the press release list, but the only time I got a screener was for Apocalypse War.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was my first screener, and it was my last screener here.
Yeah.
But still, I will have to say, if I was going to get a screener for something,
That was
Apocalypse War was a pretty badass one
Yeah,
to
that's
get
a good one.
screener
Yeah.
for.
For
Good
sure.
one to get a screener for sure.
Definitely.
my little first movie screener was, I mean, beautifully enough, it was a Snyder cut.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I got
Nice.
that one.
Yeah.
Apocalypse War came
Yeah,
first,
a lot of
but
us
I
got
got
that
that
one.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they were dragging me around for like 3 weeks of like there's an
What?
email. Yeah,
Oh,
they
wow.
were because because I knew there was like a press thing going on where like he was talking to people and they were sending out the movie and so on, but they were like, I will send you guys a screenshot at some point because like it's the most abusive email thread ever. And then on a random Friday night, they're like, we can give you the access, but you only have until Sunday. So I sat the whole Saturday just rewatching it like
Yeah.
Yeah.
9 times.
9 times.
I gotta say, as an outside observer,
That's
of
45 hours. Holy shit.
Right.
that,
Yeah.
as an outside observer of that, like, and I say this to you guys all the time whenever you have me on, it's like
No,
I was
36
so
hours.
happy to see like the people who really pushed for that movie to be released. The payoff for you guys was like, as an outside fan, like floored me. I think Zach is the coolest guy in the world, and I already had respect for him. Even if I was critical of his DC movies, I've always had respect for the guy. So when I saw the end result and you guys, just the reward you guys got, I was like, that's amazing. I've never in my life seen anything like that. And I thought that was the coolest thing.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was
Yeah.
just, I mean,
It was definitely not a cul-de-sac.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
was not.
Nicely
The
done.
shade.
Oh, I know. Oh,
okay.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was
Oh,
funny when like they released that, and it was, and I remember that was during a time where I was actually heavily talking to him, to the man himself, just
Right.
because it was
To
like
God?
leading up to it, huh?
To God.
God, yes,
It's because you're like pointing upwards. I'm like, to God.
yes, to the God. Well, he's like a god too.
Zach's the blue hand that comes out at the beginning of time in the DC
Yeah.
universe. That Krona,
Yes.
Corona was like, oh,
yeah.
No, but it was just like I remember like when that article came out, and it was just, I mean, it was like they were actively trying to just be like, oh yeah, this is, we're gonna release it, but that's it, guys. That's all you get. That's all you get.
Yeah.
And it was just like one of those things too, where it was like, okay, and then the response to that was 1.5 million people going restore the Snyderverse,
Right.
or not people,
Right.
but tweets,
Right,
hashtags, tweeted,
No.
blah blah blah.
It's amazing.
But, yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
and to see all these people that like like, for example, like I get critical of people online. I don't really talk about them on my channel, but like people like Grace and John Campia, who I just Grace, I'll tolerate sometimes when she's doing like tea stuff.
You're a better man than I am.
Yeah, but ultimately her opinions on anything are just garbage. But John Campea is one of those guys that I vehemently don't like. I had a friend that used to be on that would guest on Collider, and he would just be like, John Campea is a psychopath, and I'm like, yeah, I could see it. And when he was like, you think some little YouTubers are going to get access to a Zack Snyder cut? They're full of shit, And it's just like all these people.
I wasn't even a little YouTuber. I was a podcaster.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you know what's funny?
And then entitlement and his garbage. Like,
but look what's happening now. Did you see that he released like a whole thing about his like my mental health, and he fired like his whole crew, or like he doesn't have Robert Meyer Burnett on anymore. He had to downsize, and then all of a sudden
going through something for sure.
He's going through some shit. And it's like it's like whatever, dude. I mean, like I still can't believe like when he released those images from Spider-Man. No Way Home.
Oh, that was kind of
dude. I reacted to that live. I didn't show it, but I remember. Like,
I remember you reacting to that live.
I remember people in the chat were like, "Campea just spoiled No Way Home." I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's some bullshit. And then I clicked and I went, oh my God, did he just what? And I went, no, I think that's real. Holy shit. And it was all three of them, and it was real shots, and it was like, wow.
I just remember that was the time where I just went like Twitter dark. Because I didn't want No Way Home.
You and Brent both went Twitter dark.
Oh, you better believe I went to. You better believe, because No Way Home was one of those movies that I was just like, don't you fuck with me when it comes to this. Going back to our conversation about going back to 1994 and the animated series, and in like half my comic book collection at the time was Spider-Man. Like, I have some key Spider-Man issues, more modern, of course, but but were key to me. Like, I've got the issue with the bell tower.
Oh wow!
Like,
okay, yeah.
I keep on forgetting. I think it's not Peter Parker Spider-Man. I forget which Spider-Man title it is, but it's
Spectacular. Maybe
it's not Spectacular, but it's a number one,
okay.
and it is the one where it's like, the suit gets him, and he goes to Fantastic Four, and he has to go to the bell tower.
Web of Spider-Man number one.
Web of Spider-Man number one. Thank you. I've got that. It only cost me $20, and I still remember, like, the ripping the suit off in the bell tower, and to see that in Spider-Man, and to watch that, like, that's one of the parts of Spider-Man 3, the movie, I really enjoy, because it's like. You nailed it.
Like,
that part right.
Thing and everything, but
only Razor was not Spider-Man.
Sam, I know you gotta go. Yeah. You gotta.
Hey, Sam, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Thanks for not spoiling a damn thing.
Yeah, no, this was really
the only one here who is in Flash.
I have a question. Is the Flash in it? No, let me rephrase it. Does the Flash have more screen time than Batman?
I'm just joking, because you got to ask which Batman you're referring to. But
obviously the only one that they keep marketing. Because I don't know what Ben Affleck
he's not going to give you anything else but that.
Yeah.
I'm not giving anything.
I just want a Flash movie with Mike Barry Allen fighting rogues or Reverse Flash or something.
This ain't that movie.
I know.
Maybe the next one.
At the very least, you're gonna get an entertaining DC experience.
Yeah, but entertaining in DC has become like a dangerous word now, because like.
but coming from but Andy, Andy? But coming from Samuel, trust him.
Okay.
Trust him. Okay, it's Samuel we're talking about.
Hey, look at he's got the shirt. He's got the shirt.
You can trust him with that. This is some random on the internet telling you it's entertaining.
Right.
This is him telling you it's entertaining.
I'll also say this. I'm a day one CW Flash fan. Like, the first season of Flash.
There was a show on the CW called The Flash.
To this day, I can test, like, the finale for that still is
amazing.
That's amazing finale.
So that first season set the bar and the tone for everything that could be great. And I think that Superman and Lois is right there, but I really did want to see like us really get a Flash experience, because we've seen like different glimpses of what that could be like with Quicksilver, like certain small little moments like, man, this should be the Flash right now. And when I was saying entertained, I was pleasantly entertained by what I got.
Yeah.
Because I understand what the capability of quality is. I'll leave it at that. I'm gone.
There you go.
I can't say anymore.
He's going to leave before he gets himself in trouble.
Yeah, I really am.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a
You said too much.
sniper somewhere.
There's a red dot like moving around your wall.
All right, guys.
James Gunn going, don't do it.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank
you.
Bye.
Make sure you guys subscribe to him.
Yeah,
JBS,
go subscribe.
JBS.
Appreciate it. Later, y'all.
I thought he was going to say, oh, and one more thing, and then disconnect.
That would have been funny.
I remember that.
No, so Andy, I was going to ask you. So how was it with the Flash ending? Like, how was it for you?
So there's not a season 10?
No, there's not a season 10.
There's not a season 10. Okay.
No. It's over now. Sorry.
It's. Are you talking about this specific week or the whole season as a whole?
You have the floor, sir.
Okay. I feel season 9 happened during one of the worst times for the CW, where they're now scaling back so much, and I think the show suffered from it. I do also think some of the writers, some of them I'm actually friends with on that show, I think they did some wrongs in the writing, but also I think it's like this season could not happen at a worse time, because they get their budget cut in the middle of the season, so they had to do a bunch of filler episodes. They call them interludes, just so they could have money for the final graphic novel, the final main storyline that they call it. I'm happy with the way it ended. For again, there was super crap in it. There's a lot of side characters on that show that it's people just don't really like, and I don't blame them. I was mostly angry because I didn't get to have like a pleasant experience for just one night, because like apparently haters just don't want to let me watch things in peace.
I can't let them bother me
because it's one thing to watch a screener, because I have to do interviews. It's one thing to watch screeners and have that experience, but to then watch it with the fans on Wednesday night. The last time I'm live tweeting an episode, and then the whole night I'm getting just again, I don't know how these people come emails. Yeah, like, oh my god, you didn't get Granny Candace. Oh my god, your career is over. Oh my god, this and this and that, and like that. I'm like, I just wanted one night. So and this tonight on Endless Multiverse, it wasn't that much better, because there was a lot of divisiveness in the comments, including a lot of trolls that we kept fighting. But so right now, it feels like just like, I'm kind of glad. I'm glad it's over, because I don't have to deal with that fandom. But then I look back, but then I listened to the score that came out today for season 9, like that final. For anyone who hasn't seen the series finale yet, the final scene has the best Flash score in the entire series run, and that's like, you know what? I'm glad I'm glad these 9 years happened. So good. I feel the Flash has deserved better for its final season, and that's why I'm done with the CW mostly. If Superman Lois goes on, I'm terrified of going to Max, because I don't trust David Zaslav. He has more things to do with Max, and I don't trust him. Again, he could in the middle of the season be like, I really like tax write-downs. Like, I love doing taxes. Said no American at all. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, for me, it's bittersweet, because it's 10 years of my life that is coming to an end.
Yeah.
But
understandable.
It's I just didn't know that
crazy.
Next star buying it could cause so much problems.
Yeah. Sure.
No, it's just crazy, because I remember when we got our first image of Grant Gustin in the Flash cowl. I remember specifically, it was the side profile. We saw it and was like, oh, look at that. That's what he looks like. And it's just crazy to think. I was like, oh man, I was just remembering where I was in there. I was living with my brother at the time. This was like, in his spare bedroom. And I was like, Jesus Christ. I remember seeing that, pop up on my screen, and then being excited for it, which I was, because I love the character, but I did fall off season 3, but
I fell off season 5.
Season 6, post-crisis, mirror universe. That's where I never finished season 6, so
Yeah, I almost quit. After season 5 because it's ironic because the showrunner of Super Lois, he was the one doing the Flash for those 2 seasons, and he was driving into the ground and like, I can't do this anymore. I can't see them waste Grant Gustin like this anymore with his horrible writing. But then in the middle of
Todd Helbing, right?
Yeah, Todd Helbing. I know that was a crazy thing.
Yeah.
Again, and I think he's done a lot of good choices on Super Lois. I also bet there's a lot of Flash mistakes that he's making there too. Again, who here does not want spoilers from season 3
of
Super Lois?
I'm completely caught up.
So. I don't watch the show, so go ahead.
I'm not caught up, but I don't mind. You can spoil.
Yeah,
it.
it's fine. Yeah.
I am so furious if this is the final season that the biggest story that Lois Lane ever got on this show was cancer.
Oh yeah.
See,
I don't know if I agree with that.
But I agree that it shouldn't be her biggest story. But I also, I mean, Dave, you know, my wife has cancer, so for me watching this season, I've appreciated the storyline, like the idea of a husband and wife.
No, of course,
going through that, it has actually really connected with me. And like, oh wow, you're doing this, and you're doing it justice, in my opinion.
I think for me is that, you know, and again, I respect that absolutely, and I didn't want me to come off as disrespectful because, you know, I mean, my grandmother, she died both of brain tumor and lung cancer just barely a month ago.
Yeah, recently.
Also, it's not, you know, for me, it's like when I see Lois, you know, I see Rebecca, you know, and she, you know, and like it's like, you know, Rebecca Johnson. You know, I always, you know,
no. I've talked to Rebecca about. Hey, brace yourself going into season 3.
I was like, when I had the screener, I kind of was like, Rebecca, I kind of just needed to prepare yourself, and like, but you know, she doesn't want spoilers, so she's like, I'm sure it'll be fine, but like, you know, like, it's impossible for me not to see her when I see Lois with cancer. So, you know, because, you know, Lois Lane is one of the reasons I'm a journalist to begin with. So for me, it's like this season is just going. I mean, there's great stuff in season 3. Don't get me wrong. I love the Bruno Mannheim and his family. I love all of it. It's for me. It's just like, it is just so. And this is what they always do with season 3 of any genre show. They go ultra super dark. Todd Helbing did this exact thing with the Flash season 3 with Savitar, and, you know, basically dangling Iris in front of us every week. You know, she is gonna die. He's gonna die. Obviously, we know she's not gonna die, but it's like, you don't want to, you know, it's not fun that becomes the whole main storyline. And then for me, knowing that, oh, this could be the last season of Super Lois. Oh, this season is going to end on a cliffhanger. Oh, this is definitely you know, the bigger story Lois Lane has had, because she's gone through, like, she's, you know, last season it was her sister and the cult thing. And like, for me, like, that's one reason I always, I don't like, I know Smallville gets its crap, but like, I will always appreciate the multitude of layers they gave Lois there. And for me,
Erica Durant's,
she's a great Lois.
She was a great Lois.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Because they gave her so many things to do. Like, it was not just drama. It was also, you know, again, anytime when she would put on a costume, it was so fun. Like, I loved the episode when they just went to their Comic-Con and she was Wonder Woman.
So, just out of curiosity, what's your criticism of Lois? Is that you're saying that?
I'm not criticizing Lois. I'm criticizing the decision of.
No, that's what I mean. Like, what's your criticism? Are you saying you're saying that the cancer story is, you don't want that to be her biggest story? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because especially if this is the last season, because again, like, you know, again, contrary to popular belief, I actually do love Super Lois, but it's like, for me, like, I always feel that Lois gets. She always has to go through like so much dark stuff with her family. Again, like, that's why, again, I love seeing Lois that gets to do all of it. Like, you know, this week's episode, they did flashbacks to when she won some prize or something.
She was nominated. She was nominated. Yes.
And Clark was really excited for her. He had bought this beautiful dress for her, but she was like, "I'm not used to that. I'm not used to going to parties. I'm an army brat." I always love when she says an army brat.
Sure.
So I like things like that. I think it's just. But also, for me, it's coming at a worse time for me because, again, you know, cancer has hit my family very differently this year. So, but I respect anyone who is appreciating the story and who is, like getting something from it, I respect that completely. That's why I'm really hoping there's at least one more season so we can have a little more fun as well. I would love to see it move back to Metropolis and be the Daily Planet or something.
See, like, I think that's what's great about this show, at least for me, is that it's not just about a happy family. Like, it's about a real family.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
and what I liked from season 1 was, like, I mentioned this on the show before, where Superman arguably has the 2 best dads in comic book history between Pa Kent and Jor-El. He won the lottery for dads.
Yeah.
And to see him struggle at being a dad is so interesting from a character standpoint. Because,
and to have and to your point, and have one kid who does have powers,
yes, right,
and the other kid,
the likely one not have powers, right? Like, it's a great dynamic.
Yeah.
But what I like is that on top of all that, Lois, she gave up she stepped out of her comfort zone to be with the man she loves, to move back to Kansas, to live there, and to detach from her life. And she struggles there. She's still trying to be a journalist. And she struggles with it at times. And she had her family drama in the second season. And I think one of the coolest things about Lois Lane is that she's someone that you look at it as, oh, well, in every show they go dark with, like, the girlfriend character, the wife character, whatever. But I think with Lois, because she doesn't hesitate to put herself in these situations where bad things could happen, I think that's what makes her kind of heroic. And her jumping into this cancer thing head first and being like, we're going to deal with this. And she's stubborn about some things, like I'm sure, people are in real life about stuff. But I think I don't know if I would say this is her biggest story that they're giving her. I just think this is the next story they're giving her, and it's following a pattern that they've set up since the first episode.
Fair. I just think that it's like, in hindsight, because like, when you look at just a conversation about the show in general, the biggest thing that this has been talked about this show is what happened last season when they said, oh, it's not in the same Earth as that Arrowverse shows. And then everything else got looked past. Like, nobody talked about the beautiful fortress we got to see. Nobody talked about, like, Bruno Mannheim is coming and so on. And so, I mean, like, when I think about, like, this is sort of that I will remember more. She's gonna be fine. Obviously, it's called Superman Lois.
Is she? That's what I like about the show. Is that, like, I don't know.
Well, if she's
finale is just like boop.
And then the show is still called Superman Lois. That's,
well, no, it goes to Max as Superman, the series. I'm just saying, like, I don't want that to happen. I'm just saying I don't like predicting happy endings for characters just because it makes me feel good. I think sometimes like a month and a half after I got diagnosed last year, Moon Knight came out. Like, I wasn't ready.
You got the mask behind
Yeah,
you.
This entire wall is all props from the
I've been
show.
slowly watching, but like trying to look like I'm actually, like, paying attention. I am paying attention, but I'm kind of like, I see that mask, I see that
It's just
cardboard
all-
cutout.
yeah,
I know
there's
when I
see Ghost Rider,
I was like, oh wow, you got the Moon Knight mask.
I was trying to see, like, how many Midnight Sun stuff he has.
I have the wall is, so now the whole apartment, Blue has taken over designing our place, and he is the one who got me into Moon Knight. So that's the other thing. I know who Moon Knight was. I'm a comic book fan. I had no interest in the character, and then and Blue was like one of the first shows he watched, and he fell in love with it because of the portrayal of DID. And he was like, I think we're going through something like this, and Seek, you're having a hard time processing that the last 13 years of your life is the only 13 years of your life, and you feel cheated. You feel like you thought you were us, the original, and you're not. And this is all hitting you at once. And if you saw my Instagram, I was having just a mental breakdown. I mean, I was having the worst time of my life. And it took me until, I think Blue watched that show every week. And it wasn't till, and he was posting on my Instagram, this amazing show. He's trying to get me to watch it. He's writing on our boards, bro, you got to watch this. And I finally did. When episode 6 was about to air, I binged the first 5. And even though I don't remember what did this to us as a child to do this to us, watching that show like really resonated with me, but it made me very uncomfortable to watch it because I was like, I'm actually going through this, much like I'm sure Scott on some level with his wife is when they're watching Lois, and you, Andy, it's like, but just because it makes me uncomfortable, it's, I'm like, if Moon Knight ended and both guys died, I would have been like, yeah, I hate that, but that's the story they told, So if like something doesn't go well for Lois, I would hate that more than anything because I love that actress and I think she does an amazing job on the show.
Oh yes.
But if that's the story, as long as they tell it well, like as long as she's not like a trope or a refrigerator type thing where they're just killing her to advance Superman story. But grief is a hard thing. I mean, we all go through it. You're going through it. It's hard. And like we talked about Wanda earlier, I think the reason why a lot of people don't like the Multiverse of Madness is because I think they don't like the choice that Wanda made in her grief. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest thing. They go, oh, it's so not the Wanda I know. And it's like, right. Because that's what grief
does to you.
That's what grief does. Yeah.
Right. And stronger people come out of it. And sometimes they don't.
Because like, when you watch WandaVision, it's like, all right, what is happening here? I mean, it was a crazy cool concept. And then when you see how it ends and you realize like, oh yeah, Wanda's essentially a villain. And then you go into Multiverse of Madness and you go, and they just kind of capitalize. I like that aspect.
Not a villain.
Like,
she's just lost. Like
she's just very lost. Yes, exactly. Right. Exactly. I mean, she is the antagonist, but at the same time, it's like, but you understand why,
we who want to show understand. The problem is when the screenwriters comes out and says that I didn't even watch WandaVision, and even a little bit.
Who cares what the screenwriter said?
But then he's like, why did he make an antagonist because he was like, we need a villain for the film? Or did he do because
he was told?
Well, he was told that's his job. Like if someone came to me and said, hey, you're writing this and Wanda's the villain, I'd go, okay, well, I need to make sure that makes sense. Now, me personally, I would, if I hadn't seen WandaVision, I would have watched it. But chances are when he was writing it, the show wasn't out yet to watch. So that's a possibility too. When he started the early
But they do get to read scripts. So like that's one of the great things with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that they actually got to read.
Scripts are different than things that are shot sometimes. I mean, I've been there. I've seen scripts. Like I've read scripts that have completely ended up different.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out a discussion point. It's like people have talked to me about because they know I read.
What?
I know. You? Shocking. I have read a book or two in my life.
Oh man!
But I've
the whole thing.
The whole thing.
The whole thing. But I've had people ask me about the opinions of like sometimes when actors who are in films that are book adaptations admit that they didn't read the book. And I've been asked about my opinion about that. Right. And I've actually said, I don't have a problem with it. Because as an actor, what should, depending on your philosophy, what should be the basis of your performance?
Right.
And I would argue the script you were given. Like the script should give you it's a very Mamet way of looking at it. I mean, if you've ever read Mamet's book True and False, I would highly recommend for acting. It's a fabulous book. But because he's also a writer and a director, he says go with the script. The script's going to give you what you need to play the character. So I've said I don't have a problem with an actor who doesn't go back and like read the novel that a movie is based on because, well, your source material, as far as you're concerned from your acting, should be the screenplay that you've been, handed.
Right, yeah.
And then you make the decisions based on what the writer gives you and what the director gives you. And so I don't have a problem with that. So, Andy, to your point, well, I can understand that's really that's the thing you don't say out loud.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't say that out loud, but I also say, no, you're the writer. You're part of this machine.
Right.
And you're told here. I would say just because he didn't watch WandaVision doesn't mean that he wasn't given plot points to go.
Or know where she ended as a character.
Or know she ended as a character. Like, I wouldn't be surprised unless he said differently in the interview.
It was based on what things Elizabeth Olsen said that made it sound like, oh, this creative team didn't seem to really they made her, because she was even shocked that she became evil in Multiverse of Man.
But she also said in an interview that she liked stories like Children's Crusade and other stories where Wanda, like House of M.
House of M, yeah.
You know, she was like, I like these stories where...
Is that the one where all the mutants die?
Well, they don't die, but they just get their genes turned off. But to somewhat Nate's point in the comment, when I was saying Wanda's lost, I was saying that at the end of WandaVision. Yes, she becomes evil in Multiverse of Madness. So I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying at where she ended at Multiverse of Madness at WandaVision was she was reading from the Darkhold, which already corrupts you. It fed on her grief and it sent her down a negative spiral. And yes, by the time she gets to Multiverse, she's straight up murdering people. So a redemption arc is hard for her, but I think sometimes when you play a character for so long, some actors, they want to do things differently. I think one of the things about Harrison Wells in the Flash show is that actor was like, yeah, you can kill me at the end of the season, but can I play a multiverse version of myself next season and play it differently? And sometimes you get actors to do that. iZombie was a great show where the actress got to really
she was so good.
She was so awesome. And some actors like thrive and want to do that. And I think Elizabeth Olsen was willing to, see where that story would take Wanda. But I think now that they've done it, they're going to look on how do we bring Wanda back from that. And I think hopefully whatever they have planned for in the future is something that you will like more.
Yeah,
I hope.
I'm sure, because the thing is, there's a lot of times when MCU does win me back over on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Just going back to the whole thing with Lois, for me, because just to assume happy ending. The way I'm going at it is that I'm looking at it is that because as amazing as Superman Lois is, at the end of the day, it is still a CW show in its nature. They have a very specific pattern, and because the show is called Superman Lois, I know there's no way she's gonna die unless if they just kill her off and then bring in someone from the multiverse. I don't know how.
But
he's gonna fly the world back around and
shut up.
But what I will say is, just because she might not die, doesn't mean she's not going to be impacted, by the event. Like Andy knows because he's caught up like I am, but the conversation that she's having in this last episode with Lana,
that was great.
Let's just say that she's dealing with something that someone who is going through what she's going through. It's like the show was willing to say that we're saying the quiet part out loud. It was nice for the show not to feel like, oh no, we can't talk about this. It's like, oh no, we're going to talk about this because this is what people actually go through.
Right.
And I was just watching that episode going, because this isn't the kind of cancer my wife has, but it's the kind of cancer that other family members have had and have gone through the exact thing that last night, that this week's episode, was revolving around. And I'm being vague because I do like to avoid spoilers, but I'm just saying it got really real about some conversations that for me, once again, it's like, what's CW, like you're saying it's still a CW show and it's doing the patterns, but I'm saying I'm watching Superman and Lois going, I've never seen a CW Arrowverse show do this.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, just more when I say pattern, I mean just that we know she'll be fine, and of course this will change her. And this again, that's why I'm like,
I guess it depends on what you define as she's going to be fine.
She's not gonna die. There's
but there's a difference between dying and being
impacted.
Fine. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm really hoping that there is another season so that we can see how does she come back from this when she's okay. That's what I want to see.
Because if this show ended with if they're like, hey, this is the last season and we're going to give you guys a chance to put a button at the end of the show, to give it a goodbye, which I know they don't normally do that, but if they could, that would be amazing. If it's Superman and Lois is went through chemo and she's struggling and they're just sitting there together, watching a sunrise over Metropolis or something, or over Kansas. And she's like, is everything going to be okay? And he's like, yeah, Superman being Superman's like, yeah, everything's going to be fine. And then you don't even know if she lives or dies. They just end on like a sweet note where it's like, okay, her battle, like Superman's whole thing, it's a never ending battle. And when it's like, all right, is Lois's big story here that she has cancer, or is it her big story is she's fighting cancer like, a regular person would, on top of having regular life stuff too. And is that the story? And it's not just that she has cancer and that's the end of the story. It's that she's gonna fight it. I mean, it's Lois Lane we're talking about here, So I don't know.
I guess we will just agree to disagree on this one. It's fine.
I like your perspective. Do I hope it has another season? I do. And kind of like what happened. I feel like it needs another season because they need to go into the season knowing it's
the last season.
Yeah, because that's what the CW ruined for. The president came out upfront and said, it's on the bubble, but we're ending on a cliffhanger. That's why I'm like, why would you do this to us? Why would you think?
It's like with Titans and Doom Patrol. I at least appreciate it when they announced it was the final season. I also appreciate them saying, yeah, we also told the creators it was probable. I've just watched too many shows get canceled and being like, what the fuck?
But also on the show, like, I'm sorry, but on those show creators, like, sometimes fuck them too, because plan that this is your last season. Like, come up with something to where you're like, hey, this isn't a definitive ending, but if we didn't get anything after this feels like a good stopping point.
And that's funny because I was having this feels like a conversation like I was having with Dave and Phil, like even last week. Yeah. Remember when I was telling you guys about Stargate SG-1?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the funny thing about Stargate SG-1. It's really funny when you know this and then you watch the show. Starting with season 5, they treated season 5 through season 8 like it was the last season. So watch the finales of seasons 5, 6, 7, and 8. Every season ended, and it felt like they were going to do a movie. Right. Like this will be the finale of the show. We'll do a movie, and then it's over. And so for 4 seasons, they wrote every season as if they would do a movie, and that would wrap up the show. And then what happened was then they got renewed for seasons 9 and 10. And then they felt like, we can keep going. It gets canceled at the end of season 10. And then they were like, well, fuck. And so then they had to do a movie that was basically like, here's season 11 in a 90-minute movie. But to your point, Seek, I think that's an interesting experiment. Well, here's a show you can go and watch, where for 4 years they could
jump off at any point.
The show could end because because season 5 they got canceled at Showtime, but then Sci-Fi picked them up for seasons 6 through 10, but they weren't sure when Sci-Fi was going to cancel them. And so watching the show, knowing that. It's really weird to watch every finale going, this could have been the last one.
It could have been.
And this could have been the last one.
Yeah.
And this could have been the last one.
But at the same time, that can actually suffer the story a little bit, can it? Like,
it can.
I'm not saying do it for every season. I'm just saying, like, they got their 3rd season at a time where the company was on the verge of being a buyout. I mean, there was a lot of heads up that the people of Superman and Lois could have been like, you know what? Let's write 2 endings and let's shoot them both, and then and figure it out, that's there. But I know, like, when you're doing a show, you're like, hey, we want a cliffhanger because we want fan outcry. We want people to bring us back for another season. We want, so you're thinking about the future. You think about, continuing your work and stuff. So I get the rationale. I just feel like sometimes especially with Warner Brothers, like it's obvious that place can be a real shit show. So plan for that a little bit. Plan for that a little bit.
Blasphemy.
Is all I'm saying.
It's perfect. It's a perfect studio.
I mean, not that other companies aren't.
I want to have my ashes spread there. Like, that's how much I love Warner Brothers.
Dude, I lived right next to Warner Brothers. Every day I could look out the window and see that tower, and I always wanted to work there.
They have a great tour. Okay,
they sure do.
Yeah,
I sure do. I went there for the Batman 75th. I did the tour. And
Oh,
it was
Tour's
so
great.
good.
Tour's great. Tour's
Did
great.
you see the Warner Brothers and the Warner sister Dot?
that
Because they run around the Warner movie lot.
they do.
Yeah.
They lock him in the tower whenever they get
Now,
caught.
when I
Oh,
took the
my
tour, when I
God.
took the tour, the tower was locked. They didn't want to release them. I do believe my tour guide did mention something about that.
You did. You said that he made an Animaniacs joke.
Dude, my tour guide was awesome. He was making jokes, and I was sitting up front. And I started joking with him. He was a fun guy. He was a fun guy. He definitely was a fun guy. But yeah, he did. He did make an Animaniacs jokes, and I was like, yeah, good,
Nice.
good on you.
And the
dude.
problem is that now I got the entire theme song freaking playing through my head.
Of course, we have
deserve
paid
it.
or paid contracts. Yeah.
You did
Yeah.
this, Scott.
They lock us in the tower whenever we get caught, but we vamoose and then vamoose, and now we know the plot.
God damn.
But yeah, I know. I just want the waiting to be over just so we can know, like, are they coming back or not?
I hear you. Yeah. I mean, I want the show to keep going on. I think it's one of my favorite of those shows consistently. And I'm pulled in. I'm a big Superman fan, and I think what they're doing with the show is really neat. I also liked Krypton a lot. I thought that was
Oh my
love
God,
Krypton.
Krypton.
A good one.
yeah.
That was a
Not too
cry. That's when I forever gave up on sci-fi. I'm like, they don't like us. They don't like people.
I don't know, because Battlestar Galactica was amazing, and they let that
Battlestar
ride
Galactica.
out. Yeah.
I mean, my Friday nights, man, in like the mid 2000s, my Friday nights being SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and Battlestar Galactica. Oh, Friday nights was.
That's what didn't make sense when it came to Krypton being canceled, because I was like, that is right up your guys' fucking asses.
It
Like,
sure
what-
is.
That
Like,
was
what-
doing
how
everything
would
Game
you-
of Thrones?
Yeah.
It just, you have a Superman story, prequel, a pre-Superman story on Krypton, and
With
it's
a
so
new
sci-fi.
character.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm
Segel,
like, how
that's
did that not? I mean, it just didn't make sense to me when that.
Oh,
got
and it was,
teased.
I mean, and you had Lobo and Doomsday and the
Yeah.
best freaking on-screen
General
Brainiac
Zod.
I have
Yeah.
ever
Like Zod,
seen.
you had everybody.
Adam-
right?
Adam
Zod
Strange.
family. Yeah.
Adam
Adam
Strange.
Strange. I know. So cool to do Adam Strange.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so weird
that's-
to me that didn't last.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Weird.
like sci-fi. I will never watch anything on your channel again.
Okay, here's a question. Does that channel still exist anymore?
It does, but it
I don't know. Maybe
runs
David Zaslav will
X-Files.
buy it and
Do
sell
they
it
have
for
an app or
parts.
something? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't even know what is their show on there? Is it the
Like,
Resident
I don't think they do
Alien?
original. Do they even do original programming anymore? I mean,
I think they do Resident Alien, that one, right?
Yes,
Resident
yeah, I
Alien.
think
Yeah,
so.
okay, they do Resident Evil. Oh, that's okay.
like
That's
that's
sci-fi.
like their only like new
Yeah.
show. Other than that, they just play reruns of Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, X-Files.
Also great
I mean,
shows.
Yeah,
Maybe
which are
CW and Sci-Fi.
fantastic. But
Maybe CW and Sci-Fi will just have to merge into one channel at some point.
There you go.
dude, I know it is kind of weird, like in this day and age of streaming, and they try to get away from the cable bundle and the cable like the cable system, I guess you could say. But it's like, how are these channels 24/7 still able to just? I mean, how many? I mean, it's like, okay, you're just gonna show just reruns all the time. That's
Right.
basically what they do to fill. But then they'll like, oh, here's a new show. Here's this. They have a couple of new shows. I mean, like Sci-Fi Channel. Do they still have that face makeup show, like Face Off? It was called Face Off, where they had like the face makeup show or whatever the hell.
I don't know because basically.
Remember when
once
they
again-
changed it to Sci-Fi and they put two Y's
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
as
I
opposed
did.
to the eyes?
I just remember my Friday nights in being like, oh no, I get off at work and it'd be like, oh no, I'm at home and I'm watching 3 hours of like you had my ass in front of that TV for 3 hours.
But it's
Because-
it's just not
Someone
like that
clipped
anymore.
Someone clipped that.
Yeah, you had my ass.
There's been a
on
lot
the-
of ass. My
There's been
ass
a lot
has
of
been
Scott ass talk.
It's been a
there has been
topic
a-
tonight.
Yeah, ass and that. So
I have. I don't know if you
Scott.
missed that, Andy, but my ass has been a topic of discussion
Yeah.
tonight. I'm just
Yes, it
saying.
has.
It has. yeah.
well, I'm expecting twerking any moment now.
Hey, that's good. People
Why?
usually
Why?
ask-
What's this? What's it? This happened in a conversation I was having with Meg the other day. Like, what that? Oh, it was that post that says like I can't twerk Snapchat or TikTok, but man, I can read and write cursive, drive a stick shift, and tell time on a clock with hands.
Oh, old school. No, but I mean, like, yeah, I know it is weird. Like, you know, I remember when I had YouTube TV and I would watch. What was that channel called? I had that. It played reruns of Quantum Leap and X Files and shit like that. I forgot what it was called, but it's just. But it's just kind of funny because channels just all they do is just show reruns of the same shit over and over and over and over again. And it's like you get through a season in less than a month and they just repeat it. And then it's like, all right. I mean, I guess that's just what they do. I don't know. It's so weird.
Well, if you need new content, you can always go to the new CW where they have F-Boy Island and they have
F-Boy Island.
when I got that press release for their new TV season, I'm like, what has happened?
Yeah.
There used to be like young, rich teenage dramas, Smallville, Supernatural. This is not my CW.
See, I remember actually my CW was the WB. Like I remember back in the day.
But mine too. But then like
WB,
yeah.
Michigan J Frog, yeah.
Wait, watch your frog. Watch your frog.
Hello, my ragtime gal.
Yeah. I missed the good like first 5 seasons of Supernatural, obviously, but there were some real gems in the last 10 seasons. But I liked Winchester's. I actually turned out I stuck with it, and I was glad I did. I thought it had a good finale.
I heard Winchester did the exact same thing as Lois did in season 2 of like we're actually not up the saber. I'm like they're helping.
But it makes it's so funny because when I was watching the show, I'm very steeped in the supernatural lore. So from episode 1, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like this can't be on Earth, like on the Earth of the original show. So I knew like episode 1, I was like that they have to reveal that because none of this lines up with the lore. And I don't think they would do that intentionally, especially since season 13 introduced multiverse on Supernatural.
Spoiler alert. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh, sorry. So,
okay.
Yeah. I won't say more past that, but yeah, I mean, I got all the ink. Like I love that show so much.
Speaking of Supernatural, Misha Collins is so good as Harvey Dent.
What a great casting choice. I will not watch that show. No.
It's not that bad though. I mean, the trailers are. It's the trailers that just messed up.
Andy, you got to put an asterisk next to it, man. It may not be that bad, but it's not that great either.
Okay, I'll say this.
I'm getting really tired of Batman shows without Batman.
Right?
Okay.
Really
I understand that. I completely understand that.
Phil and I had this conversation.
No one has done it well. That's why.
No one has done it well.
Right.
But I think when the bar is like that, I think, and this might be an even hotter take, I think Gotham Knights might be the one that might get it. Okay.
The closest.
The closest.
That's
yeah.
Fair.
More than Titans.
Don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I love
season 3.
Season
3. Scarecrow, no mask. I'm sorry, you screwed the pooch for me. That's just.
Good Lord,
however, I will go back to the fact that I said I was catching up. I'm in episode 7 of season 4.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, I'm going to continue what I said last week. Season 4 suddenly remembered why I liked season 1. I'm just season 4.
I still have to watch it. I gave up on it after.
I get why.
I gave up.
And you got to remember, I waited until all the episodes. Like I didn't watch it. I waited till the whole season was released, and now I'm binging my way through season 4 of Titans.
Some good episodes are coming up. Some really good episodes are coming up.
Season 4 is this weird thing where here's how I'm going to sell it. It remembered the horror show that season 1 was trying to be, but yet the weird, like they kind of rebooted themselves in season 2 and tried to become more of a superhero show. And I feel like season 4 finally found the balance of let's be a superhero show, but still have that horror vibe that season 1 had.
Yeah, season 1 started off so like, yeah, you're right when it comes to that. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, the season finale, we got Batman versus Robin. Everybody's like, What? And then all of
Jeff
a sudden-
Johns, you clearly just wanted to make a Bat Family show. Why?
Exactly.
Why are you including the Titans in this?
But then when you watch the season 2 premiere, you go, "Wait, this was actually supposed to be the season finale, wasn't it?"
Yeah.
Like because they
With
wrap
so much-
up
with so
wrap
much
up all
stuff
the
cut
shit.
out.
No, wait.
Yeah.
There's a whole alternative version of the Titans season 1 finale where like Dig becomes Nightwing immediately. Starfire even gets a
The
costume.
Doom
yeah, that's
Patrol
right.
shows up.
Yeah. I don't. There were people joking around back in the day.
I
Of
remember
like,
those pet images or whatever.
I want to see that episode.
release the Titans cut.
Well, but you know, but here's the thing. It's kind of
Is
like
that illegal to say? Like, is that?
no, it's not, because I want to see it. It's like if you get the Birds of Prey box set of the complete series, they include the unaired pilot.
Yeah.
On that, which is cool because it's a little different than the pilot that actually made it to air. And there's some parts of it I kind of like more. Like it, so it would be cool, like to have, like when you have the unaired pilot of Birds of Prey on the box set, it's like, give me this unaired season 1 finale of Titans. I'd kind of like to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Just for
I'll pass.
Just
Shits and giggles.
Curiosity
Shits and giggles. I want shits and giggles.
Yeah,
Come on.
me too. Here's speaking of shits and giggles, I'm about to read you the schedule, and I want to see how many of you actually recognize any of these names from the CW. Monday nights will be All American season 6, one of the 2 shows that have been renewed so far from the old CW.
I don't know.
And then it's one of Greg Berlanti's like football shows.
All American. Yeah.
Because
you know what? I did walk on the set of All American. When you take the tour, I walked on the fucking set of that.
season 5 just dropped on Netflix.
Yeah, there you go. At 9 p.m., 61st Street.
What?
61 Street.
61 Street? I've never heard of that.
Is that like a sequel to 21?
I don't.
Yeah, but they added 30.
They added 40 to it.
Yeah,
40.
It's 40 years later.
Sorry.
Math, Dave. Math.
Blame the vodka.
And then Tuesday, they're about to do something very controversial. They're going into 30-minute block programming. At 8 o'clock to 8:30, we have Son of a Cretch.
What the hell?
What?
Summer what?
Son of Cretch.
So I thought you said Summer Cretch. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
I don't know what Son of Cretch is.
At 8:30 to 9 p.m., we have Run the Burbs.
Run the Burbs. Okay.
Is
that a sequel series to the Burbs with Tom Hanks?
I don't know. It says new series. 9 o'clock to 9:30. Children ruin everything.
Well, I could agree with that.
Isn't that on YouTube?
Isn't I was about to say really dark.
Like
Sorry.
that fucking child that ruined Ford versus Ferrari.
9:30 to 10 o'clock. They're going to 10 p.m.'s programming now as well. Everyone else burns.
What?
I wish I was making this up.
Everyone else burns. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Wow.
Wednesday at 8 p.m. Sullivan's Crossing.
Oh.
At 9 o'clock, the Spencer Sisters.
Love Sullivan.
Oh, the Spencer Sisters. Okay.
Ooh.
At Thursday,
the Hardy Boys.
At Thursday we have at 8. We have back-to-back F-Boy Island.
Oh,
finally something good.
I heard about that show because isn't like what? There's a comedian that I kind of like was hosting that. I forgot her name. Shit.
Yeah, these are real shows, Jason.
At Fridays we have, and then some of these you will probably recognize. At 8 to 9, Penn and Teller Fool Us.
Penn and Teller, right?
Yeah, and then they have back-to-back. Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's the final season.
Wow.
Really? I thought the final season was like 10 years ago.
I know, right?
I think they thought so too. On Saturdays, they have they're doing Saturday programming too. Back to back from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, Masters of Illusion.
Okay.
And then 9 to 10, World's Funniest Animals. And on Sundays from 8 to 10 p.m., I Am Films.
I Am Films.
Wow.
That's where I am Sam with films. No, but like whose line does not need to end. You could just have different fucking comedians on there.
Comedians, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't need to. Basically, the show has just been the same comedians with a different host because Aisha Tyler took over after Drew Carey stopped doing it. But what hurt me was because didn't Wayne Brady stop being on the show?
Yeah. I think he did because he was like he has his own show, I think, or whatever the hell.
I don't know because that was a loss. Losing Wayne Brady, that was a loss.
With those chops, those pipes that he had for singing.
My favorite section of the show was when he'd be like making up songs.
Yeah.
He
was great.
I forgot to mention that the mid-season we're gonna have season 4 of Walker, and then we're gonna have, and they say the series premiere of the highly anticipated unscripted spinoff, F Girl Island.
No, so they have F Boy and F Girl.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
CW, dare to defy.
Nope. If Superman and Lois does not get renewed for season 4, the CW app will be deleted off of my Apple TV because there will be nothing left for me to watch.
Fair enough.
Man, it is such a weird time we're living in.
I'm still, the thing that I'm so scared of is that because again, I know some people won't watch Gotham Knights. But the thing that there's a chance that show might get renewed over Superman Lois.
If you want to watch the world burn,
tune in Friday nights on CW for Everything Burns.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I applaud you. That was
good.
That's a good spin. That's a good spin-off.
Yeah. It's just a guy with an STD. Anyways.
I'm so scared what's going to happen to the internet because I'm like, I'm going to feel bad.
I've been with you too long, Dave. I've been with you too long.
Yeah. I had to add to the joke.
Well, some shows hit their stride in a second season, so like I'm all for like something like Gotham Knights finding itself, and then checking it out at the time when it kind of hits that stride. But just for me, like, I mean, it's tough too. Like I share my time now, obviously with others. So it's like, I don't make a list anymore of things I need to watch. I pretty much just catch things in the moment if I have the time now.
I had a question about that, Seek. Like we were talking about Blue and, the personalities thing. Do they have different handwriting than you?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Because I go back to the movie Identity. I really love that movie.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good movie. Not exactly our situation, but yeah.
I hope not.
Or anyone's situation.
I very much hope not. But they do emphasize that like he has a book, and with all the personalities, they all have different handwriting
on journal pages differently. Yeah.
Really? So when you see stuff on your boards, it's different handwriting.
Yeah, because we do it in therapy too. So like we'll be told to write stuff down and things like that. And so the way like certain letters like S's and B's are made, like for example, like Green writes in all lowercase, and he starts at different points when he's making letters than we do. So it causes his handwriting to be different than our handwriting. And Blue is similar to ours, but he tends to like I just write to write. Like if it starts a sentence, it's a capital letter and then lowercase letters. But they seem to have like a pattern of uppercase and lowercase kind of. But it's also how they write it. So it's not even like if I did a capital B, Green's capital B is different because he does the loops first and then the line. So he almost writes it backwards, whereas I do the line first and then put the the loops on the B. So yeah, we all have like our own way of doing things when it comes to that stuff. So that's why sometimes like I can just tell by looking at the handwriting, oh, okay, Green wrote that, or Blue, because I've been now looking at it for a year now. But we also have this issue with Blue where he likes to when he worked at Harley for us, he doesn't want people to know, like he didn't want people to call us crazy. So he watched my YouTube videos and mimicked what he saw on there for mannerisms. So he will like try to blend in as me, I guess. in those situations. But then once his boss, figured it out and he had, brought notes into work and stuff, like he opened up and became himself. And now you can see by if anyone follows his Instagram account, he's definitely like a product of the TikTok generation. So he'll say shit like big ups. And I'm like, what the fuck is big ups? and he has a different, he talks similar to me. He structures things like I do. Like if you ever notice how I write, I'll do like 2 sentences and then skip a space and then 2 or 3 sentences. So he sometimes mimics that, but his dialect is different than mine. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. I mean, our taste in food's different. Green has gotten mad because of how much fast food we've eaten recently. So that was brought up in therapy. So there's like a lot of stuff like that we constantly discuss. That's why, like you talking earlier about your friend who did the minute by minute breakdown of BVS.
Yeah.
Someone had suggested I do that for Moon Knight. And I was like, it's not a bad idea, but me and another friend, we're trying to do a Moon Knight podcast. We've been trying for, no kidding, we came up with the idea a year ago and we still haven't done anything. And really what it comes down to is it's hard for me to schedule things. Like Andy will tell you, like I'm so gung-ho to work with people like Andy and my friend Nate and do things, but I have to now do things spontaneously because there have been times where I go to bed on Monday night and I wake up on Wednesday, and I'm like, well, whatever I had planned for Tuesday is fucking gone, So there's things like that are still happening on a consistent basis. So to try to go, hey, on Tuesdays now, I'm definitely free to do a show together. I can't say stuff like that anymore. Because we all want different things now. Like Blue at first was comfortable he kept calling himself a coping mechanism. He's like, I'm not a real human. I'm a coping mechanism. That's how he kept referring to himself in therapy. And I think through therapy and through having a job and making friends, he was like, no, I kind of like being out, and I do want to do things. And he wanted to buy us a new car. I'm like, dude, we can't afford a monthly payment on a new car, like on our salary. So like, I have to now argue about decisions made for my own life, at times. He's like, oh, we'll figure it out. I'm like, no, we won't. because we also need sleep. And we went last Christmas, we went 12 days without sleep. Jesus. Because everybody wanted to do what they wanted to do. And it's making, we're like burning out, so
when you go to therapy, have you ever been like hypnotized or anything like that?
They tried that once. But the thing is, I have no memories before 2010 and Blue has no memories before 2021 Christmas. So the only one you could really do that to is Green, and he won't consent to anything like that. He's our vault, him and Fade. We believe there's a lot of memories trapped in those guys, and they are really good gatekeepers. Let me tell you, because you can't even get 4 words out of Green in to have a conversation with him. He's he can say what I said just now, all that explanation for 2 minutes. He can say that in 4 words. And if you don't get it, he's like, oh, fuck you, you missed your chance. If you don't understand me in 4 words, then I don't care. I don't care if you get it or not. So
do you ever, I mean, when you go to I hope it is not too personal to ask, but when you go to therapy, like, do they record them so you can hear like?
So it depends. So we do 2 sessions. We do a in-person session a month, and we do a Zoom call, and the Zoom call is recorded. So yeah, but in person, it's mainly notes, like note taking and conversations. And then an attempt at switching. We're still trying to figure out how to trigger switches. A lot of times it's stress or overwhelmness or just me just being tired or, whatever. Like there's no, like, we still can't figure out the switch. But when Green is out or Blue is out, they can switch back and forth. Not like at the drop of a hat, but it's just much easier for them. They're on one side of the wall together and I'm on the other side by myself. So that's why we don't share knowledge, the two of, the group of us. So
interesting. No, it's very interesting. And
yeah,
I know it.
Yeah. And the next time I post something from my wall, you'll be like, oh yeah, those handwriting styles are there's a slight similarity, but there's also a different pattern to them.
Yeah. I like when you brought that up about writing, I just immediately thought about identity, and like when they were talking about that guy and like the journal that he had and the different handwriting, and they emphasized that. And I was just like, oh, is that like that with you? And that's just interesting how the brain does that. It's just very interesting how it does that. It's crazy. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. It makes you wonder how capable we really are as people.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I've learned myself is like, I used to be, I struggled with depression for years, and I had this like pain and hatred, self-hatred that I never knew where it came from. And I, try to check out, self-delete. And I got to say, since hearing this, like I have way fewer of those thoughts, because now I think about, well, man, Blue wants to like make friends. How wholesome is that? Like when I heard that, I was like, well, what does he want? Like, we had to write down for therapy, like what do we want to do? Like if you didn't put money or time, if nothing was an issue, like what's something you'd want to do? And his honest answer was, I want to make friends. I'm like, so how awful am I being to ourselves by isolating and being a hermit and staying inside for all these years and only interacting with the outside world in small bursts? Like, so much so that a part of me is like, that's all I want to do is interact with the outside world. Like it's made me self-analyze and want to do better, it's helped me a lot. It's like we say with grief earlier, there's same with this, you can go, there's two paths, and as much as I want to be like Superman and find the third path, I'm just not that good. So I try to do the thing that I think will benefit all of us now. And they also are in that camp. Green doesn't make decisions that harm us, and Blue doesn't make decisions that harm us. So to know that we're all striving to be better there's something really comforting about that. It makes me less afraid when I wake up and I see my entire apartment rearranged and 2 days have passed. It makes me feel better about that, because I'm like, well, I'm learning to trust those guys, that they're not out to hurt us, So.
And when you're mainly you for most of the time, right?
Yeah. So like I work, so we try really hard to like make sure I'm able to go to work. But Green does like side projects, like he does shelving and like crown molding and things like that. So he might pick up like some side work online to do, like make a shelf for somebody or do something, or he'll talk to some neighbors. Like I think he did something for like some kid's bedroom for this mom that lives a couple buildings over. So like, it's like things like that, like, and Blue is like, when I come home from work, I'm usually exhausted, and I might be able to get in like a Instagram post or something. And then I zonk out. And then, when I'm asleep, one of them might see an opportunity and take over. And then Blue will sometimes post on his Instagram, although I notice he hasn't really, like, he's kind of like losing interest in social media, and Green doesn't even go on social media. So I gave Blue one of my old Instagram accounts, my secondary, and he named himself Blue the Rapper because he thinks it's funny to him. Like he talks mad shit too. He used to do sales at Harley Davidson where we used to work, and I quit Harley Davidson, but he kept going, and he ended up getting promoted. The promotion I wanted, he ended up getting it in 2 months. For a year and a half, I didn't get that promotion, and he got it in 2 months. And he really applies himself, and he wanted to make more money. He wanted to increase our credit score. Like there was all these things he wanted to do that were just things I just never made time to do because I was too busy beating myself up for no reason. So, so it's just, I don't know. It's nice to see the stuff they're capable of, because it makes me want to contribute also, like I'm like, dude, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Like now you know what the problem is. So now you can work towards dealing with it.
Yeah.
Like, where that self-loathing comes from, that self-hatred comes from. So now confront it now, like they're doing, it's gotten me to, try to do things a different way. So like I woke up one day and we had Ace. I didn't rescue Ace. Blue rescued Ace. I was still grieving.
So you woke up with a dog. You didn't even know what the fuck.
Yes. Like now I knew who Ace was, because I was I wanted to get a second dog when Echo was sick because I didn't want Echo to have no one, you know. I wanted him to have a buddy to be with him in his last couple months and or weeks or whatever time I had left with him. So I was already looking at, his name was Rascal when we went at the time, but I was already looking at Rascal online. I'm like, yeah, he's a big dog. He, you know, he's been through a tough life, and I think he'll sense that Echo's in pain and suffering, and he'll be nice to him. So I already had it in my mind to want to go there, but I just, after Echo passed, he passed so suddenly that I was like, I'm not ready. And then within like 2 weeks of Echo passing, Blue was like, I'm going to get us a dog, because he was like, I think we just need one for routine purposes, because I was walking around my neighborhood with no dog. Like after Echo passed, I was so used to the routine that I was just walking around, you know, without him. And it was hard because he's my service dog. Like he was, you know, he took care of me. So it was like tough to like not have him there anymore. So Ace was like Blue's way of trying to not replace Echo, obviously, but just be like, hey, we need to keep that routine going. You need to have if you're going to go walking, take an animal with you, you know? And yeah,
it's interesting that he knew exactly which dog to get. Like,
well, it's because it was in my feed. Like I post comments, I sent videos. I sent videos because sometimes my secondary account, I'll send funny videos to myself to remind myself to send them to friends later, you know? And so I sent a video of Ace to my secondary account, and he saw it and saw my comment and was probably like, oh, okay.
And I thought it was like, you know, if you guys have like,
yeah, there's a wall between us. He doesn't know what decisions I'm making unless there's a record of it, you know? So yeah.
Man. Interesting.
Yeah, so glad I could bring the room down tonight.
No. It's very fascinating. I mean, I mean.
Well, now I have a bigger, you know.
Yeah.
You know, like I was more frustrated. I was frustrated with Moon Knight, but now I'm seeing it more.
It's that show's really weird because like I couldn't believe the similarities that show ended up having. I couldn't believe it. I was like,
were those triggers by any chance? Maybe like
a little bit in the sense like when I was watching it and I watched Steven work a job where he had no chance of getting a promotion and he didn't really have any friends and he went and talked to like a statue guy, you know, like I was like, wow, like this is borderline. Like I am a little bit more social than Steven and a little less awkward, luckily, but I still felt a connection there. And then when to introduce you as a viewer to the show to Steven and reveal to non-comic book fans that he's the alter, I thought was really genius of that show. Because Steven's a very good everyman and I connected with him. And when he had that line where he said, you know, he looks at his childhood poster and he's like, which I have the poster of I think it's behind it's over here. The Tomb Buster poster is on this wall over here. And that's the thing in the Indiana Jones type show he watched as a kid with Stephen Grant. And he's like, you made me up. And when he said that, like that was a big trigger. I started crying immediately because I was like, that's how I felt when we were in therapy and we were piecing together that I'm not my original name with no memories, that I'm actually a product that our brain pieced together to bounce back post brain aneurysm rupture. And it was wild to think about my life and go, man, these 13 years, the whole time. I mean, I literally had my mom say at one point early on post aneurysm that you're not my son. And that meant so much more when I got diagnosed. Like she knew from our voice and our speech pattern that we weren't, the kid she raised. So it was like, so then I go through real life stuff like that where there's struggles with my family. And I try, I mean, like mostly I don't post about that stuff, but when I was breaking down last year, a lot of that stuff was coming out on my Instagram, and Blue made the smart decision where he's like, let's go back and delete some of this stuff. You shared it, you got it out of your system, but let's work towards improvement now. Let's start. Don't let this beat you. Like, you have us. We all want better things for us. And it's weird. So we've cut out dating. Like, we haven't even tried to date anyone. Like, where there's so much stuff we got to figure out before we start going down paths like that.
Probably a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. yeah, someone at work, because they know, we had to tell people at work and stuff, and someone at work was like, you could probably find a really nice girl or somebody that has the same condition. I go, look, man, so 18 people can live in a house together.
I was about to say, I'm like, I don't know if you want to have somebody also
Yeah.
with multiple.
I don't know if that
personalities.
person thought through what they were saying.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
like a
it's like maybe I
clashing-
could be their friend. They could give me some advice. Absolutely. But dating
Yeah.
would, you never know. So, but yeah, so there's a lot of things, but like I said, we walk different. We have a different,
You
so-
walk different. Okay.
yeah. So like
Wow.
my back hurts. Like I have a back pain injury and a shoulder injury, but my pain threshold is my pain threshold. It's what I experience. So it hurts. Green doesn't feel the pain in our shoulder, which is why he uses our effing arm all the time when he's doing stuff. And when it comes back to me, my arm hurts more than ever because I'm like, God dang it, my arm is killing me. Like, what are you guys doing with my arm? So we're experiencing that stuff as well.
I mean,
so
like when I hear stuff like that, I mean, I have a little bit of shoulder pain because I hurt myself, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so if you have a different personality that's taken over, they don't feel that. I mean, even though
it's not always the case, but it's just like it's one of those, like how they say a lot of pain is psychological too sometimes.
Yeah.
So like, I guess in his mind, he didn't injure his shoulder, so he'll feel it. It's naturally, rough to move on its own, but the pain that comes after using it, he doesn't feel it as I guess as deeply as I do. That was something we talked about in therapy. So it's like he might feel like a tinge, but I feel like a kind of thing. So there's a little bit of that going on that we discovered as well.
Interesting.
So,
Do they talk to like people like us, like when you're not aware, like it's not like
as far as I know, like, I mean, I know Blue has responded to some people on Instagram, which is why I ended up giving him his own Instagram. Because I think out of like kindness, he's like, oh, someone commented and Seek might not front today. So I'll just write awesome, or I'll double tap and give a heart to a DM. So sometimes he does things like that to just kind of like, but now I kind of like, dude, go to your own Instagram, post whatever you want on there if you want. He was posting on my LinkedIn a couple times, and I was like, don't use our LinkedIn. It's like, that's for me right now for my work. So yeah, there's like boundaries we have to set and rules we have to set. And everyone's pretty much, like I said, no one's seemingly being a dick about anything. So that's nice.
Yeah, you don't want like a Tyler Durden to show up or something.
Yeah, but Blue's not like your guys' friends, right? And Green's not your guys' friends.
Like, yeah, so like it's not like I have like accidentally one time, like, we were supposed to have a call and then suddenly they text me and say we have to cancel or something.
Yeah, I've had I think Dave once, if I'm not mistaken, because I go through and read the text messages when I see them in DMs. So like I think Dave once said like, hey, you want to come on the Vodka stream? And if I'm not mistaken, I think Blue said Seek's not here or something like that. Was that?
I think you might have sent me something like that, and I just kind of like left it be because I didn't know how to respond or something like that.
Sure.
Maybe, yeah.
So that has happened, I think. Like where a friend was like, hey, we were supposed to go to a movie day, and Blue's like, well, you're not my friend. I don't want to go to the movies with you. So he's like, so yeah, no Seek here. So that happens sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm totally going to be okay, even though, like, part of me wants to be like, hey, let me talk to somebody, one of these others, and see what's like. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't, want to.
Like,
I don't want you to wake up on Saturday being like, what? Yeah.
Well,
I was on the Vodka stream.
You'll know because my coworkers have met. Like some, sometimes you have a rough day at work and the stress gets to you, and you try to calm down. I try to breathe But Green has come out at my new job. And my supervisor was like, it's one of those things where my supervisor's like, people are very kind, which I appreciate. Like the first couple people I told about this didn't really react well. And that's why for a while we kept it in and we didn't tell people, because we were like, is everyone going to react like this? This feels this doesn't make me feel good. And luckily, people have been kind and been like, no, I get it. Like, I understand. I've never met anyone that has this, but my supervisor was like, yeah, seeing it is a different story. You know, it's like she's like, I met Green. So, for example, we had to get our driver's license here in Florida. Finally, we had to get one. I didn't go get it. So the picture is, I don't know if it was blue or green in the picture, but they're kind of mean mugging. They're like, like, so it feels like a blue thing because he does everything like that. Like rap culture is very like fun to him. Like he's like, he gets into, like, he'll put like #1 sales, you know, when he was on Harley, he's like #1 sales in the district. He's like, fuck all you other stores. And then he'll play like a DMX song over it. And he gets a kick out of that. He got a kick out of just trashing people like that because he's just competitive, you know. And I'm like, God dang. Like, so anyway, on the driver's license, it says we're 5'11". And I'm like, who the hell got measured to where we're 5'11"? Because I'm like, I'm 5'9". But I also know because of my back pain, I hunch a lot. Like my hunch naturally, I'm forward and down like bulldog style when I walk. So Green he straightens up to our full, because my brother's 6'1". We're kind of a tallish family. So I was like, son of a bitch, I'm 5'11", or I can be 5'11". Like, what am I been doing all these years? Walking around as a 5'9" nerd. So yeah, just things like that kind of blow my mind. But when I saw that on the license, I was like, holy shit. I was like, okay. And he wants to take boxing lessons. Like he used to be a gym rat, like, because he graduated high school. Our class ring says his name on it.
Says
so
what?
Green's name.
Really? It says Green on it?
No, Vincent.
Oh,
Vincent.
So that's what his name actually is.
Yeah.
What's Blue's name?
Ben. He came up with that on his own.
Okay.
I think it's a Spider-Man reference though.
Could be.
But anyway, so so Green he's like our system's first alter from 7 years old. So that's why I'm saying he has memories that the therapist would love access to, but he's pretty standoffish about letting even a thread out so you could pull on it. You know, he's very guarded. Whatever happened, like it's like they say in Moon Knight, like the whole purpose of us is to not know those things, you know, so we can continue as a functional adult. And so we constantly ask ourselves, do we want to, because we've been mapping our system for a better part of a year now. And it's like, do we keep dipping our toe into the trauma part, but if Green doesn't play ball, we can't really do it, you know, and start learning about stuff. But then we do get asked, do you want to learn? And I'm like, I always struggle with it. I'm like, do I really want to know the full lengths of what happened to us? Like, would it give me any solace knowing like something bad that happened to us? Would that make me feel any better? You know? And I don't know. I go back and forth. Some days I'm like, I want to know, but in some days I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know something that would reshape our brain the way it has, you know?
Yeah, I mean, define the origin story. I mean, yeah,
but it's not my origin.
Yeah, true.
Like, that's the other thing.
That's
it's
what's
like,
so interesting about it. Yeah.
So the origin started in, was it 2010?
Yeah. And so like and it's funny because even in the beginning when I got into writing post aneurysm, I felt disconnected from it. I'm like, why am I a writer? Like, why is this the job and career we're pursuing? I don't understand. Like, do we like this? Do we like writing? And
that's what I assumed, because I remember the way I found Zeke was in a Hollywood Reporter article, because he was doing stuff for doing like comic assessments for Arrow and Shield. Like, you were doing recommendations or something.
Yes, they outsourced some articles to me, like to do lore research for those shows. And yeah, I did it because it was like, okay, this is the field I'm in. I guess I'll do it. But in a couple of years ago, I started really feeling detached from it. And I started looking for these old projects that I wrote pre-aneurysm, like Neverland, and was like, let's finish this so that the guy who actually wrote this knows that some of his stories got out there. But the whole time I kept treating it like I was doing it a favor to somebody else. And then I found out I kind of was. So that's what this time in Florida has been for me, is kind of a reset because I'm probably going to go back to California at some point. I really do. I miss it. It's the only place I've ever known as a home, and I'd like to go back and be there, but I need to work through this first. And get a handle on this, because that city is way more chaotic and busy. And I need to make sure I'm in a good space before I go back there. So if I go back, but I am planning on it. One thing I am planning is maybe going to Arizona so that I'm kind of close by, 6 hours away.
Probably a better choice.
Yeah. And cheaper,
it's cheaper, it's quieter. And then, it's,
and my current job has a location there, so I could transfer too.
So then you can make a drive to California, visit for a little bit, do the thing,
get back home.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't suggest coming back here. I want to get out. I mean, I've thought about Arizona, thought about Nevada, thought about, I don't know. Yeah. But no, it's always very fascinating to talk about that stuff. And I know it can be hard to talk about it. I know you said you were like bringing the whole thing down, but I'm like, no, to me, it's like, it's fascinating because, we only see that stuff in movies. We only see that stuff in movies and it's very obviously it's exaggerated big time. That's why it's like, I mean, I have a Fight Club poster on my wall. I love that movie. And then it's like, well, when you think about that, I don't think you're thinking of when you see, I don't think there's ever been a time where you've seen your other personalities, blue, green, with fucking a 12-pack abs and, as Brad Pitt or something like that. And you start a fucking underground Fight Club.
We don't have,
although one of them wants a box,
Yeah. We don't have DID. We have OSDD1A. So it's like a subset of it. So it's not as extreme. Like, none of us think we're a 10-year-old child or 80-year-old person. Like we all know we're shades of Sikh, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is why we've all kind of got color designations as well. So it's just but I don't have visual memory. That's from the aneurysm. So none of us, as far as I know, can picture ourselves as anything. So we can only see what we are. And I know that Green is very unhappy with how we look. so he's the balance. He's the one who's like, dude, he literally wrote on my board, hey man, every day isn't cheat day. And I'm like, message loud and clear. Holy shit. So he's been making us food lately to pre-prepared meals to bring to work, and he made this thing the other day, was fucking amazing. Sorry I keep cussing, but he made this thing the other day. It was he took peppers and sliced them and then filled them with mashed potatoes. He rolled the peppers in lemon pepper and to season them, and then grilled them with mashed potatoes in the middle, and then put some kind of sausage on top with glazed onions. And it was these little, I'm like,
that's amazing.
Where? I'm like,
that does sound amazing.
I'm like, what the hell? And he's like, well, we need this week. We need this kind of protein. We need this. We need this. We need a little bit of starch. I'm like, what is happening to us? Okay, I get it. I'm like, I'm not going to eat like this every day. And then I ate one. I go, I'm going to eat like this every day. I'm like, whatever you want, man, cook it and I'll eat it. So I did cheat today. I went and got a Spider-Verse burger at Burger King.
How was that? That looks weird.
I'll tell you after I go to the bathroom, but but no, it's I mean, it's fine. It tastes like a Whopper. It just has Swiss cheese on it. I mean, that's the only difference.
Well,
how spidery!
There's cobwebs in it too. So yeah. And it's radioactive meat. So
and the Swiss cheese is like the spot. So
exactly. Good call.
I know the bun's red. It's
it's just food. If dye in it, it's
it's just food.
Gives you the green poops.
Is that even biologically possible?
Green poops?
You never had a green poop?
You never had a green poop?
No, am I supposed to?
What about blue? Have you ever had a blue poop?
you're eating pretty good then.
No, I have an eating disorder. I've gained so much weight because of that.
But you're not eating things that are dyed.
And the dye turns your poop green.
Yeah. If you're eating something dyed, you'll have
something dyed like
DYE. dye.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Like
paint
food coloring.
Yes.
No, I eat food that's dyed all the time.
I mean, you drink a blue Powerade, your chances of your shit turning green are pretty likely.
Yeah.
Wait, if you drink a blue one,
Yeah.
Because green, the colors are just based on what your body is processing. So
Yeah,
when your
it's-
body's
Yeah.
what is happening right now?
I know. We this whole thing turned into a different fucking
Yeah.
stream, which I love. I love it.
Is there
Keep going.
anyone in the comment section?
No, nobody's commented in like fucking 15 minutes. It's been great.
Um,
No,
Sorry.
don't even,
I love how we.
no, don't even be sorry, dude. Don't even be sorry. I love
But,
this.
well, thank you for sharing.
No,
So,
that's
you
the
know,
thing.
like
I had posted earlier. I didn't tell anyone I was doing this, but if you notice this month, I put out more podcasts where I'm interviewing people, and I've been on more podcasts than I normally am. And the reason for that is because it is Mental Health Awareness Month. So I made a subconscious decision to reach out more for our benefit, but also to if opportunities come up to talk about things, to talk about them. Because I'll be honest, I get questions all the time, even at work. Like as soon as we're through the rush at work, a coworker will come over to me like, so tell me how this works, and so I'm kind of used to it, and I think it does help me normalize it for me to talk about it, because in the beginning I was I was like, no, they're gonna lock me up, I'm insane, like there's no way I'm gonna function as a regular person anymore. I was really scared, and I was really grateful to meet our doctor and her go, no, you aren't crazy, we don't really use that word, but she's like, you're this happened to you and you're dealing with it and we can help. And then she told me, and this proves not that you're broken, but how strong your brain really is. And when she said that, there was something very comforting I immediately cried when she said it. And I was like, none of us, especially in a position like me with depression and stuff, like you don't ever want to think of yourself as a strong person. When I was on Dan Harmon's podcast and other people's shows, like they always, dude, you're an inspiration, your story, the aneurysm, like, and it's hard to hear because I'm like, I don't understand why. Like, I don't know if it's survivor's guilt or what, but you're just like, why? Why am I? Why does my story matter to anybody?
No, everybody feels like that, even like not as extreme. Even like when I get messages like, "Hey, you're an inspiration," blah, blah, I'm like, "What the fuck am I doing?" We all have that.
You're entertaining.
You're creating.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time,
amazing community. Again,
Yeah.
like I was told in that voice message, which apparently Twitter now does voice messages. Woohoo!
Oh.
Like I let them send me a voice message, like, "Hey man, I really appreciate you having me on the show last week. I love being part of it. It's fun and so on." So, yes, there are people that stand you, Dave, and they should.
No, I mean, but yeah, and it's totally appreciative. But I mean, I think we all give that. What do they call that? That when you don't feel like you deserve it. What's
imposter
syndrome.
Imposter syndrome. Yeah.
No matter what, like we all kind of just feel like that sometimes. We just do. We just do. Even though it's like when we get praise. I mean, we all do it. I mean, I'm sure everybody here has felt like that too, where it's just like especially when you've get praise from people, and then especially when you get it in person. I mean, at full circle.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, like when people are just like coming up and going like, "I want a picture," and this, I'm like, "What? What am I doing?" Like, I just.
I'm gonna be asking for a picture if we ever.
Oh, naturally, but yeah.
But dude wanted me to sign his Justice League trilogy box set. I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh, that's when you're iconic.
I was just like, okay, you want my autograph? Literally, I was sitting there going, you want my autograph?
But at the same time, then you got to put yourself into their shoes and be like, that's what he wanted. And
I had the problem, but still, it felt weird for me.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel weird, but at the same time, you kind of go like, oh, this is somebody who's been watching, listening to us for years. He looks at us as like, oh, that's that. Yeah. So it's
like the guy who stops me at at the Walmart on my birthday, going, the guy in the meat department going, "Hey, Vodka stream," and I went,
"Holy shit!"
Hey.
I haven't even gotten one of those. So
I got
I
literally got
hope-
2 in 1 month at the Batman
I remember you
screening
told me that. Yeah.
and at the meat department in Walmart on my birthday.
Man,
my
I'm glad I
40th
could cheer you
birthday.
up both those times, man.
Well, you're in Florida. You just got to cross the state line. Come on,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm not too far.
Yeah.
I
No,
remember
but
the
I mean,
first
it
time-
is weird. I
yeah.
mean, even at the Flash screening that I did not see,
Oh,
even,
I saw that. I saw when it happened. I was like, it's
Yeah.
just a joke.
but I mean, it was great to like there was people in line that were like, "Hey, film Junkee," and I was like, "Yeah, what's going on? What's your name?" Kind of thing. It was one of those things, and it's still weird. Even in the fact that we didn't all get to see the thing, but yeah, it's still like a weird thing. So you have that imposter syndrome. I mean, we all have that, but yeah, I mean, I can only imagine like when dealing with what you've dealt with, it's kind of like, wait, do you like me or the other guy maybe or
Sure.
something? I don't know.
Well, I actually find it's comforting, like when I hear positive things, like Blue's boss at Harley, she loved working with him. He challenged her a lot. Like there was he's really, I don't know, he's very analytical. Like the stuff she was telling me he was capable of and that he learned in a short amount of time. I'm like, it's surreal, but it's also comforting. I'm like, man, I know his like, he talks mad shit, but it sounded like he backed it up. I mean, like from what we found out,
Okay.
Harley hasn't hit any of their sales in the 2 months that we haven't worked there. And he loves that. He found that out and was like, of course they didn't. And that's how he is. His idea of better for us is more opportunities, more money, a position of leadership. Like those are all things that he wanted because he wanted to buy a new car. He wanted to improve like things in our life that that aren't on my list, and that's how it is. So we have each made our list, what our goals are, what we'd like to accomplish by the end of this year. And we're all focusing on that. And we had to, we shared the lists, with each other and kind of gave feedback on the lists and try to whittle it down to realistic expectations for all of us. And, yeah, it's been great. Luckily, no one's been like, dude, we got to have some kids right now. Thankfully, no one has said that.
Yeah.
Because
you don't want to wake up to
no, I've already had an instance where I woke up and a week had passed. So I don't want to have an instance where I wake up and a year has passed. And I don't think, and that we're all at the point where none of us want that. So we try to be regular about it.
Has there ever been a chance that in past Vodka stream appearance, has it not been you?
Doubtful. Because like I said, doubtful. Well, I'm telling you would know. Like, because even Blue wouldn't do the show. Like he would be like, I'm not Seek. I'm not going to go on your show. It was actually, I had to really twist his arm. He got into Magic the Gathering because they had Transformer cards in them like a year ago.
Nice. And
he's kind of gravitated towards Transformers a little bit. And, but Moon Knight's like his main thing. Like he's completely enamored with kind of that universe and Egyptian stuff. So, but Transformers is something he kind of took a liking to, and oh, dang it. So wait, I forgot what I was going to say. You asked me about, if he's ever been on the show. So I had to twist his arm because I was like, what'd be cool is why don't I do a Transformers show on my gaming channel? Because when I originally started YouTube, it was my channel was a Transformer channel. And I said like 8 years ago or whatever. So I said, why don't I do a Transformer show on a gaming channel? And if you want to contribute something to it, like unboxing the Magic cards, and you can open the packs and just film yourself opening the packs. And even getting him to do that was like, he did a couple and then he was like, yeah, I don't really want to do this anymore. Like, I just want to open the pack. I just want to open the packs. I don't want to set up a camera and a light. He's like, I don't want to do any of this shit.
So, for example, so remember a few years ago when you did the Comic-Con at home with me when I got you that press thing. Yeah. So, for example, when we did that episode of the Flash Podcast, that was you and me.
Of course it was.
Okay.
Because at that time it would have been just me and Green. Blue and Fade are newer. They're What happened was this all got worse. So apparently it's always been me and Green, and I had no idea. Always. But Green is so stark different than me that I think when we lived alone in that apartment with Echo, that's the only time he would probably come out. Because he was like, he didn't want people to know about him. And it wasn't until Echo died that everything kind of spiraled out of control for us, because the grief, that's why, again, the Moon Knight show, I'm like, the catalyst for him and Mark and Steven was that their mom passed away. You know, they took a severe loss, and it unraveled their routine. And that's what kind of Echo did for me. He completely ruined he didn't ruin anything. He's amazing, but his passing shattered us on an emotional level so strongly that it caused numerous triggers to go off, and it caused our brain to react in the only way our brain knows how to do, because he's the first. Like, we've lost some friends, you know, obviously over the years, but some of them were Seek's, you know, or pre-aneurysm me's friends, and I didn't know them that well, and I didn't stay in touch with them that well. So losing them, I'm like, yeah, this hurts. I know it's supposed to hurt, but I don't really feel it. Echo was with me every day for 11 years through some of the hardest years of my life, you know, all of the hardest years of my life. And he saved my life. You know, I had a seizure at home, and he was trained to crawl under me and turn my head, you know, like, he literally saved me. And so it hurt to not be able to do the same for him. So when it happened, our system got all screwed up, and I couldn't function. And my brain reacted in a way, like I said, that only knows how to, in the face of real trauma and stress and grief. It created Blue, and Blue is a version of us that has no memory of our life with Echo, no California life. Like, he's a version of us that is a fresh start, because that's how our brain handles pain, like on that level. So
is that what basically, because, you know, if I could just take it back to Moon Knight, because now I think I understand, you know, because there was a third person that showed up at the end of Moon Knight.
Jake Lockley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was because they discovered each other's trauma, that it caused them to
yeah, so like when his mom passed, he said her Shiva, just being there at her Shiva, stirred up a lot of emotions, because obviously him and his mom had a very contentious relationship. Like a lot of his pain comes from the loss of his brother as a child, and how his mother reacted to it, and how his father didn't react to it. So that's his situation, obviously. But yeah, so basically what happens is, like, everyone does it. I can explain it real easily, because now I've said it enough times after learning it. Everyone in the world dissociates. Every single person. Everyone here on this panel dissociates. There are times when you're driving home from work, and then you just kind of space out, and then you wake up and you're at home, and you're like, I don't remember every step that it took for me to get home, but you do. You just don't.
You did drive home,
right? Like, yeah, like you might get halfway home, and then all of a sudden, in your mind, you blink and you're home, and you're like, how did I get here? And it's not. It's like a low level of dissociation, and everyone goes through it.
Oh no, there's like, I mean, yeah, I was just even thinking about that as I was peeing right now. I was like, man, we're all pretty kind of
this dick
capable.
in my hand.
I know, right? Jesus Christ, what am I doing? What day is it?
Sorry, I have to add levity in. I get so.
Fine.
Yeah,
and then Scott's ass, and then we go back to that.
No, but I was just
I'll
like,
talk about my tits later.
I had an ex-girlfriend who.
Wait, what did he just say? What?
Sorry, I want to know. I'll let Dave finish. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Ex-girlfriend?
No, I had an ex-girlfriend who kind of like, it was kind of interesting because she would kind of sleepwalk, but she was very coherent, but it was almost like a different personality. I remember physically seeing it where we were like, we're at her house, and she was just like, and we were like just goofing around. We were wrestling around. It was fun. And it was like, hey, we're wrestling, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden I saw her just go like this, go, oh,
Jesus.
And then she just was like, what the hell? What is happening? And I went, whoa. Cause she's told me about it. She told me about it before. And then she was like, straight up like, what are we doing here? And I'm like, oh, were you like asleep this whole time? I think she had that too. And because I saw it literally change on her face where she was like, we were like, ha, 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 ha. And then all of a sudden she just went to fear. Like, what are we doing right now? Because I was like over her and I was like holding her arms and I was like, hey, we were just having fun. And then all of a sudden, like her facial expression just changed to like, what is happening? And I went, whoa, so you don't remember like the last 20 minutes at all? Yeah. It was pretty crazy to see that happen like in live, like because we were chasing each other around her house and everything like that. And we were just goofing around. And then all of a sudden it just went to just, what the fuck?
Yeah, like that's what I mean when my boss said, like, seeing you. Because for me that day, I remember sending a work email. It was like maybe around 3:30. So we normally work like 7:30 to 4 p.m. like an 8.5 hour day. And so it's 3:30. So we're getting near the end of the day. And I remember sending an email at the end of the day to like her, my two bosses, and everything on my duties that I completed them for the day. And then I was getting up to go like tell her, hey, I'm done for the day. You mind if I go home a few minutes early? And that was the last thing I remember. But for me, I got up, I turned, had in my head, like, all right, let's go ask her something. I had a massive headache that day. Sometimes this happens too, where the pain of the headache might cause me to just kind of check out because I get bad migraines. And what we found out, sometimes that could be because someone else is trying to front. And if we're both trying to, in a way, fight for the consciousness, that could enhance the headache, or at least the if it's a real headache or not, but just enhance that transition. So for me, I got up, turned around, I was going to go talk to her. And then I was standing in our laundromat here and it was nighttime and 4 hours had passed. And for me, it was literally that quick. Like it was get up, turn around. And all of a sudden I'm staring at a laundromat and I'm like, wait a minute, what should happen? And I didn't have my phone on me, which I'm like, that makes sense because Green normally doesn't, if he's doing chores and stuff, doesn't keep the phone around. So I'm like, okay, all right. So we're here, we're at home. How do we get out of work? What happened? And so I had to email my boss and said, hey, tomorrow, can I talk to you? I don't remember leaving work. And she's like, yes. She emailed me back like, yes, we'll talk tomorrow because I met one of your alters, and then the next day we talked and I said, please tell me, because I still get worried, a little bit, even though I can trust the guys, but it's still like, what did he do? And she's like, he came right up to me, handed me your phone. Cause I guess the way we clock out is we have an app on our phone. So like he walked up to her, handed her the phone and said, clock us out. And then she's like, what? And he goes, we're not clock us out now. And I was like, wow. Okay. He doesn't like menial tasks. He doesn't like working for people. That's why he does his own stuff. He used to landscape. He used to, do, crown molding and like shelving and carpentry stuff. Like that's his deal. And he works for himself and does side jobs. So he doesn't like answering to people. And so he just looked around, saw that he was dressed in we wear a suit and tie to work. So he's just like, what the, he could, I asked, I was like, what was he like? And people were like, he's staring out the window for like 10 minutes. They were like, we knew it wasn't you because he wasn't saying anything. They're like, you talk like all the time. I'm like, oh man, am I annoying? And they're like, no, but you always like cheer us up. You're always a very go-getter. And, and I've learned that in therapy too. They're like, you try to be a people pleaser because you don't think highly of yourself. So it's kind of a thing you do to make sure everyone else in the room is, having a good time. And she's like, so they're like, yeah, you normally are outgoing and you project this extrovert personality and you're very helpful to all of us and talk all the time. So we knew it wasn't you because you were just like staring out the window and then you were looking at your clothes and then you were like, I think you were trying to figure out where your car was parked from the window. and I'm like, oh, all that makes sense because he hadn't been to our work up until that point. So he didn't know where the hell he was. So, so then I guess he went over and he knew the phone was our way out. So he handed her the phone and said, clock me out. We're done. And I was like, was he rude? And she's like, but that's the thing about Green. Everyone says they're like, he's not rude. He's just to the point. Yeah. He's just like
cut all the bullshit. Let's
Yeah,
just,
he doesn't. No fluff. There's no
That's
fluff.
what a lot of people with Asperger's do. You know, I mean, I have Asperger's autism myself, but I'm on the more outgoing side. Which I know people who know me really well will be like, oh, that's obvious, Andy. But like I had like when I went in special needs school the first like 7 years of my life, there were other kids with autism, Asperger's that they don't speak a word. They almost just whisper. Which
Fade's like that. He's nonverbal. So Fade, one of our other ones. But what I was saying earlier too about your point to Andy as well was everyone dissociates. So like the thing is when you're at a young age, the I guess the diagnosis and the thing they talk about in therapy and what doctors who treat this talk about is that's when it happens. It's like, all of us as adults, for the most part, like even my boss at work told me this. She's like, I have a work personality, then I have a home personality. Like people naturally shift like that. They can compartmentalize how they have to act in certain groups. So that's what this is, just on at the ages that you are when your brain is still developing. So it's just learning to, like, if something's really bad is happening to you as a kid, your brain's still developing. So it's a part of your brain's like trying to check out from whatever's going on. So it compartmentalizes itself actually as opposed because your brain's still forming or learning how to operate. So it literally compartmentalizes itself. Whereas as an adult, you can easily go, all right, I'm with Tim today. I got to act like this around Tim because, this is personality. And then I go to work. I got to put on my, my work face, So that's essentially what it is, just magnified and at a time when your brain is still processing how to be a brain, essentially. And that, that's how it was kind of explained.
Yeah. I mean, it's all very fascinating and, and I love it when you come on here and talk about it because, like I said, I have questions and I have more questions too when it comes to this stuff. And, obviously, we're 4.5.
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah, I know. No, but I do love talking about it. And I'm always open to like anytime you're on, after all the nerdy stuff, I like to dive into it because it is interesting. And like I said, I had an ex that I think had a similar case because I saw it happen and it was a weird, like it was, I just thought, oh no, it's not an actual thing until I actually saw it happen live, like full on. Like I said, we were messing around. I thought she was just being goofy and and then all of a sudden she just went, what the fuck? Sure. Where am I kind of thing. And it was just crazy. It was crazy. It was just like, she just turned into like a different person. And it was just, whoa, it was just, yeah. So kind of interesting, but I appreciate you talking about it openly. And I think that, I hope that helps too. I hope it helps to talk about it as well.
It doesn't hurt. That's for sure. It used to make me feel weird, but it doesn't hurt. And I'm glad I got to with Andy. Cause like I said, me and Andy we've tried, he's offered me a lot of great offers to do shows with him. And I keep coming back to like going like, yeah, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And then, it seems like I'm a Jekyll and Hyde. Like I'm like, all right, I changed my mind to this idea, or I changed my mind to that idea. And it's like, I keep trying to water things down because I have to share my time with everybody. So it's like, I don't, the reason I have the color orange is, I guess I designate it to myself because I feel greedy. I feel like I'm taking too much time when, and so that's kind of the thing we're working through now. So yeah, we'll continue it another day for sure. But I appreciate you guys letting me.
Yeah, no, always good. I always like talking to you. Like,
Steve, you always have an open door with me. I would never close it on you.
I appreciate it, man. Same here, man. I love you, man.
Yeah, I love you too. I love you too.
You always have an open door on the Vodka stream, and that's why I was like, I hit you up tonight, and I was like, it's been a bit, and I was like, I wanted to get you back on here, and I'm glad that you came on here.
I'm glad I got to meet Phil. I know we didn't talk too much.
Yeah, you got to meet Phil, and then I didn't realize you had a relationship with Andy, which was great.
Yeah, 10 years. Yeah, 10 years.
10 years at least.
Yeah. What's so funny? Last week was my first episode, and I didn't know.
I watched.
I didn't know that Rebecca, who I worked with forever, was on. So I'm like, I wonder, like, if I come on next week, I wonder who else Dave is gonna bring on that I already know.
We'll go for the hat trick next week.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, like, yeah, Rebecca, I know she's on vacation, so I didn't even.
Thank
hit her
God
up.
that girl is one of the
Works
hardest workers I know.
hard.
Yeah, I
She
know.
works hard.
There will be times when I go to bed and she's still working, and I wake up and I see she's online on Messenger. I'm like, Rebecca, did you even go to sleep? And she's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, Rebecca's great. Rebecca's great. I like her. I like her motor. I really like her motor. And when I mean, Scott's been telling me like you got to get Rebecca on, and I like just never. And then all of a sudden I meet her in person. I'm like, okay, I see. Yeah, you're right. We got to get her. And hopefully
Never
she'll
doubt
be
me, Dave.
I know.
Never doubt
I
me.
know. It's my bad. It's my bad. But
she's out of this world.
Yeah, she definitely is. She definitely is. But I think this is a good spot to end the stream. It's been fun as always. Of course, thank you to ACS, and also thank you to Samuel for joining and talking. Samuel being the only one.
Flash.
Yes, who's only seen the Flash.
Is that what you guys talked about tonight? Him having seen the Flash?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it was funny because I was like, oh man, I haven't had Sam on, and I saw him tweet, and I was like, oh yeah, I do it earlier. Maybe he'll want to come on, and he was totally cool. And I was like, I know he's seen the Flash. I'm like, I think he's gonna be the only one that I'm gonna have on the panel that's seen the fucking Flash, because because he sent me his initial reaction. So I was like, yeah, all right, let's get him on there. We'll grill him a little bit, but of course, he was perfectly professional and not saying too much. But
everyone and their mother has seen it, this damn film. Like,
I know, man.
Damn near.
All these spoilers. It's like I'm like, I think this whole fan screening thing may have gone a little too overboard.
I haven't seen too many. I've been okay when it comes to spoilers. I mean, I already know spoilers, so it's fine.
Yeah,
it's whatever. But I'm still gonna be excited to see it. But anyways, let's go around the horn. Seek, go ahead and promote yourself. Taint Tingle.
Yeah, you can follow me at Taint Tingle at my OnlyFans, the Taint Tickler. I'm on Instagram at the Venom Vlog, and then I'm also on YouTube at the Venom Vlog. So if you're a fan of Venom or just interested in what Sony's working on and the kind of stuff they have coming up, yeah, come over and check us out. That's primarily what I talk about on my show.
All right, Phil.
Just at Unfiltered, Twitter, Vero, Instagram. You can catch me on the 4 Nerds most Thursdays. We didn't have a show yesterday, but I played some Zelda on my Twitch account. And you can also check out my podcast, The Eternal Night, on podbean.com, as well as anywhere else you get your podcasts. And thanks again, Dave. It's always fun coming to chat on the live stream.
Sure. And then Andy.
Well, the Flash is over, so my career is supposed to be over now. So the Flash podcast is dead.
Oh boy!
No more articles on Screen Rant. There's no point doing Multiverse of Color anymore. It's a miracle if Jordan even lets me do Endless Multiverse anymore. Because I'm supposed to be irrelevant now because the Flash is over. My social media accounts at anybody will no longer exist. I'm doing all this in reverse if people don't understand the joke. If I'm in there, I hope there'll be something to talk about. I don't know. No, honestly, it's the Flash is not going anywhere. We're just taking a little break right now because I've been busy doing 330 episodes for 10 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got a movie based on the Flash coming out in a few weeks.
Yeah, and then I have to wait till I don't know how long to get another Flash live action thing.
No, you can start diving into the comic books. That's what I do between Venom movies. Is I just dive full on into the comic books.
I guess.
I guess.
Because they're focusing on Wally right now. I'm like, I'm a Barry
not
guy.
Current books, man. I'm talking about good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mark Waid has a pretty solid run on the Flash.
Oh, I was gonna say definitely. Yeah, for sure.
He is the best. If you guys had seen when I interviewed him last time when he saw the Bar Allen costume was on the Flash, he became like a little kid. He was like, "Oh my God, show me again." Like literally, he's find me at anybody on all the socials, and you can find all my stuff in my bios if I'm still relevant.
And then that's it, guys. And I'm just kidding, Scott. I'm not gonna freaking forget you. You always send us off when you make it to the very end. I got the hiccups right now. God damn
you do, man.
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where $5 a month gets you access to exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content. And, of course, every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central here at the Film Junkee YouTube channel, you can join us for DC Fanimated Stream, where this week we'll be talking about The Last Son of Krypton Part 2.
Hell yeah.
How the hell do you do that so
He's a
flawlessly?
professional, man.
Because
It's so
he's
good.
a pro. He's the best of us.
Oh my god.
He's got a fucking cigar.
Yeah, dude. The
I
one
can't even
thing
do my-
tingle.
He had that prop just for that.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
A good
One of these
lord.
days we got to smoke cigars on here, you know.
No, I've already smoked a cigar, and the fucking smell took 2 days to get out of this basement. I have to move out. I have to move out to the outside. But yeah, because remember when Callum was born, I smoked a cigar.
That's right, you did.
It took me 2 days to get the smell out of
you're
this
in
basement.
the basement. I forget. So, but anyways, guys, I got the hiccups, and thank you to everybody who is a part of this. Thank you, Seek, Scott, Andy, and Phil, and of course ACS Anthony and Samuel for joining the fun. And everybody subscribe to the channel, hit that like, thumbs up, the notification bell, all that stuff. We will talk to you guys later. There it is.